Welcome to Deep Sleep Stories. My name is Matt. On YouTube, we post just one new story each week, but on our podcast, you'll find several fresh episodes released throughout the week. You can listen to us on all major platforms, including Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Audible, Pandora, and more, all completely ad-free. Just look us up under the same name, Deep Sleep Stories, and enjoy. Now, take a deep breath, and let's begin tonight's story.
Welcome to Deep Sleep Stories. Settle in, dear listener, and feel the subtle warmth of comfort as you prepare for a gentle journey. You've come here to find rest, a respite from the busyness of the day, and to float effortlessly on the soft tides of relaxation. Right now, allow your shoulders to drop and your breathing to deepen in through your nose and out through your mouth. A soothing hush envelops you like a cozy blanket draped over your body. Tonight, we'll wander into the story of Solstice Eve, the longest night when glowing lanterns cast a gentle light across a peaceful winter landscape. Let your thoughts drift as you imagine the faint glow of lanterns flickering in frosty air, guiding you toward a place of calm, quiet wonder. Already you may notice the smallest stirrings of relaxation fluttering across your mind. Imagine the hush in the atmosphere as if the world around you is holding its breath, waiting for you to fully settle. Feel the soft cushion beneath you, supporting you so kindly, inviting you to let go of tension. Your eyelids may grow heavier with each soft exhalation, and you might begin to sense the gentle promise of rest. Continue your deep, deliberate breathing, sending relaxation through every limb, from the top of your head to the tips of your toes. There's no rush here, only the velvety flow of time that expands in the gentle quiet. And as you continue this steady, comforting rhythm, you can let your mind drift away from present worries and roam toward a place of stillness. In just a few moments, we'll slip into a story told in gentle, flowing words, where the hush of a winter night and the glow of lanterns guide us on a peaceful path. On the outskirts of a small village nestled in rolling, snow-draped hills, a calm winter hush presides over the land. The solstice twilight has settled in thick and velvety, as though someone has gently drawn a vast curtain across the sky. The moon, only a sliver, peeks through drifting veils of pale clouds. The entire night resonates with a rare tranquility. Here, a wandering traveler walks along a lightly trodden path. The muffled crunch of their steps upon thin layers of snow is a quiet punctuation in the stillness. They carry a lantern, soft light dancing within its glass walls, swaying slightly with each breath of the breeze. Above them, the stars shimmer faintly, waiting for darkness to deepen. In this gentle hush, not even the wind stirs the bare trees. Branches stand tall and silent like sentinels, keeping watch over the sleeping countryside. Solstice Eve is a night revered among the people of this little village, not for any sense of urgency, but for the comforting, age-old ritual it holds. Each year, on this longest night, lanterns are lit throughout the village. Their glow acts as a guide, a kind of promise that the light will always return. Though the bitter cold of winter might linger outside, there is an unmistakable warmth inside each snug house, and that warmth spills over into the spirit of the night. Gently, the traveler walks toward the lights, drawn by the faint song of merriment drifting on the frosty air. Dimly, the outlines of lantern-lit windows come into focus, each flicker a tiny beacon calling weary souls to rest, or perhaps to gather with neighbors in a quiet celebration of the passing darkness. The solstice festival in the village isn't grand or dazzling. No loud drums or boisterous parades break the silence. Instead, there is only a delicate sense of communal gathering. The townsfolk prepare for this night by placing small lanterns on each windowsill. Some hang them on simple iron hooks by doorways, while others arrange them along garden paths or balconies. Soft flickers cast playful shapes on the old wooden walls of cottages, which huddle together in a cluster around the main square. A gentle hush blankets the scene, as though the village itself is enwrapped in a lullaby. On a night when the darkness is at its longest, these humble lanterns glow with hope, illuminating hearts and streets alike. As the traveler approaches the center of the village, a subtle transformation takes place. In the shadows, snowdrifts glow faintly with reflected lantern light. Icicles clinging to eaves sparkle whenever a lantern's flame sways in a passing draft. The traveler notices how each breath puffs into the cold air, hovering for a heartbeat before dissolving. From behind closed doors, muffled laughter and softly murmured conversation leak out, a comforting reminder that no one is truly alone on a night like this. And yet, the village isn't loud or bustling. Rather, it feels like a place meant for reflection, for calm, togetherness, for an unhurried celebration of the quiet side of winter. On the corner of the village square stands an ancient oak tree. Its branches, stripped of leaves, still bear the memory of the seasons past. Through the years, the villagers have come to see this oak as a symbol of stability and endurance. Even in the coldest winter, it stands tall, arms lifted to the sky, waiting patiently for spring's renewal. Tonight, the villagers have set rows of lanterns around its trunk. The tiny flames cast a warm circle of light, and the oak's bark gleams in gentle mottled patterns of gold and brown. A few people gather here in hushed voices, each lost in quiet wonder at the spectacle of the night. It's as though the tree is an old friend, greeting them every winter, reminding them of the constancy that resides within nature's gentle cycles. Among these villagers, an elder carries a specially crafted lantern, larger than most, with intricate metal filigree that traces swirling patterns across the glass. Its glow is deeper, almost like a soft hearth fire that beckons you closer with promises of stories and warmth. While the other lanterns may twinkle merrily, this one has a steadier flame, unwavering, as though it's been lit by the hand of time itself. Each solstice eve, the elder brings this lantern to the foot of the oak tree and sets it at the center of the circle. The symbolism is simple yet profound. In darkness, they place their brightest flame in plain sight, confident that the returning light of the coming seasons will build upon these tiny sparks of hope. Tonight, as the traveler steps quietly into the circle of lanterns, the elder welcomes them with a soft, knowing smile. No words are needed in that moment. The hush of the solstice hushes even conversation, inviting hearts to connect in quiet gestures. The traveler gently sets their own lantern alongside the others, part of a community of warm lights shining against the velvet cloak of night. For a while, the group stands together, gazing at the flickering assembly of lanterns, each flame dancing in a gentle breeze. If one listens carefully, they might hear the soft crackling of wicks, the subtle flicker of flames inside glass. It is a mesmerizing sight, one that draws the mind away from restless chatter and grounds it in the slow dance of light. Away from the square, deeper in the tranquil lanes of the village, the traveler walks again. Here, small homes line the narrow road, their windows gently aglow. In each dwelling, a hearth may be lit or a small gathering underway, though nothing too lively. Everything is softened by the hush of the longest night. There are families sipping warm tea, perhaps nibbling on winter pastries made with fragrant spices. There are solitary souls who simply sit by the window, lanterns shining at their side, eyes wandering across the tapestry of a star-flecked sky. Even the animals, cats, dogs, and birds that roost in rafters seem to sense the peaceful energy of this evening, their postures relaxed, purring or cooing in quiet contentment. It's as though the entire village has collectively decided, on this night we will be at ease. Eventually the traveler reaches a small inn on the edge of the village. A wooden sign, gently swinging from a creaking metal bracket, welcomes any wanderer seeking warmth. A lantern hangs by the door, its flame steady despite the cold breeze. Stepping inside, the traveler is greeted by the soft glow of lanterns placed on various tables and the pleasant scent of brewed herbs. The floor is worn but clean, the walls adorned with simple paintings of winter scenes, and the furniture well loved, with cushions designed to envelop weary visitors in comfort. The innkeeper, a kindly soul with gentle eyes, nods in greeting. Another custom of Solstice Eve is to offer a place of rest without question, a hot bowl of soup, and a quiet corner to reflect or share hushed conversation. Inside the inn, a few travelers from neighboring towns have gathered. They sip on steaming cups of spiced tea while speaking in murmured tones about the beauty of this particular night. Their voices rise and fall like a soothing lullaby. Here, everything is slow, deliberate. The traveler finds a seat near the fireplace, where a few logs crackle softly, sending the faint aroma of pine resin drifting through the warm space. The lantern on the mantel above the fireplace casts a gentle glow upon stone walls. It's a comforting sight. evoking the sense of home that a weary soul might crave. The traveler closes their eyes for a moment, letting the calm ambiance wash over them like a tide of tranquility. After some time in the inn, the traveler steps back outside. The air is cooler now, the stars a bit sharper in the sky. Midnight is approaching, and with it, the deepest part of the solstice night. Yet the village remains gently lit by lanterns, glowing guardians of warmth and light. Clouds pass overhead, their drifting shapes briefly blotting out clusters of stars, only to let them shine again moments later. The traveler's lantern still burns steadily, guiding each step along the soft, snowy path. In the distance, a faint bell tolls, marking the hour. 1, 2, 3 chimes, then a pause. The subtle echo floats through the village, where no one stirs in haste, for there is nothing urgent about the passing of time on a night dedicated to slow reflection. Past the last row of cottages, the path leads to a small lake, a body of water so serene that on a clear night it reflects the sky above like a mirror. Tonight, the surface is edged with thin ice, but a circular patch near the center remains open. Lanterns set along the shore glitter, their light dancing across the rippling water. A handful of villagers have gathered here with quiet reverence. Some hold lanterns in their hands, while others have placed them gently in small, floating vessels that glide across the lake's surface. The lights reflect, creating a tapestry of tiny flames drifting upon gentle waves, echoing the stars overhead. The traveler pauses, breathing in the crisp air, letting the solemn beauty of the scene soak into their weary limbs and mind. A woman wrapped in a thick winter cloak places her lantern carefully into one of the small wooden floats. She kneels at the edge of the water, whispering a silent wish or prayer, then sets it free. The lantern glides out across the lake, its flame flickering but steadfast. One by one, others release their own lights, until the water sparkles with a constellation of drifting lanterns, each one a testament to the quiet hopes and dreams carried through the long night. No chatter or music interrupts the meditative mood, only the soft lapping of water against the shoreline and the faint crackle of ice as the night's cold deepens. Above, the stars continue their slow dance, and the moon, thin and silver, peeks through a shifting sea of clouds. When the traveler decides to follow suit, they gently lower their own lantern onto the water's surface. The gentle bob and sway of the floating light seems to mirror the traveling heart, wandering but guided, seeking tranquility in the hush of night. As the lantern drifts away, it joins the other lights, forming a quiet pattern of brightness upon the dark lake. Time seems to stretch out gently, each moment unrushed, each breath perfectly placed in the tapestry of this solstice eve. The villagers watch with serene smiles. Some close their eyes as though sending their wishes and gratitude out across the water, trusting the gentle motion to carry them toward some universal horizon of hope. Later, the traveler and the small crowd begin to drift away from the lakeshore, leaving the lanterns to their quiet voyage. Footsteps whisper on the frosty ground as they head back up the path. Clouds of breath form delicate shapes in the air, dissolving almost as soon as they appear. The walk back toward the heart of the village feels a little lighter now, as though the shared beauty of the lantern-lit lake has eased any burden. By now, many of the cottages have grown dark, their inhabitants seeking a warm bed or a quiet seat by the dying embers of a fireplace. Still, a few windows remain lit, flickering silhouettes of lanterns visible behind the frosted panes of glass. In one such cottage, a child sits by a window, tucked under a knitted blanket. They watch the traveler pass, curiosity mingled with drowsiness in their eyes. A soft candle glows on the windowsill, illuminating the child's gentle face. The traveler offers a small smile, and though they're strangers, for a brief instant, a wordless connection forms. Two souls, warmed by the same gentle glow of the solstice night. Then the traveler carries on, steps slow and unhurried, while the child's eyelids begin to droop in the cozy hush of home. Softness abounds here, like a kind lullaby, wafting from house to house, drifting through quiet lanes, settling upon every soul ready for rest. Somewhere in the quiet outskirts of the village, a small forest extends into the hills. The trees, tall and graceful, stand as silent witnesses to countless solstice nights gone by. The traveler ventures a short distance among the trunks, guided by moonlight and the memory of the path. A gentle hush pervades the woodland, broken only by the occasional rustle of a small nocturnal creature or the faint sigh of wind weaving between branches. Snow blankets the ground in a shimmering layer, capturing every footstep with a muffled, comforting crunch. Here, away from the glow of the village lanterns, the darkness is rich and enveloping. It's somehow not frightening. It's a darkness that breathes with the forest's ancient wisdom, inviting a sense of awe and belonging. In a small clearing, the traveler stops to absorb the stillness. Gazing upward, they see stars strewn across the winter sky like delicate jewels set upon midnight velvet. The hush feels sacred, as though the entire forest is in communion with the gentle spirit of the solstice. Closing their eyes for a moment, the traveler senses the slow pulse of the earth beneath snowy layers, a quiet stirring that suggests the promise of eventual rebirth. The longest night is also a turning point, a silent pivot toward the renewal of light. Standing there, the traveler breathes in the crisp forest air, each inhalation filling lungs and spirit with tranquility, each exhalation carrying away tension and worry. In this hushed realm, it's easy to believe that all is well. Eventually, the traveler returns to the path, guided by the faint glow of the moon. The trees thin, and the comforting lights of the village appear once more. A few lanterns still glow brightly, placed by caring souls to light the roads for any who wander late. Candlelit wreaths grace a few doorways, and a lingering smell of pine branches permeates the air. Frost crystals sparkle like tiny diamonds on fence posts and window ledges, turning ordinary corners of the village into subtle works of art. Quietly, the traveler notes the serenity in every detail. Even the old cobblestones, half covered by snow, seem at ease in the starlight. At last, the traveler makes their way toward a modest dwelling on the edge of town, a place to rest until morning comes. Candles flicker in the window, and a single lantern hangs by the door. The interior is softly lit, a humble space with thick blankets piled on a cot and shelves filled with simple pottery, books, and a few cherished items. A gentle hush wraps itself around the traveler like a comforting cloak. Here, at the threshold of sleep, they remove their boots and cloak, setting them aside. Outside, the night continues its silent vigil, the lantern slowly burning down, but still casting that reassuring glow. Inside, warmth seeps into every corner, coaxing eyes to grow heavy. A small wooden table holds a cup of herbal tea, steeped with fragrant leaves and blossoms. The traveler sips slowly, letting the comforting warmth spread through their body, lingering in the quiet. There's no need to rush, no pressing matters to attend to. The hush of the solstice has extended its gentle hand, guiding everyone toward rest and reflection. Setting the empty cup aside, the traveler settles upon the cot, thick blankets pulled close. A window near the bed reveals a slice of starry sky. The faint silhouette of the forest lines the horizon, and the gentle glow of distant lanterns faintly illuminates the scene. As the traveler drifts into the first tendrils of slumber, a sense of profound peace fills the room. The mind, unburdened by the day's worries, floats in a gentle reverie of dancing lantern flames and softly falling snow. Outside, the village grows quieter still, the hush deepening as more and more windows go dark. Yet in the hearts of those who dwell here, a small light remains, an enduring spark of reassurance that even in the longest night, warmth and illumination can be found. The solstice night has a way of lulling every soul toward a gentle dreamscape where burdens melt away like snow in the first rays of spring. Now the hours pass gently. Dawn is not yet near, for this is indeed the longest night. Yet the air seems softer somehow, as if in its depth of darkness it holds the seed of morning's first glow. In a quiet hush, the village breathes as one, each resident, young and old, curled in rest. Lanterns flicker in windows where the flame has not yet burned low. The traveler dreams of the drifting lanterns on the lake, of the ancient oak tree ringed with light, of silent forest paths, and the comforting presence of the moon. The mind, lulled by these tender images, finds a calm harbor within sleep. And as the story begins its quiet close, everything becomes gentle, softer, even than before. Each breath finds a soothing rhythm, each heartbeat a calming drum. The hush of solstice eve resonates through every corner of the mind, inviting it deeper into rest. No hurry, no demands. only a tranquil invitation to sink into the embrace of the night, to let all concerns fade, replaced by a gentle anticipation of tomorrow's returning light. The glow of lanterns lingers like a warm memory, a reminder that hope and comfort lie just beyond each dark horizon. May you, dear traveler of dreams, find solace in this moment. May the hush of the longest night lull you into a deep and peaceful slumber. With each slow breath, feel any remaining tension slip away, dissolving into the softness of the pillow and blankets. Notice how your eyelids feel heavier and how your body melts further into rest. Even as the darkest part of the night stretches before you, a quiet warmth guides you toward serenity. No need to stir, no need to think, only the drifting lullaby of your own heartbeat coaxing you to sleep. Let yourself drift now. The story gently recedes, leaving you with the faint glow of a lantern's flame, a small promise that tomorrow will dawn just as softly, bringing with it the gentle rays of morning sun. There is nothing more you need to do, nowhere else you need to be. Allow the hush to envelop you, each inhalation bringing calm, each exhalation releasing all cares into the starry night. In this cocoon of safety and warmth, rest beckons like an old friend. Let the night cradle you in its arms until consciousness gently loosens its grip and sleep takes hold like a peaceful tide. Good night, dear traveler. Sleep well. Let the lanterns of Solstice Eve guide you into the sweetest dreams, enfolding you in the gentle promise that warmth and light will return. May you awake rested and renewed, carrying a small spark of this soothing night wherever you go. For now, drift away in comfort and let the quiet magic of this longest night bestow upon you the gift of deep, tranquil slumber. Welcome to Deep Sleep Stories. Here you can let your mind float on quiet rivers of thought, gently guided by a warm, comforting current. As you settle in, feel the weight of any lingering worries melt into the background. You have come here seeking rest, a gentle sojourn from the day's activities, and in the soft glow of this peaceful space, you will find it. Tonight's tale brings you into a world of old stone cottages, snow-dappled paths, and the gentle chime of moonlit bells echoing under starlight, all woven together with holly wreaths and the warm flicker of a fireside glow. Take a long, slow breath in, drawing in tranquility and calm. As you exhale, let your muscles relax. Notice the softness in your cheeks, the looseness of your shoulders, and a gentle warmth settling in your chest. Breathe again, in and out. With each breath, imagine yourself sinking deeper into your comfortable place, as if you are gently floating down a cushiony current of peace. This is a moment just for you. In the gentle hush of this introduction, you are free to slip into stillness. Now picture a path of glimmering lanterns leading you through a quiet wood. A cool breeze carries the faint sound of distant chimes, as though tiny bells are singing a lullaby from far away. Branches overhead filter moonlight, creating a soft pattern on the snow below, silver upon white, flickering like timid stars. Take another breath and feel your attention drifting, shifting from everyday thoughts to the hush of a snowy winter night. Let yourself trust this gentle guidance, knowing that each new breath will lead you further into rest. Transitioning now into the story, we will follow a tender sequence of events that unfolds beneath frosted evergreens and in front of a warm fireside glow. The moonlit bells in the distance will guide our characters, and the holly wreaths they carry will symbolize hope for the quiet season. You are free to settle in, to soften your gaze, and to let the gentle narrative flow around you, carrying you toward a place of deep and soothing slumber. On the outskirts of a small village cloaked in fresh snow, one cottage stood quietly among slender pines. It had been there for generations, its stone walls a testament to the sturdy skill of the original builders. Inside, a hearth glowed with flickering embers, inviting warmth to any passerby who needed shelter from the cool night. Within this comfortable dwelling lived a gentle soul named Wren. Under the soft lamplight and surrounded by evergreen garlands, Wren prepared for a long evening. Each year, as winter painted the landscape a glistening white, Wren found solace in simple, peaceful rituals. With a steady hand, they hung small, polished bells around the edges of the windows, each bell shaped like a teardrop and adorned with tiny moon and star etchings. These bells were rarely rung by hand. Instead, they caught the drifting breezes at night, creating a soft lullaby under the moon's watchful gaze. Wren's cottage was nestled beneath tall pine boughs that often bent under the weight of snow. A narrow path made its way from the cottage door to the main road, and on certain nights, starlight revealed footprints leading away into the forest, footprints often belonged to Wren, who would venture out when the moon was high, seeking connection with the silent wonder of the frosted woods. But tonight, Wren felt content to remain indoors, softly tending the fire and arranging sprigs of holly around a freshly woven wreath. The wreath itself told a story. Its glossy leaves and bright red berries were twined together from branches gathered during a calm afternoon. No harsh wind nor frantic rush accompanied the act of gathering the greens. Instead, Wren had carefully meandered through the forest, breathing in the clear air and selecting only what was needed to create something beautiful and meaningful. Now the wreath lay on the wooden table by the window. Each time Wren turned it gently to weave another sprig, the moonlight caught on the bells hanging outside, producing a muted shimmer that seemed to echo the hush of a winter night. Wren found serenity in these small tasks. For many seasons, the bells and wreaths had been part of an old tradition passed down quietly through stories and songs. The tradition was said to welcome good fortune for all who entered the cottage, a gentle wish for warmth and comfort through the coldest months. Tonight, as the bells sang in the breeze and the holly leaves rustled softly in Wren's careful hands, that sense of gentle magic filled the room. Past the wooded area and along the lane, villagers recognized Wren's cottage by the subtle glow of candles in the windows. Rumor had it that if one walked near that place when the moon was bright, they would catch the sweet chime of midnight bells. So gentle and distant it seemed only a dream. But Wren's generosity was known beyond the faint music. Each day, if travelers needed rest or sustenance, they would find a bowl of warm soup and a friendly smile waiting for them there. In return, they often shared stories or simple acts of kindness, such as chopping firewood or sweeping the snow from the doorstep. That same evening, a visitor named Isadora passed through the village. She was traveling on foot, carrying a worn leather satchel, and her cheeks were rosy from the brisk air. The journey had been long and mostly silent, with only the crunch of fresh snow underfoot to keep her company. Guided by kind hints and fleeting stories from other travelers, Isadora found her way to Wren's cottage. A gentle glow of lamplight shone through frosted window panes, drawing her forward like a beacon of welcome. When Isadora arrived, the fresh snow muffled her footsteps, but the soft tinkling of the bells announced her presence. Wren glanced up from the hearth, and though the night was cold, a warm smile lit Wren's face. With quiet hospitality, Wren ushered Isadora inside. She shed her cloak, folding it over a wooden chair by the fire, grateful for the heat that began to thaw her chilled hands. Wren offered her a seat near the flames, along with a simple cup of tea infused with cinnamon and sweet herbs. The aromatic steam rose gently, curling around Isadora's nose, comforting and familiar. She inhaled the calming scent and sensed the tension from her travels easing. The two exchanged kind words, the warm reflection of the fire dancing across their faces. Occasionally, Wren's attention drifted to the wreath on the table, ensuring each berry was placed in just the right spot. Curiosity eventually found a voice in Isadora's gentle questions. She admired the holly and the shimmer of the bells, which seemed to keep a hush over the place, enveloping it in an almost enchanted stillness. Wren spoke quietly of tradition and memory, explaining how these decorative pieces once belonged to an old ceremony in the area, an annual reflection that celebrated the quiet renewal of winter's night. The bells, Wren said, were tuned to catch the softest breezes, their tones so subtle that they often blended with the forest's own gentle music of creaking pines and sighing branches. The holly wreath served as a living, evergreen reminder of resilience and life during a seemingly dormant season. While Wren explained, Isadora's thoughts drifted to distant memories of her own home. She recalled how her mother used to hang brass bells in the hallway, and how the faintest movement would set them chiming. She remembered weaving holly wreaths to place on the mantel, the prickly leaves demanding a careful touch. The recollections felt both distant and strangely comforting. She listened as Wren spoke of the power of small tokens, an offering of peace to anyone who needed it, an invitation to calm. As the night progressed, a gentle drowsiness began to fill the cottage. The flickering shadows on the walls grew longer, weaving in and out of the corners like warm, velvety ghosts. The wind outside picked up, causing the bells to jingle faintly in response. Sometimes the wind gusted stronger, eliciting a quick chorus of chimes before subsiding into quiet again. The effect was hypnotic, as though the cottage itself were breathing in time with nature's lullaby. Wren stoked the fire, adding a log that crackled and sent a cascade of soft golden sparks swirling up the chimney. The holly wreath glowed in the shifting light, each leaf reflecting a spot of brightness. Isadora, wrapped in a knitted shawl borrowed from a basket near the hearth, felt her eyelids grow heavy. Yet she was curious about the tradition and reluctant to let sleep claim her before she could hear more of the story behind it. So Wren told her about the first time they encountered these bells, many years ago, during a night much like this one. Snow had fallen steadily, and the world seemed hushed in a pristine blanket. Wren's grandmother had guided them outside to tie small bells to branches in a moonlit clearing. With each gentle movement of the air, the bells sang out a soft chorus, as if calling the stars themselves to gather in that magical glen. Over time, Wren came to understand that the bells were believed to invite blessings into one's home, not through loud announcements, but through soft, persistent whispers of gratitude. That same spirit of warmth and appreciation was woven into the holly wreath. Its evergreen nature represented the promise of life, even when all around was cold and still. Bright red berries, like cheery winter jewels, spoke of joy in the darkest months, a reminder that all seasons would eventually turn, bringing renewal and growth. Isadora found her heart warmed by these tales, touched by the gentle reverence that imbued every practice. She could feel the sincerity in Wren's voice, that quiet devotion to preserving something tender and hopeful passed down through the gentle hum of ancestral lore. When Wren finished speaking, silence settled in the cottage. It wasn't an awkward silence, but rather the kind that comes when words have been honored and appreciated. Outside, the night deepened. The moon rose higher, draping the snow-covered landscape in silver. No urgent business beckoned either Wren or Isadora away from this cozy haven. A sense of timelessness embraced them, and the hush of winter seemed to unite their spirits in a soft, shared moment. Eventually, the two let conversation lull, choosing instead to listen to the crackling fire and the melodic whispers of the bells. Though Isadora intended to continue her journey the next day, she allowed herself to be guided to a small guest bed tucked away in an alcove. A simple mattress covered by a thick quilt offered softness and warmth against the chill air. She felt her limbs sink into the comfort of the bed, lulled by the gentle crackle and glow that still emanated from the hearth. By the window, a single candle flickered, illuminating the holly wreath resting on a side table. Tired yet calm, she closed her eyes, finding that the dancing shadows and distant chimes carried her gently into the first realms of sleep. At dawn, a new hush settled over the land. Pale light filtered through the frost-laced panes, and the snow crystals outside glimmered with pastel tints of sunrise. Wren had risen early, as always, to prepare a comforting porridge. The morning was slow and unhurried. Occasionally, a gentle breeze stirred the bells, reminding anyone who might be listening that day and night were but different shades of the same peaceful tapestry. Isadora emerged from her slumber with a renewed sense of quiet wonder. She joined Wren at the table where a simple meal was laid out. Warm porridge, a bowl of berries, and a pot of tea greeted her with a gentle invitation to begin the day in gratitude. As they ate, the two companions spoke in hushed tones, the morning stillness encouraging calm reflection more than animated chatter. Perhaps the most striking thing Isadora noticed upon waking was that she felt no rush to continue her travels. Though her journey had a purpose, she sensed that slowing her pace might invite unexpected gifts. She requested Wren's blessing to stay another day, wanting to explore the local forests and understand more about the customs that inspired such simple yet powerful traditions. Wren agreed with kindness, offering to show her a nearby grove where the holly grew in abundance and where the snowfall felt softer and more silent than anywhere else. They stepped outside, boots crunching on the thin layer of fresh snow. Long slanting rays of morning light peered through the trees. The air was crisp, and each breath illuminated in tiny puffs. In the daylight, the bells around the cottage glinted like small ornaments, but they were mostly quiet now, waiting for the breeze to give them voice. The holly wreath, newly arranged, was hung on the cottage door. It offered a welcome symbol to anyone passing by, that within these walls warmth and calm could be found. Their walk led them through gently sloping trails lined with snow-covered pines. Every so often, Wren paused to brush aside a branch and reveal a patch of green. In these hidden spots, resilient holly thrived, its red berries popping against the pure white of winter. Gathering only what they would use, they filled a simple bag with sprigs, mindful not to disturb the delicate ecosystem. This measured care mirrored the soft approach they took with all tasks, a mindful awareness that nature would flourish for generations if gently respected. Isadora felt her mind slipping into a pleasant drift. She listened to Wren speak of local legends and personal memories, but a part of her simply relished the near silence of the forest. The crunch underfoot, the distant caw of a crow, and the soothing hum of her own breath created a tapestry of stillness and harmony. At one point, Wren gently pointed out the tracks of a small deer leading away toward a more sheltered glade. They shared a smile at the thought of that gentle creature, silently padding through the winter world, leaving fleeting footprints in the snow. After their gathering was complete, they made their way back to the cottage. Though the sun was higher now, the day remained cool and serene. In the distance, smoke curled lazily from a few village chimneys, a sign that others were also waking to the winter day. Back inside, they removed their coats, shook off stray snowflakes, and returned to the welcoming heat of the hearth. For a time they worked quietly on new wreaths, Isadora learning the subtle technique of weaving the branches without snapping them, Wren patiently guiding her hands when the leaves proved stubborn. Eventually, as the afternoon sunlight slanted through the windows, they took a break for warm tea. Cozy steam rose from their cups as they let conversation wander. Wren described how, on certain nights, the moon rose with a particular brilliance, illuminating every snowy branch. So clearly it felt like entering a realm of enchantment. On those nights, villagers would sometimes venture out to hear the bells echo through the forest. They might walk quietly, pausing now and then to gaze at the faint silhouettes of deer, or to admire the glimmer of starlight dancing upon untouched drifts of snow. In turn, Isadora shared stories of her own homeland, describing rolling hills dotted with pine forests, harvest festivals in the fall, and a tradition of candlelit gatherings in small chapels. She admitted she had rarely thought of these practices until hearing Wren's gentle reflections. The quiet sincerity of this place seemed to revive treasured memories, and she found herself longing to carry that sense of calm back to her own community. Outside, the daylight began to fade once more, and the chill of evening settled in. Wren lit a few small lanterns inside the cottage, their glow gilding the edges of the wooden walls. Each flicker highlighted the evergreen decorations draped on the mantel. Occasionally, a swirl of wind outside would stir the bells, sending a muffled tinkle through the windows. The two companions prepared a simple dinner, root vegetables cooked with fragrant herbs, and ate in comfortable silence, each sip of warm broth adding to the sense of comfort. Night came softly. The moon rose, peeking through a thin veil of clouds, its pale light trailing across the snow. Isadora felt a stir of excitement, remembering Wren's mention of moonlit walks. She asked if they might venture out just to see the bells in their natural setting. Wren agreed, pointing to a row of cloaks and boots. And there was something distinctly peaceful about stepping outside into the crisp air once darkness had settled in. The hush was deeper than it had been during the day, and the forest exhaled a soft welcome. They walked a short distance from the cottage, following a gently lit path. Overhead, the branches reached out like dark lace against the sky. Every now and then, the moon emerged from behind the clouds, casting a cool, luminous glow across the ground. Around them, the bells Wren had hung throughout the wooded edge chimed faintly. Each gust of wind brought a delicate cascade of tones like ripples on a still pond. Isadora stood still, her senses soaking in every element. She watched her breath form small clouds that lingered in the air before disappearing. She noticed the faint outline of distant treetops bending in the breeze. She heard the subtle squeak of snow under her boots, a quiet chorus to accompany the drifting bells. In that moment, she felt more present than she had in a long time. The burdens of her journey, the expectations she placed upon herself, all seemed to dissolve, replaced by gratitude for the simple magic unfolding around her. Wren guided her to a small clearing. There they beheld a truly tranquil sight. Rows of silver-limbed pines gently swaying in the moonlight, each branch adorned with a tiny bell. Now and then, a breath of wind seemed to pass through them all at once, creating a soft, chiming echo, as though the night itself were singing a lullaby. Their eyes shone with wonder. Beneath the gentle canopy of bells, it felt as though time stretched out, letting them exist in this calm pocket of serenity for as long as they needed. Eventually, with chilled noses and content hearts, they returned to the cottage. The door welcomed them with warmth, and the amber glow of the hearth invited them to rest. The holly wreath on the table had been joined by a few new ones, each a quiet testament to the afternoon's work. Soft lamplight revealed the texture of the woven branches. Isadora found herself tracing the shapes of the leaves and berries with her fingertips, marveling at how something so simple could carry such a comforting presence. As the evening wore on, gentle tiredness again soothed Isadora's limbs. She excused herself, thanking Wren for the hospitality. Slipping away to the small alcove, she lay down beneath the covers, her body supported by the soft mattress. The flicker of the hearth danced along the edges of her vision, and she heard Wren quietly humming as the last few embers of the fire were coaxed into a steady glow. The slow, rhythmic chime of a bell. occasionally reached her ears, but it was so faint that it seemed to be part of her own breathing. Soon she drifted into a deep, restful sleep. The next morning arrived in gentle pastel shades. The snow outside glistened with a faint sparkle, and the sky hinted at a clearer day ahead. Isadora stretched, feeling the renewal that only comes from a peaceful night's rest. She and Wren shared another simple breakfast, embracing the unhurried pace of this secluded world. It had been her intention to leave that day, yet her departure felt bittersweet. She had come to cherish the stillness of the cottage, the lullaby of the bells, and the faint evergreen fragrance of the holly. Wren, sensing her hesitation, reassured her that the forest's magic was not confined to this particular patch of land. The spirit of calm, gratitude, and gentle attentiveness to life's subtleties could be carried in one's heart wherever they might travel. Encouraged by that kindness, Isadora decided she would indeed move on, bringing these lessons along with her. She gathered her belongings, slipping a small holly wreath into her satchel. An offering from Wren, meant to remind her of this peaceful place. As she stepped outside, the bells on the porch tinkled a soft farewell. She turned once more to catch Wren's eye, sharing a thankful smile. Then she set off toward the village road with an unhurried step and a lightness in her chest. Behind her, the smoke rising from the cottage chimney curled gently against a pale blue sky, and the faint chiming of bells lingered in her memory. Not long after Isadora's departure, Wren remained content in the familiar routine of the winter cottage. There was wood to be gathered, soup to be stirred, wreaths to be woven. The bells would continue their soft, musical presence, greeting every gust of wind with a lilting hush. Visitors would come and go, some staying only for a warm meal, others lingering for days to share stories by the fire. And through it all, the cozy glow of the hearth and the sweet essence of holly would remind everyone who entered that peace can be found in the simplest of moments. Indeed, the magic of the place was never in grand gestures or loud celebrations. Instead, it dwelled in the gentle, unassuming notes of life's quieter rhythms, a friend's welcoming smile, the rustle of leaves in a light breeze, the hush of snowfall on an evergreen branch, the glow of a single candle in the window, guiding travelers home. Here, the moonlit bells and holly wreaths stood as gentle emblems of comfort and renewal, all the more powerful for their subtlety. Now, as the story winds down, feel the soft hush of this wintry realm in your own body. Notice the sense of ease that has settled into your bones. Each breath you take is like a whisper on the wind, steadily lulling you deeper into relaxation. Let the image of that cozy cottage fill your mind's eye, the warm hearth, the gentle chimes, and the wreaths of holly symbolizing quiet hope. Imagine the snow outside, shimmering under moonlight, carrying the echo of small bells across the still air. With each exhale, release any tension that might linger in your muscles. Let your shoulders drop, your jaw loosen, and the space between your eyes soften. If any thoughts drift through your mind, allow them to pass without grasping. Like the chiming of a distant bell, they float gently away, leaving calm in their wake. Feel the weight of your body supported by your resting place. Envision yourself enveloped in a soft, warm blanket of tranquility, as though you are curled up before the fireplace in that stone-walled cottage. Perhaps you can almost hear the crackle of the fire, sense the faint aroma of burning wood, or see the subtle glow dancing on the holly wreath. Let this sense of comfort cradle you as you sink further into rest. There is no need to hurry. The night is patient, and you have all the time you need to find your path into a deep and restorative sleep. Trust the gentle rhythms of your breath, each inhale drawing in serenity, each exhale sending you deeper into a place of pure stillness. You have journeyed through the moonlit forest, heard the bells sing on the breeze, and felt the warmth of the fireside. Now it is time to let your body and mind settle fully into the realm of slumber. Allow the gentle magic of the holly and bells to soothe you into a peaceful night's rest, carrying the memory of this cozy tale with you as you drift away. Good night, dear traveler. Sleep well, and may your dreams be soft and serene. Welcome to Deep Sleep Stories. In this gentle space, you are invited to leave behind the worries of the day and slip into a world of quiet enchantment. Tonight, you will drift into a realm of moonlit forests and crisp winter breezes, where frosted lanterns glow softly beneath silent pines, lighting a path of calm and ease. Take a moment now to settle into your resting place. Allow your body to sink deeper into comfort, feeling warm and safe. Notice the soft hush of your breath as it slows and steadies, releasing all tension. You might imagine that each inhalation brings in a sense of warmth, and each exhalation carries away the last traces of stress. Inhale peace, exhale release. With every moment you relax further, and as you grow still, feel the gentle weight of your eyelids. Soon you will be carried away on a soothing tale of moonlight and snowfall, a story woven in soft tones and hushed marvels, designed to lull you into the sweetest of dreams. Gradually allow yourself to become aware of a quiet wood hidden away from the bustling world. The ground is covered in a light drift of snow, twinkling faintly in the moonlight. Pine trees rise tall and proud, their branches spread in noble arches overhead, forming a natural cathedral of green needles dusted with silvery frost. The air here is crisp but not unkind. It has a gentle chill, like a refreshing reminder of nature's grace. Somewhere in the distance, a soft wind stirs, carrying the scent of pine and faint echoes of distant streams. You feel safe in this dreamlike place, peaceful and content in the hush. Let your breathing slow down even further, and as your body relaxes, your mind can gently prepare to drift. Soon you will listen, not as someone who must stay alert, but as one who allows the story to pour over you like a lullaby of words. Now you can let your thoughts move into a quieter space. Let the last of the day's busy energy dissolve like a snowflake in a warm palm. You have arrived at the doorstep of an enchanted forest where moonlight and lanterns illuminate soft footpaths, and all you need to do is enjoy the steady pace of this tale. Give yourself permission to listen with only half an ear, if you like. Let each word be a gentle push on a swing that lulls you into comforting rhythms. Let every image be a soft brush stroke, painting a tranquil scene in your mind's eye. Allow yourself to float in this drowsy landscape, secure in the knowledge that nothing is required of you except to rest, to drift, and to sink further into the plush embrace of sleep. Far away from any hectic roads and noisy streets, a gentle traveler once wandered among silent pines dusted with snow. Their footsteps made hardly a sound as they pressed gently into the soft layer of winter's gift beneath their feet. Each step revealed faint tracks that glowed in the moonlight before gradually blending with the drifting flakes that continued to fall ever so slowly from a sky laced with silver clouds. Above, the tall pine boughs stood watch, a patient gathering of ancient guardians. The traveler's breath formed small clouds in the cold air, then dissipated without a trace, vanishing into the star-laced horizon. This traveler carried a small lantern of frosted glass. At first glance, the lantern's glow was pale and shy, but if one were to look closely, they would see the steady, comforting light within, akin to a beating heart. The traveler walked with a calm purpose, though no hurry drove them onward. They simply felt drawn to move deeper into the forest, guided by the hush of pine needles overhead and the gentle crunch of snow beneath. From time to time, a stray breeze would weave between the trunks, setting the needly branches swaying in a near-silent lullaby. Pine cones, perched precariously high, scarcely moved, as if reluctant to disturb the serene hush of this nocturnal grove. The traveler paused on occasion, tilting their lantern upward, letting its gentle light fall on the trunks of the pines, revealing subtle patterns in the rough bark. In these quiet moments, it seemed as though time itself had slowed, allowing each beat of the heart to align with the subdued whisper of the wind. In the distance, there was a faint glimmer of golden light, like the soft flicker of a candle seen through frosted glass. The traveler took calm, unhurried steps in that direction, guided by the promise of something warm and welcoming. An old stone cottage stood at the edge of a small clearing, its windows aglow with the flickering dance of firelight. Smoke curled from a modest chimney, painting a gentle wisp of gray into the moonlit sky. Though the night was blanketed with frost, the presence of that cottage exuded warmth and tranquility. Beyond the cottage, nearly hidden by tall evergreens, lay a clearing dotted with several small lanterns. Each lantern glowed with its own personality, some flickering softly with golden light, others shining with cooler, more silvery tones that caught the icy edges of snow and made them glisten like stardust. This was the place the traveler had heard of, a secret glade where folk would gather by lamplight on winter evenings for quiet reflection and gentle companionship. The traveler approached slowly, feeling an almost reverent hush. The pine trees surrounding the clearing seemed to bow in an unspoken welcome. The cottage door opened and an elderly figure stepped out, wrapped in a heavy cloak. Their face was kind, and lines of wisdom spread like branching rivers from the corners of their gentle eyes. They nodded in greeting, beckoning the traveler closer with a gesture so slight it was almost imperceptible. Despite the stillness of the night and the hush of the pines, warmth seemed to emanate from this kind soul, drifting outward like the gentle light of a lantern on a cold evening. Inside the cottage, a small hearth crackled, sending a glow of ember and flame dancing across walls, lined with shelves of worn books and jars of dried herbs. The rugs were thick, and the wooden floor was as warm as a comforting memory. The traveler was welcome to rest a while, to let the outside cold dissipate in the presence of glowing embers. A cup of tea was prepared, fragrant with pine needles and a hint of sweet berry, so gentle that the steam itself smelled of serene winter nights and the hush of falling snow. Time moved deliberately, as though measured out in slow, soothing heartbeats. The traveler and the kindly inhabitant spoke in hushed voices about the frosted lanterns outside, how they had been placed there over many years by visitors who wished to honor the silent beauty of winter. Each lantern told a story, a memory of a dear friend, a prayer for peace, a gratitude for simpler times. As the night deepened, the traveler's heart felt lighter. This place, so far removed from the clamor of everyday life, embraced them in its aura of stillness. Outside, snow crystals continued to drift lazily, reflecting the light of the lanterns until it seemed the entire clearing shimmered like a gentle dream. With renewed warmth in their bones, the traveler stepped outside once again, carefully cradling the frosted lantern brought from afar. The moon gleamed overhead, and a hush lay upon the forest, so complete that each breath felt sacred. Soft crunches marked the traveler's steps as they moved from lantern to lantern, pausing to watch the delicate interplay of light upon the snow. Each frosted glass told its own tale, etched with subtle patterns that refracted the glow like tiny stars caught within. Not far from the circle of lanterns, a wide pine stood at the edge of the glade, its boughs spread as though to embrace the night. The traveler knelt at its trunk, clearing away a small patch of snow until the cool brown earth was exposed. Gently, they placed their frosted lantern in a spot that felt just right, a place where the glow could dance across the roots and reflect up into the pine's branches. A breath of wind circled around, rustling the needles overhead in a sound like a distant lullaby. For a moment, the traveler closed their eyes, feeling the tender hush of the forest and the quiet warmth of this new lantern's glow. Snow continued to fall, slow and unhurried, dusting the lantern with a delicate film of crystals. The traveler stood, gazing at that gentle light, imagining how it might burn steadily through the night, offering a point of warmth for any creature passing by, a quiet testament to hope and calm. The circle of lanterns illuminated the clearing enough to reveal small footprints, perhaps left by rabbits or foxes searching for shelter. Now and then, one could almost sense a subtle stirring in the undergrowth as tiny forest dwellers quietly witnessed the traveler's presence. Gradually, clouds shifted overhead. The moon emerged fully, washing the clearing and the pines in silver blue tones. The world around glimmered as if blanketed in subtle moonbeams. The frosted lanterns gleamed with a soft luminosity, each one seeming to breathe gently in time with the rustling pines. The traveler, feeling both peaceful and curious, decided to wander among them, leaning in to see the faint engravings on the glass. Some bore etched designs of pine cones or woodland creatures. Others held patterns of swirls and stars, reminiscent of stories told long ago. The traveler could not help but marvel at the love and dedication each lantern represented. They were tiny beacons of care left behind in a quiet grove, each telling a part of a larger tapestry of memory. Farther along the edge of the clearing, a little stream bubbled beneath a thin shell of ice. The gentle burbling provided a soft soundtrack, its voice melding with the muted hush of the forest. The traveler moved closer, curiosity leading them to watch the water trickle underneath its delicate frosty lid. In this stillness, they noticed how even the smallest details became profound. A lone leaf drifted beneath the ice, its colors muted by the moonlight, yet still vibrant with the memory of autumn. The swirl of water around the leaf was mesmerizing, a gentle dance that seemed both timeless and fleeting. As night deepened, the cottage door opened once more, and the kindly figure stepped out again with a steady, glowing lantern in hand. This lantern was a bit larger, its sides decorated with filigree that caught the light like intricate lace. With a silent nod, they made their way to the center of the clearing. One by one, a few more people emerged from around the pines, perhaps fellow travelers or companions who felt drawn to the glow. They walked with the languid grace of those who carry no burden of urgency. In stillness and near silence, they formed a small circle of watchers around the largest lantern. The kindly inhabitant set the lantern down and lit a fresh candle inside, carefully shielding the flame from any stray gust of wind. A soft glow expanded, illuminating gentle faces. No words were necessary. The hush of pines and snow filled the silence with quiet acceptance. Those gathered closed their eyes for a moment, breathing in the cold, fresh air, letting it mingle with the warmth of the lantern light. A sense of shared serenity flowed through them, as tangible as the warmth of a hearth on a cold night. The forest watched over them all, branches creaking softly in subtle conversation. Then, as if guided by an unspoken understanding, each visitor departed as silently as they had come. Some returned to their hidden cabins deeper in the woods. Others melted away into the forest paths that led back toward distant villages. The traveler lingered, taking comfort in the circle of light for a few moments longer. The silver moonlight, the whispering pines, and the gentle glow of the lanterns together created a dreamscape so soothing that one's entire being could surrender to it. When the traveler finally turned to leave, the frosted lantern at the base of the wide pine was still shining steady as a loyal companion. With calm steps, the traveler made their way back to the cottage. Its door remained unlocked, welcoming those seeking warmth and rest. Inside, the fire had burned down to soft embers, providing a glow that felt like the heartbeat of the home. The kindly inhabitant offered a small bed, piled high with thick blankets. The traveler accepted with quiet gratitude, removing their boots and cloak and sliding into the welcoming cocoon of warmth. A hush settled in, broken only by the faint crackle of the dying fire. The traveler looked toward a small window. Through it, the circle of lanterns in the clearing shimmered faintly like distant stars set upon the earth. The traveler let the glow lull them, eyelids growing heavier with each breath. Somehow the hush of the pines, The dance of shadows on the snow and the tender gleam of the lanterns all merged, weaving the traveler's dreams into a single tapestry of serenity. Night lingered lovingly, letting its gentle darkness envelop the forest. Outside, the frost thickened upon every available surface, creating shimmering crystals along windowsills and tree branches. Yet the lanterns burned on, each flame protected by frosted glass. The occasional rustle of an animal passing by was almost imperceptible, but if one listened closely, they might hear soft footprints or the fleeting hush of air through tiny lungs. Even in the heart of winter, life pulsed quietly, warmed by the gentle lights scattered beneath the pines. Dreams unfolded for the traveler in that snug bed. They drifted through forests where lanterns lit hidden paths and pines bent in graceful arcs under the weight of freshly fallen snow. In these dreams, the traveler roamed freely, unhurried, noticing the smallest wonders, the delicate swirl of snowflakes caught in a moonbeam, the reflection of starlight on a half-frozen stream, and the hush of a sleeping grove waiting for the dawn. When morning finally stirred, the forest was bathed in a soft, pearly light. The sun rose with tender hesitance, as if not wanting to disturb the pristine hush of night's embrace. Yet with each gentle ray peeking through the pines, glints of silver on the snow turned to shimmering gold. The lanterns, still alight in the gathering dawn, looked somewhat more fragile in the clarity of day, their flames flickering as if half dreaming. Birds began to stir among the branches, their faint chirps signaling the slow awakening of the forest. The traveler rose from the cozy bed, drawn by the pale morning glow filtering through the cottage window. They dressed in warm layers and stepped outside where breath formed soft clouds. In the chill air, the kindly inhabitant was already awake, tending to a simple pot of oats and berries on a small stove. The smell was warm and comforting, a subtle sweetness that blended with the crisp scent of morning. Breakfast was shared without ceremony, just a gentle moment of nourishment before another day of quiet wandering. Soon the traveler ventured back into the clearing. The lantern placed the night before still stood at the base of the wide pine, its flame now just a faint flicker. The traveler knelt, carefully lifting the frosted glass cover and gently blowing out the flame, leaving behind a swirl of smoke that curled upwards toward the snowy branches. The day would be long, and the flame might be rekindled at dusk, but in the hours of daylight the clearing belonged to the sunshine, which scattered its own gentle brightness across the snow. A sense of peace settled over the traveler, the same warm assurance one feels when stepping into a place that welcomes you, heart and soul. The pines waved their branches overhead, and each passing breeze carried a note of hushed gratitude. Though the traveler had initially arrived here guided by curiosity, they had found something far more precious, a stillness that offered rest from a world that so often rushed by. Deciding to explore further, the traveler followed a small trail leading behind the cottage. The path was lined with pines on either side, forming a green corridor frosted in shimmering crystals of snow. Now and then, the traveler paused to admire a curious formation of ice upon a fallen log, or to listen for the soft calls of winter birds. Every so often, sunlight broke through the branches, casting delicate patterns of light upon the forest floor. It felt as though each beam of light revealed something magical: a patch of pale winter moss, a tiny icicle clinging to the tip of a twig, or the gentle swirl of vapor from a hidden spring. Eventually, the trail opened onto a hillside that overlooked a valley wrapped in mist. The traveler found a comfortable rock to sit upon, letting the hush of the morning envelop them. From this vantage point, the traveler could see how the forest stretched for miles, pine after pine in softly rolling hills. A faint haze lingered at the edges, masking the horizon in pastel whites and blues. It was a view of winter's peaceful grandeur, and for a few heartbeats the traveler felt as if they were part of that vast, still panorama. Worries were an echo in a distant world. Here, only the present hush existed. By midday, the sun rose higher, its rays cutting through the canopy at a sharper angle. The winter sky remained pale, more a gentle wash of light than a vibrant color. The traveler decided to return to the clearing where the lanterns rested. Snow crunched underfoot, though it had softened slightly under the day's mild warmth. As they stepped back into that circle of frosted lanterns, memories of the previous night's moonlit gathering stirred. The glass surfaces of the lanterns now sparkled in the daylight, droplets of melted frost catching the sunlight to form tiny rainbows. The kindly inhabitant was outside tending to a small garden plot sheltered by a lean-to. Winter greens grew there, hardy enough to survive cold temperatures. The second figure helped in quiet companionship, harvesting a few leaves and checking the health of each plant. The traveler offered a gentle wave, a warm greeting that did not require words. Then, drawn once more to the base of the wide pine, they approached the lantern placed there. Examining the etched patterns in the glass, the traveler couldn't help but run a fingertip over the delicate swirls that mirrored the slow dance of snowfall. It was a moment of reflection, a reminder that the simplest objects, offered in quiet sincerity, can bring immense solace. As the sun began its descent in the early afternoon sky, a hush returned to the glade. Here and there the traveler caught glimpses of gentle chores, someone collecting firewood, another gathering fresh snow to melt for water, and the kindly inhabitant carrying a basket indoors, perhaps filled with the day's harvest of winter greens. A subtle sense of community thrived in this secluded forest, held together by the unspoken agreement to live in harmony with the hush of nature. The traveler, feeling a mellow drowsiness from the rhythmic calm of the day, chose to rest against the wide pine, Softly, the trunk provided a sturdy backrest. As the eyes of the traveler drifted half-closed, gentle forest sounds filled the pause between heartbeats, the wind sifting through needles, the crunch of distant footsteps, the distant chatter of a winter wren. Moments seemed to stretch and blend, each breath inviting a deeper kind of rest. Dreams, half-formed, began to shimmer behind closed lids, colored by the memory of lantern light and the hush of snowfall. When evening's dusk finally arrived, it was tender, the light slanting through the pines in pastel hues of lavender and soft gold. Once more, that special time for lantern lighting approached. The kindly inhabitant emerged, carrying a small bundle of candles. One by one, the lanterns in the clearing were lit again, their flames dancing awake. The traveler joined, gently lighting the frosted lantern placed beside the wide pine. As the new candle took flame, the glass sides glowed with an inviting aura, reminding all who saw it of the gentle magic that lived in these woods. Dusk melted into night, and the stars blinked awake in a sky now clear of all clouds. The pines swayed slightly as though they recognized the arrival of another sacred winter evening. Lanterns dotted the snow, each one's flame reflecting off crystals of ice, so that the clearing resembled a tapestry of starlight that had descended to earth. The traveler, once again wrapped in a cloak, stood quietly, letting that infinite hush settle into every corner of their being. Each flicker of flame was like a heartbeat, a gentle pulse in the darkness. In this moment of profound stillness, the traveler felt the pull of sleep, as if the forest itself were singing a lullaby, an invitation to rest among the silent pines. With unhurried steps, the traveler returned to the warmth of the cottage. The kindly inhabitant met them at the door, offering a peaceful nod and guiding them inside. The fire glowed in the hearth, and the wooden walls radiated gentle heat. Before the traveler even sat down, their eyelids felt heavy, their limbs soft with the pleasant fatigue born of spending a day in quiet communion with nature's rhythms. A simple meal had been prepared, a fragrant stew of root vegetables and herbs that tasted of the forest's generosity. The traveler ate slowly, grateful for the nourishment, savoring each spoonful in unspoken gratitude. The cozy hush enveloped them, and conversation was minimal, as though words would only clutter the precious serenity. After the last bite, the traveler felt a gentle wave of drowsiness flow through them, tugging them toward the bed of thick blankets that awaited. Slipping under those covers, the traveler breathed in the subtle scents of pine and firewood that lingered in the cottage's air. Through the window, the lantern-lit clearing glimmered softly. Each frosted lantern told a story of hopes and dreams, of arrivals and departures, of memories cherished and shared. The traveler's eyes fluttered. Sleep hovered just at the threshold of awareness, a gentle tide rising to wash away the final remnants of wakefulness. Outside, the snow-laden pines kept silent vigil, their branches woven with moonlight and the faint glow of lantern flames. The hush of the forest was absolute now, save for the occasional exhalation of a breeze through the needled canopy. The night wore on, patient and comforting, offering its quiet blessing to all who wandered within its domain. In that timeless hour, the traveler drifted into a deep, restful sleep, unburdened by thoughts of tomorrow, content to float in the hush of this moment, carried along by the faint flicker of distant lanterns and the gentle lullaby of the pines. Now it is time for you to slip even deeper into your own rest, to let go of all that remains on your mind. Let your breathing become slow and steady. Feel the gentle heaviness in your limbs as you settle into warmth and stillness. Imagine you can sense the soft glow of those lanterns, even with your eyes closed, each flicker drawing you closer to peaceful slumber. With every breath, you drift further from any noise or worry that once seemed pressing. Let the hush of the pines cradle you, as though you too are resting against that wide trunk, gazing up at frosty needles etched against the moonlit sky. In this final moment before you cross fully into the land of dreams, take comfort in the memory of that circle of lanterns, each one a small beacon in the velvet darkness. Picture their glow, gently reflected in the snow, the air crisp and filled with a profound sense of well-being. The hush is so complete that even time seems to slow. Your heartbeat is calm, your spirit light. You are at peace here in this sanctuary beneath silent pines. Allow all your thoughts to soften and fade, like distant lanterns merging with the night. Let your breath guide you, each slow exhalation a tender lullaby. With every inhale, you draw in calm and ease, and with every exhale, you surrender to the soothing depths of rest. Let the forest's quiet hush and the soft warmth of the lanterns become part of your dreams. Float in that tranquil space where the light of each frosted lantern merges with the soft glow of starlight. There is no need to stir, no cause for worry. You have all the time you need to rest deeply and peacefully. Good night, dear traveler. May the frosted lanterns guide you to serene dreams, and may the silent pines watch over you with gentle grace. Sleep well. Welcome to Deep Sleep Stories. You have found a cozy spot to rest for a little while, and the warmth of soft words will guide you gently towards slumber. Tonight's tale will take you to Santa's secret workshop, where a glowing hearth offers comfort against the hush of winter. So settle yourself into a soft and comfortable position. Feel your limbs grow heavy as you exhale any tension lingering in your body. Let the soft glow of imagination fill your mind as you prepare to drift away into a world of glistening snow, aromatic pine, and the gentle crackle of a hidden hearth. Close your eyes if you haven't already, and allow your breaths to slow. Inhale through your nose, filling your lungs with the nurturing air. Then exhale quietly, letting any stray thoughts or worries dissolve into the distance. Slowly count your inhales, letting each breath become a little deeper, a little more soothing than the one before. Imagine a shimmering ribbon of gentle light winding through your body, loosening each muscle, smoothing out any knots of tension. Your eyelids feel heavier now. Your mind is softening, floating gently, like a feather landing upon fresh winter snow. Somewhere in the back of your mind, you sense the gentle ring of distant sleigh bells, inviting you toward a place of secret wonders. Let that place form gently in your imagination. Keep your breath slow, in through the nose, out through the mouth. The hush you feel is not emptiness, but gentle readiness, like the still silence before a whisper. Soon, you'll slip into a story that has been waiting for you. There will be a gentle warmth, a dancing firelight, and the lullaby of snowy winds beyond frosted panes. There will be twinkling candlelight and the soft shuffle of slippers on polished wooden floors. You feel the approach of that story in the quiet hush of your heart, its promise calm and comforting. Now drift a little more into that gentle space and allow yourself the peaceful luxury of simply being here in this moment, ready to be cradled by a soothing tale. Snow fell softly on the hidden workshop, a place known to only a few in the entire world. The workshop itself was made of weathered logs and crowned with drifts of delicate ice. Tiny windows glowed with golden light from within, reflections dancing in the swirling snowflakes that whispered through the night. Inside, Santa's dedicated helpers moved with calm purpose, each taking delight in the work of crafting toys and treats. In the center of it all, a grand hearth glowed with a comforting fire, its heat penetrating the air so fully that no chill could linger for long. An older elf named Irondel gazed at the hearth, remembering the many seasons that had come before. The flames danced against the round stones, sending flickers of light that made the walls shimmer like polished amber. From the rafters hung wreaths of holly, and from the mantel draped garlands of spruce with tiny pine cones. In the quiet corners, handmade ornaments spun slowly, catching the fire's glow, lending it back to the room like small enchanted lanterns. Outside, the wind hummed through pines, tall and strong, evergreens that stood like silent guardians of this most magical place. The hum joined the faint jingling of bells from the stable where reindeer dozed, their soft breath forming tiny clouds in the chilly air. Inside the workshop, the air smelled of cinnamon and freshly sawed wood. It was a fragrance that filled the heart with nostalgia, as though each breath reminded everyone present that joy and warmth lived in the simplest things. Seated by the hearth, Irondell cradled a cup of spiced cocoa. Steam drifted up, touching the elf's nose, swirling before disappearing into the warm air. Nearby, a few younger elves spoke in hushed voices about finishing touches on a new batch of nutcrackers, their painted smiles almost lifelike in the glow of the workshop lights. The clang of small hammers on metal was subdued and rhythmic, a lullaby of tinkering that matched the dancing flames, as if the entire workshop breathed to a single gentle beat. In a far corner, a tall wooden cabinet stood, proudly etched with swirling motifs of snowflakes and reindeer. It held Santa's personal collection of holiday keepsakes, each with its own story. Some glittered with bright colors, others were simple carvings with worn edges. Every item had felt the warmth of the workshop hearth at one time or another. Sometimes on the quietest of nights, Santa could be found sitting at the large wooden table, carefully polishing these keepsakes. He would hum a tune known only to him, a melody as old as the snow-laden forest outside. This evening, the workshop was particularly peaceful. Many gifts were already prepared for the upcoming journey, each one crafted with thoughtfulness and care. Rows of small rocking horses lined the shelves, their manes made of soft yarn. Tucked beside them were wooden puzzles, each painted in bright blues, greens, and reds. Beyond them were dolls with embroidered eyes and sweet smiles, ready to be placed gently into packages that sparkled with promise. The elves took pride in their work, not for fame or recognition, but for the simple joy of giving. It was a delight that radiated outward, warming the workshop in ways the hearth could not, as if every bit of love poured into a toy created a glowing thread that wove itself into the tapestry of the season. While Irondell savored the last of the cocoa, the large oak door at the back of the workshop creaked open. Santa himself appeared, quietly dusting off flakes of snow from his thick coat. His eyes twinkled with a kindness that resonated in the glowing air. Though he moved with the steady steps of a person who carried many responsibilities, he exuded a calming presence, as if the very spirit of giving walked beside him wherever he went. In the hush of that moment, the warmth of the hearth seemed to extend itself, welcoming Santa with a comforting embrace. Santa approached Irondell and greeted the elf by name, voice low and reassuring, as though he wanted to speak, softly enough not to disturb the peaceful hush that filled the workshop. He reached into a deep pocket of his coat and revealed a small bag of freshly roasted chestnuts. Without a word, He set them on a nearby table, knowing that later, perhaps when the moon rose high, he and the elves would gather around the hearth to snack on them together, telling little stories of the day's accomplishments. But there was something else Santa had to attend to before the night drifted away entirely. He made his way to the stable, quietly passing through the workshop, giving a gentle pat on the heads of the nutcrackers, admiring the newly completed dolls, and nodding politely to elves whose arms were laden with shiny ribbons and decorative bows. He stepped outside, and the cold air whispered around him, swirling his breath into tiny clouds. Above, the sky stretched wide and deep, brimming with stars that twinkled like diamonds on velvet. Each footstep in the snow made a soft crunch, adding to the hush of the night. As Santa opened the stable door, a few reindeer lifted their heads, ears perked in greeting. Bells tinkled lightly from their harnesses hanging on the walls. The stable was cozy, lined with fresh hay and warmed by another smaller hearth that cast a soft orange glow. Santa checked on each reindeer with gentle care, speaking to them in quiet tones, thankful for their companionship and readiness to fly when the time would come. The reindeer flicked their tails and nosed into his palm, content and trusting. The stable cat, a tabby named Ember, stretched lazily and ambled over for a few affectionate strokes along her soft fur. A gentle purr rose, blending with the tender jingle of harness bells. When Santa had ensured that each reindeer had enough water and a comfortable bed of hay, he returned to the workshop's main hall. The air was laced with the scent of gingerbread now, as if someone had opened the oven to let out sweet, spiced warmth. The golden light was just as inviting as ever, though some elves had already retreated to their bunks to rest for the next day's work. Irondell was still by the hearth, humming a soft tune and feeding small logs to the flames. Santa asked how the day's tasks had gone, and Irondell recounted the completion of a large wooden train set, the final brushstrokes on a pair of skates, and the packaging of carefully folded scarves. Santa nodded, satisfied and grateful. He placed a thick, gloved hand on the elf's shoulder, giving a friendly squeeze that said more than words could manage. Irondell smiled, placing another log on the fire, knowing they still had a bit of time before the holiday eve arrived, and every gentle moment mattered. Santa lingered by the hearth for a spell, watching the flickering flames. He thought of all the children fast asleep, dreaming of snowmen and starlight, imagining that magical moment of receiving a surprise on a festive morning. He thought of how each gift in the workshop was more than mere wood or cloth or paint. It was a reminder of love and care, of the quiet but profound delight found in sharing joy. Standing there, his heart felt light and peaceful, certain that everything was as it should be in that snug sanctuary. Irondell rose from the hearth with a slight stretch, deciding to do a final walk through the workshop, just in case any elf needed a helping hand. The gentle hum of work had mostly faded, leaving just the soft crackle of firewood and the occasional tink of a small hammer. Passing by a row of finished teddy bears, Irondell paused to straighten their small felt bow ties. Their plush fur gleamed in the warm lamplight, their button eyes reflecting the golden glow. Further along, a sleepy young elf named Maribel was carefully tying a bow around a box of peppermint fudge. Her hands moved with slow precision, her eyes half-lidded with drowsiness. Irondell gave her a kind smile and assisted with the final loop of ribbon, reminding her that she deserved rest, too. The young elf nodded gratefully, stifling a yawn. With a final pat on the box, Maribel set the fudge on a shelf and made her way to a small doorway that led to the elves' living quarters. Little by little, the workshop emptied of activity. Only a faint hush remained, the hush of a place that had given its best throughout the day and was now ready to refresh itself in the cradle of night. Embers glowed in the hearth, still warm enough to keep the winter chill at bay. A gentle hush spread, as if the workshop itself was breathing in time to the flickering glow. But the hearth was never truly abandoned. At night, the fire's light served as a comforting beacon. Sometimes Santa himself would wander into the workshop, thinking about the world beyond the swirling snows. He might write a few words in a leather-bound notebook, noting special requests or reflecting on moments of kindness he had witnessed throughout the year. Other times, the older elves would gather, telling stories of days long past, their voices soft as the wind outside. Tonight, however, the workshop was still and calm, the hush broken only by the occasional crackle of the hearth's last log. In a small corner near the hearth, a rocking chair with soft cushions waited patiently for anyone who needed rest. The seat was worn from years of use, its arms smooth to the touch. A plush blanket, woven in bright reds and greens, draped over the back. When Irondell finished the nightly inspection and was about to turn in, he spotted a pair of woolen mittens lying on the chair. They had been knitted earlier that day by an elf who specialized in cozy garments. Arundel smiled, placing the mittens neatly on a side table, certain someone would claim them in the morning. A moment of satisfaction warmed Irondel's heart before he finally slipped through the door to find his own bed. As the night deepened, soft snow continued to fall, whispering against the windows. The sky sparkled with distant stars. The workshop slumbered quietly, though the fire remained a warm companion. Santa, finishing his notes, stepped back to the hearth for a brief moment. He watched the flames dance and let his mind drift to fond memories. Nights just like this one in years gone by. The workshop had seen so many seasons of preparation, so many nights filled with sweet anticipation. And each night came and went in gentle beauty. Soon the years blurred into a comforting pattern of love and kindness, one that held steady even in the quiet hours of winter. Eventually, Santa placed a final log on the embers, ensuring that the workshop remained cozy through the night. He took a moment, standing tall yet at ease, breathing in the rich scent of the pine garlands, the spices lingering in the air, and the faint echoes of laughter that still seem to resonate. A final smile curved beneath his white beard, and he retreated to his own quarters, leaving the workshop under the watchful glow of the coals. Morning arrived gently, with the dim winter sun peeking through a pale sky. The workshop reawakened to a new day of preparations. The elves stirred, yawning and stretching, pulling on their thick slippers and buttoning up their warm tunics. Before the hustle of crafting and wrapping resumed in earnest, many of them gathered around the hearth for a brief moment of companionship. The new day's fire crackled merrily, stoked by Irondel's practiced hands. Hot cocoa was poured again, bread was buttered, and the sweet hum of conversation filled the air. Even the reindeer still in their stable seemed to perk up at the renewed sounds of activity. Outside, the snow that had fallen overnight rested in soft drifts, piling gently around the base of the workshop. Through the frosted windows, the elves caught glimpses of that quiet world, a world blanketed in sparkling white. But inside it was warm, busy, and filled with the cozy sense of a shared mission. They were all working together to spread a bit of holiday enchantment far and wide. Every so often one elf would sit down by the hearth, either to warm their hands or to take a short break. The firelight would dance on their cheeks, bringing color and life to tired faces. The hearth was, in many ways, the heart of the workshop. It offered warmth, yes, but it also seemed to give a sense of belonging, an unspoken promise that no matter how busy the day became, there was always a place to rest and find comfort. Late in the morning, Santa joined them by the fire once more, discussing the final list of tasks. There was always something more to do. A doll that needed a final stitch, a box that needed a softer lining of tissue paper, a batch of ornaments waiting for a final sprinkling of glitter. Yet none of these tasks were hurried in a stressful way. The workshop valued care over speed. Each toy was crafted with loving attention, and every elf understood that there was magic in those details. Time passed softly, measured in moments of shared laughter, the hush of concentration when painting fine lines on figurines, and the steady swirl of snow just beyond the workshop walls. As afternoon turned to dusk, the hearth's glow became more pronounced, bathing the workshop in a gentle radiance. The day's toils were nearly complete. Soon Santa would need to prepare for the grand journey, checking his sleigh and ensuring every present found its rightful place. Before that final moment of departure, a small gathering took place. The elves, Santa, and even the reindeer, gently led in from the stable, shared a quiet circle around the hearth. A hush fell, punctuated by the crackling logs and the swish of the reindeer's tails. The older elves murmured simple blessings for safe travels, while the younger ones giggled at the excitement of imagining Santa soaring through the sky. Bowls of warm chestnuts, the same ones Santa had set aside the night before, were passed around. Their nutty aroma blended with the pleasant smell of the burning wood. Soft cider was poured, and for a few minutes, they all cherished the gentle bond that came from these small rituals. The stable cat, Ember, threaded her way between ankles and hooves, accepting pats and gentle rubs. Santa, resting his large gloved hands on the backs of the nearest reindeer, offered quiet words of gratitude for their unwavering friendship. The flickering firelight danced in his eyes, reflecting the tenderness he felt for this close-knit family. This circle of warmth and unity was the essence of his workshop. It was the core of what made the season magical. The collective breath of kindness and care. Then, as the cider cups were emptied and the chestnut shells stacked neatly in a bowl, Santa rose. It was time for him to prepare the sleigh, to load it with brightly wrapped gifts, and to harness the reindeer for their star-sparkled flight. Though the workshop would soon be quieter still, the fire would remain lit, tended by the elves. A gentle calm settled as Santa began his preparations, and the elves resumed the last bits of wrapping, ensuring that no ribbon was out of place, no tag left unsigned. When the sleigh was ready, the door to the workshop opened wide, and a gust of frosty air swept in. The reindeer trotted out into the open, bells jingling softly, breath clouding the air in puffs of white. Santa followed with sure steps. The elves gathered at the threshold, bundled in warm cloaks. They waved as Santa secured each reindeer in place and placed the final sack of gifts into the sleigh. For a moment, the wind calmed, and a hush took hold, as though the very world paused to watch. Then, with a gentle word and a touch of magic, the sleigh glided forward, rising into the night sky, bells echoing in sweet, distant tones. The elves closed the door gently behind them, bracing against the swirl of fresh snow. The workshop now belonged to their quiet care. There was cleaning up to do, but they approached it in the same gentle spirit they brought to everything else. Soon, tables were cleared, bits of ribbon gathered and stored for next year. Tools hung in neat rows against the walls. A soft satisfaction filled the air, glowing from the knowledge that they had done something kind, something meaningful. It was late when the elves were finally done tidying. Some went straight to their rooms, eager to curl up under thick blankets for a well-deserved rest. Others lingered, talking in gentle tones, reflecting on the day's joys. The hearth, still lit, gave a welcoming flicker. Irondell and a few others decided to share a final cup of cocoa before drifting off to their dreams. They sipped quietly, listening to the winter winds swirl outside, comforted by the warmth that seemed to cradle them. The conversation was hushed, filled more with smiles than words, for they all understood that in times of peace and contentment, sometimes the best language is simply presence. Eventually, the cups were emptied and placed by the sink, waiting for morning wash. One by one, the elves left the cozy glow of the hearth, leaving Irondell as the last to tend the fire. He placed a protective screen around it and made sure the embers would burn low and safe. Turning, he glanced around the workshop. Stillness had settled, but it was a comforting stillness, like a lullaby that gently reminded him to rest. The garlands and wreaths, the tables and shelves, the polished ornaments, everything seemed to softly glow with gratitude and peace. With a final quiet smile, Irondell stepped into the hallway leading to the elves' dorms. Behind him, the hearth continued to glow, a faithful guardian through the night. Its warmth touched every corner, reminding the empty workshop that all was well. Outside, snowfall glittered beneath moonlight, and somewhere, high in the distance, Santa's sleigh traced a path across the stars. Inside, only the embers and the patient hush of the workshop remained, holding the memories of a day well spent. Now let the mood gently settle around you, soft as a blanket on a wintry evening. The fire that glows in your mind's eye is peaceful, its embers exhaling gentle warmth. The hush of the snowy night surrounds you with a tender embrace. Notice how light and drowsy you feel, each breath drawing you deeper into a calm, safe place. Feel the slow rhythm of your heartbeat, steady and comforting, like a familiar lullaby. With each exhale, release any tension still lingering in your body. Let your shoulders soften, let your eyelids grow heavier, and let your mind drift like snowflakes falling onto a silent landscape. There is no need to think or plan. There is only the velvety darkness of this restful moment caressing you as you prepare for sleep. Feel the quiet peace of Santa's hidden hearth echo in your own space, a promise that warmth and comfort are always near. Sink deeper. The story's gentle glow will stay with you, inviting slumber to wrap itself around you. You are free to follow the soft flicker of firelight into the realm of peaceful dreams. Let the hush settle in your mind. Let the drifting snow cushion your thoughts. Breathe softly, gently, and trust in the warmth of the unseen hearth that beats in time with your own gentle heart. Good night, dear traveler. Sleep well. Welcome to Deep Sleep Stories. Tonight you are invited to settle into a place of soft stillness where every exhalation releases tension and every inhalation draws in gentle serenity. You might notice a calming warmth spreading across your body as if you've just stepped inside a snug, snow-dusted cabin. Perhaps you sense the faint glow of firelight dancing against wooden walls, or imagine the bright, crisp scent of pine drifting through the air. Let your breath deepen now, filling your lungs with the quiet hush of an evening that feels both magical and comforting. Exhale, let go. In just a moment, you'll journey into the peaceful world of a cozy chalet on Christmas Eve, where stockings are hung by the hearth and the promise of a tranquil night awaits. For now, simply rest in this welcoming space, feeling the day's concerns grow distant, as though they've drifted away on a gentle winter breeze. Breathe in and breathe out. With each soothing breath, you can let your eyelids grow heavier and your thoughts grow softer. Surrender to the hush of the evening and prepare to slip into a calming tale that will guide you toward rest, renewal, and the comfort of deep sleep. Far away in a snow-covered valley, there stands a grand and quietly nestled chalet, its wooden beams and sturdy roof glimmering beneath the moonlight. The land around it is blanketed in pristine white, the snow sparkling under a star-filled sky. Towering evergreens keep watch, their branches heavy with fresh drifts, while a winding lane leads to the chalet's welcoming front door. Inside, the glow of a fireplace gently illuminates a cozy living room where stockings hang in neat rows, waiting to be filled with sweet surprises. On this magical Christmas Eve, all is still, and the air itself seems to hum with a kind of quiet wonder. In a snug bedroom upstairs, a single candle flickers in a window, guiding the occasional wanderer through the night. Downstairs, just beyond the main entry hall, the soft crackle of the fire echoes, imbuing each corner of the chalet with a subtle, comforting warmth. The hearth is stone, rough-hewn, yet perfectly fitted, and around it lies a plush rug, deep russet in color, where any traveler might sink into its softness and watch the dancing flames. Beneath the mantel, stockings of every hue, emerald green, deep crimson, and creamy white, are hung with care. Beneath them, a gentle breeze of heat whispers across the living room, as if beckoning everyone to gather to share in the cozy hush and to wait for Christmas morning. On this cold evening, a gentle hush settles over the chalet, enveloping the wooden walls in a sense of quiet anticipation. No wild gusts threaten to rattle the windows, and even the faintest breeze outside has calmed to a mere breath of winter air, as though nature itself is resting. One might see, if they looked carefully, a soft flicker of lamplight through the downstairs windows. There, on a wide wooden table, a simple display of fragrant pine branches, cinnamon sticks, and a candle or two lend an extra glow to the home. Beyond that table, the kitchen sits quiet, its countertops dusted with flour from earlier baking. The faint aroma of gingerbread lingers weaving into the more delicate scent of hot cocoa and peppermint, conjuring images of sweet confections and warm comfort. A small cat dozes on a window seat, lulled by the crackling logs in the fireplace. Its paws twitch in a gentle dream, each contented breath rising and falling like waves upon a calm shore. Occasionally, the cat rouses to glance at the stockings, as though sensing some quiet magic in the air. Before resettling into the hush, the chalet holds stories from many winters past, each carefully preserved in the well-worn pages of old family journals and the subtle scuffs on the hardwood floors. But tonight, all those memories gather into a serene presence, shining like faint stars in the background, allowing Christmas Eve to unfold in its own softly shimmering way. Outside, the moon glides across the sky, bathing the snowy hills in a gentle silver glow. The surrounding pines stand like guardians, branches weighed down by the soft hush of snow, while the mountains loom in the distance, their peaks barely visible in the dim starlight. The only sound is a faint rustle, perhaps a squirrel huddling deeper into its hollow, or a timid fox stepping carefully across fresh drifts. Everything breathes gently, aware of the special magic that settles over the land on this eve before Christmas. And there, in the chalet, a flicker of warmth invites any passing spirit, any weary traveler, to come in from the cold and rest. In the living room, the stockings themselves add a festive yet gentle flair. Each has been crafted by hand, adorned with soft embroidery and intricate stitching that reflects years of family traditions. One stocking has a snowflake pattern that spirals across its edge. Another depicts a tiny winter cottage, smoke curling from a chimney. There is a particular stocking, the one in the middle, that bears a single embroidered fir tree standing proudly against a field of white. Threaded in golden detail, it catches the firelight like a moment captured in time. Each stocking belongs to someone dear, and each one carries the hope that this night will bring peace and renewal to all. As the hour grows later, the fire in the hearth crackles, sending shimmering sparks up the chimney. Warm orange light licks across the rug and couch, illuminating the soft cushions and the thick blanket draped over the armrest. It is the kind of blanket made for cuddling into on cold winter nights, knitted from plush yarn in quiet, comforting shades. Sometimes the logs collapse, sending forth a shower of tiny glowing embers that rise into the flue. The embers seem to dance with the hush of the room, swirling like miniature stars, vanishing into the darkness above. The shadows on the walls move in graceful arcs, slow and hypnotic, lulling any observer into an even deeper sense of relaxation. In a nearby corner of the room, a modest Christmas tree stands, its branches holding delicate ornaments that shimmer under the glow of carefully strung fairy lights. The tree is crowned with a small silver star, hand-carved long ago, and though it has a few gentle nicks and scratches from years of devotion, it remains a beloved heirloom. Some ornaments carry the shapes of reindeer and little snowmen, while others hold tinted glass that glints in warm, jewel-like shades. And draped around the tree is a garland made from dried cranberry and popcorn, arranged with thoughtful care to evoke a sense of tradition and simple, homemade beauty. While the chalet rests in stillness, the atmosphere brims with an unspoken invitation to slow down, breathe in the moment, and let go of every anxious thought or worry. The hush of the mountainous terrain outside, the gentle lull of the crackling fire, and the comforting weight of woolen blankets all merge into a tapestry of calm. It's as if the chalet and the night itself murmur a soft lullaby, telling anyone within these walls that it is safe to relax, to close weary eyes, and to drift off, cradled by the deep softness of Christmas Eve. Across the valley, the sparkling snowfields reflect the moon's pale light, creating subtle illusions of movement. Sometimes it appears as though silvery waves are rolling over the hills, a silent sea of snow shifting in the night air. Occasionally, a soft whisper of wind returns, stirring a swirl of flakes that drift lightly, then settle once more. Distant echoes of winter nights past float through the chilly stillness, reminiscent of gentle caroling or the faint ring of sleigh bells. Even the animals in the forest sense that this night carries a special hush, a calmness that might only be found when the world collectively breathes and allows the spirit of the season to envelop every corner of existence. Inside the chalet's hallway, gentle footsteps can be heard. A caretaker wanders from room to room, ensuring that every lamp is set low, each curtain drawn just enough to welcome the moonlight but keep out the night's chill. The caretaker checks the living room last, pausing before the fireplace to watch the dancing flames and to tidy the stockings. Softly, they adjust each one, making sure the embroidery is visible and the fabric unrumpled. With a quiet smile, they step back, admiring the arrangement and sensing the timeless comfort that those carefully hung stockings represent. This is a ritual that has been done countless times, and each year it feels both new and familiar, as if the simple act of hanging stockings reaffirms all the warmth and hope that Christmas brings. Before heading upstairs, the caretaker turns off the overhead light, relying on the golden glow of the fireplace and a small lamp in the corner. The caretaker then leaves a plate of homemade cookies on a tiny table near the tree, accompanied by a cup of milk that gleams white in the soft illumination. It's a token gesture, but one filled with the magic of tradition, a quiet nod to the mystical excitement that still lingers in the hearts of those who believe in miracles and gentle wonders on Christmas Eve. And with this final offering left in the hush of the night, the caretaker quietly ascends the stairs. The chalet's wooden steps creak soothingly underfoot, each sound reflecting the old timbers that have seen so many seasons and stories. A hush follows once the caretaker has closed the bedroom door. Soon, the faint flicker of candlelight fades behind drawn curtains, and the living area below is left to its own gentle ambiance. The cat on the window seat stirs again, gazing with half-open eyes at the cozy arrangement. Stockings near the hearth, the tree radiating a soft glow, the flickering flames. Perhaps sensing no further interruptions, the cat curls into a tight ball and drifts back into a deep, purring slumber. Time flows smoothly in the quiet space, as though the chalet exists in a sweet bubble of timelessness. The fire crackles on, logs steadily burning down to glowing embers. Outside, the moon traverses the sky, inch by inch, keeping company with the stars. Now and then, a gentle swirl of air nudges the curtains, but for the most part, the silence continues. Light from the Christmas tree glimmers on a handful of ornaments, a snowflake, a bell, a miniature sleigh, casting faint, colorful reflections upon the dark windows. In a few hours, the dawn will begin to break, but for now, Christmas Eve carries on in a lullaby of stillness. Somewhere deep in the snowy woods, a small deer stands quietly, nose lifted to the cold air. It senses the hush of the night, the unspoken promise that tomorrow will bring fresh light and wonder. Snowflakes glisten on its back, shimmering just a bit before melting into soft fur. The deer lowers its head, nibbling gently at a patch of frost-kissed grass near a protective cluster of pine trees. Everything in the forest is aware of this sacred pause before morning. Creatures huddled in warm burrows, the night sky breathing in gentle starlight, and the far-off cabin with a warm fire still flickering in the windows. Inside the chalet, the warmth remains steady, blanketing the living room in a gentle glow. The diminishing flames still cast dancing shadows on the stockings, making it appear almost as though the embroidered patterns are gently shifting, alive with the spirit of the season. The logs, mostly reduced to embers, exude a soft heat that radiates across the floor, meeting the moonlight that spills gently through the windows. The interplay of this warm illumination and the cool silver glow from outside creates a shimmering tapestry of light upon the rug, a mesmerizing pattern that seems to encourage anyone watching it to sink deeper into rest. A subtle, dreamlike quality touches every corner of the room, as though someone could walk straight into a lullaby. The crackling of the wood has grown quieter, more subdued, and when a log does crack, the sound is soothing, like a distant lull. Occasionally, a tender pop of sap within the wood sends tiny sparks upward in a brief, flickering show. The stockings sway just a little, stirred by a faint draft, their embroidered figures dancing in the hush. Any anxieties that might have lingered in the day's wake dissolve in the softness, replaced by a simple, comforting awareness. Here in this moment, there is only rest and warmth. Christmas Eve holds a gentle power in many hearts, a promise that by morning the world might seem a bit brighter, that hope might kindle anew like fresh embers in a hearth. In the chalet, this promise feels tangible. The cat's breathing continues softly. The caretaker upstairs is likely asleep, lulled by the hush of the valley. Outside, the snowy world stands in serene anticipation, and even the wind has chosen to be still. Hours pass, unhurried, like pages turning in a treasured book. Each page reveals more quiet comfort, more deepening peace, leading inevitably toward the peaceful dawn that awaits. And yet for now, night carries on. If one were able to linger in that living room, perhaps curled up in a soft chair, blanket pulled snug, one might gently drift between wakefulness and the drowsy realm of dreams, lulled by the faint glow of fading embers and the subtle scents of cinnamon and pine. Sleep would come easily, assisted by the surrounding calm, as though a loving guardian had laid a hand upon one's brow and whispered a soft blessing. The stockings, embroidered with such care, bear silent witness to that drifting state, their delicate threads a reminder of the joy to be found in life's simple, tender moments. Beyond the chalet walls, the mountain's gentle slopes gleam in the moonlight. A thin stream wends through the valley, partially frozen at its edges, producing a nearly imperceptible trickle of water where the flow remains free. Tiny crystals of ice catch the starlight, creating a glittering mosaic across the surface. If one were to pass by, they might pause to admire the hush of the water, the subdued crackle of ice shifting, or the faint reflection of the moon captured in that fragile surface. Yet in these late hours, few would disturb the tranquility that seems to emanate across the land like a lullaby, weaving together forest, mountain, and chalet in a harmonious tapestry of silent wonder. Inside the chalet, the Christmas tree stands as a sentinel of gentle joy, its lights providing a calm, steady glow. Each ornament hints at a memory, a story from years gone by, and the garland of cranberries and popcorn exudes a soft fragrance of dried fruit and nostalgic warmth. Even the floor beneath the tree seems to carry a softened gleam, as though touched by a memory-laden presence. The cat, perched near the window seat, is no longer visible in the dimness, but occasionally one can hear a slow, contented purr. The caretaker's cookies remain on the small table untouched, a sweet token of faith in the mysteries of Christmas. A flake or two of ash falls from the hearth, drifting onto the warm stones below before vanishing. The light in the embers pulses, sometimes brightening with a gentle gust through the chimney, other times fading to a deeper glow. A last log shifts, releasing a muted crack, and the hush intensifies, as though the night is reminding itself, be still, be calm, let rest reign. Even the watchful stars appear to shimmer more softly now, their brilliance tempered by the drifting hours. And in that hush, there is a distinct sensation of safety, of being held in a protective bubble of warmth and comfort. In dreams, the chalet might expand, revealing hidden rooms filled with storybook characters or gentle, friendly spirits. One could imagine scenes of twinkling fairies flitting among the ornaments, or the faint outline of a benevolent figure placing small gifts in each stocking. Yet, if such marvels occur, They do so in the realm of the imagination, leaving behind only the faintest whisper. By the time dawn arrives, all evidence of nighttime enchantments will dissolve, replaced by the fresh brightness of Christmas morning. But for now, the dreamlike atmosphere reigns, encouraging minds to wander gently toward peaceful rest. In a small bedroom upstairs, the caretaker sleeps beneath a quilt stitched with winter scenes, tiny houses, tall evergreens, and drifting snow. In their dreams, perhaps they revisit Christmas Eve's past, a child's laughter echoing through the corridors, or the sight of a loved one hanging that very same garland on the tree. Nostalgic images arise and fade, like clouds across a moonlit sky. Meanwhile, the caretaker's heartbeat remains slow and steady, lulled by the rhythmic hush that embraces the entire valley. The caretaker trusts that downstairs, the stockings and the tree stand watch over the nighttime quiet, carrying on a subtle vigil of their own. Another hour glides by, silent and gentle. The embers now glow a deep, smoldering red, occasionally shot through with a flicker of orange. The stockings remain motionless, silhouettes against the subdued radiance. The rug, thick and plush, exudes a comforting hush beneath the faint lamplight from the corner. If one were to wander through the living room now, they might experience the sensation of walking through a tranquil dream. The air is neither too warm nor too cool, but perfectly balanced, as though the chalet itself knows how to soothe every chill, every care. At the edges of the night, the sky begins to lighten almost imperceptibly. A faint gradient of pale gray creeps along the horizon, signifying the dawn is not too far away. If a gentle breeze stirs the snowdrifts, it does so quietly, so as not to disturb the slumbering forest and the dozing chalet. Inside, the cat lifts its head once, sensing the shift in darkness, then promptly settles back, unconcerned. The caretaker remains asleep, undoubtedly dreaming of the day to come when light will filter through the windows, revealing the mesmerizing frost that has gathered on the panes. As the hush deepens, the magic of Christmas Eve settles into its final stretch before morning. Moonlight has traveled far across the sky, making space for the slow rise of dawn's first blush. The shadows on the living room walls fade, replaced by a delicate twilight that merges with the soft glow of the tree lights. The stockings, so lovingly hung, seem poised for the moment when they will be filled, whether with small tokens of love or simply with the intangible gifts of peace and gratitude. The night is close to yielding its quiet vigil. Outside, animals begin to stir, a gentle rustle as a bird shifts on a branch, a faint paw print formed by a wandering fox. The valley, though still in the embrace of winter darkness, slowly awakens to the knowledge that soon Christmas morning will dawn. Snow that glowed silver now appears tinged with the barest hint of pink, a promise of sunrise and renewal. The hush gently recedes in favor of a soft, welcoming hush, one that invites the day but keeps its restful tone. Each moment of transition is seamless, tender, and calm. Within the chalet, that transition is felt as well. The final embers in the hearth offer a low, comforting glow, reminiscent of warm coals, ready to impart a few more moments of heat. The caretaker stirs upstairs, sensing that dawn is near. The cat, still in its plush corner, yawns lazily, blinking drowsy eyes at the altered light. Everything in the chalet holds on to the night's magic just a bit longer, as if reluctant to let such a peaceful moment slip away. But even so, the slow approach of day brings its own promise that calm can remain, woven into the quiet hours of morning. Now, as you settle more deeply into your own rest, the story within the chalet continues to unfold in gentle hush. The caretaker will soon awaken. The cat will prowl around the living room, and the stockings will glow in the earliest morning light. Yet all of this can happen without stirring you from your sleep. You can simply surrender to the lull of this quiet place, trusting that the story unfolds with or without your watchful presence, allowing you to slip deeper into a dream of crackling fires, snow-covered hills, and the warmth of a lovingly tended home. Dawn may soon come, but the night's serenity endures within you. You might imagine that you are drifting in a soft bed in an upstairs chamber, hearing the distant pop and crackle of the fire, the gentle hum of the sleeping valley beyond. The hush has a unique cadence, each silent beat another invitation to let go. Perhaps you feel the heaviness of your eyelids, the comforting weight of blankets, and the lull of a slow, steady breath. Let that sense of ease carry you further inward to a place where thoughts float like gentle snowflakes, melting away into the glow of a peaceful heart. Now let the hush of the chalet guide you, like a gentle hand that leads you through a doorway into profound relaxation. There is no rush, no worry, only the soft, welcoming promise of a quiet Christmas Eve. In your mind, see the glowing embers once more, hear the soft purr of the cat, and sense the caretaker's tranquil presence. Each breath you take is another step deeper into that comfort, deeper into the restful dark of winter night, where hope and warmth linger by the fireside. Let the tension in your muscles seep away into the floor, as though it were carried by the last wisps of smoke drifting up the chimney. Feel your breath settling now, slow and steady. Let it cradle you in a sweet moment of contentment. Any lingering thoughts can be gently laid aside, replaced by the soft glow of candlelight upon an embroidered stocking, by the faint perfume of evergreen and cinnamon, by the serene hush of fresh fallen snow. As you sink more deeply into this peaceful state, imagine each exhalation carrying away the burdens of the day, clearing space for a gentle, renewing stillness. The chalet welcomes you to linger, to rest, to dream, and ultimately to let go into the depths of tranquil slumber. If your mind drifts, that's perfectly fine. Allow it to meander through the quiet corridors of this story, slipping in and out of the glowing rooms, wandering outside to the snowy forest, and returning again to the comforting warmth of the hearth. There is no hurry here, no deadline to meet, nothing but the lull of a winter night that softly cushions every moment. The more you yield to that lull, the calmer you become, and the nearer you draw to the soft heart of sleep. Let your breathing remain gentle and slow, each inhale bringing fresh calm, each exhale releasing deeper peace. With the dawn still patiently waiting behind the horizon, you are free to surrender to this pleasant drowsiness. Observe how your body feels heavier, as though the chalet's plush rug and thick blankets have embraced every inch of you, inviting you to release the last traces of wakefulness. Notice how your thoughts flutter and drift, reluctant to remain on any one detail for too long, and content to float along on a gentle current of reverie. Within this lull, the lines between reality and dream blur, and you find yourself right on the threshold of a sweet, restorative sleep. Allow the final image that fills your mind to be the cozy living room, hushed and still, illuminated by the softest glow of dying embers and twinkling lights upon the tree. Picture the stockings, each lovingly embroidered and waiting for Christmas morning, gently swaying in the faint updraft of warmth from the hearth. Let the gentle hush lull you further, as though the entire chalet were humming a lullaby beneath its breath. And now let your eyes, heavy and content, close fully. Breathe in warmth, exhale all cares, and slip quietly into the embrace of a peaceful night. Good night, dear traveler. May your dreams be warmed by the fire's gentle glow and graced by the silent wonder of falling snow. Sleep well. welcome to Deep Sleep Stories. You've chosen this moment for yourself, a moment of gentle peace, and you deserve to savor every quiet second. Take a slow, steady breath in, letting the air fill your lungs, and then exhale, releasing any tension you might be carrying. Imagine the soft glow of a fireplace warming the space around you, the gentle crackle and pop of burning wood making each breath feel calmer, each heartbeat more at ease. In just a short while, you'll be drifting into a cozy, atmospheric journey, a Christmas night tale where snowfall is gentle, gratitude is abundant, and worries are left behind. As you settle into a comfortable position, notice any lingering energy that might be swirling in your mind. If you can, allow it to float away, like snowflakes melting against a window pane. Feel your arms and legs grow heavier with each breath out, as though you're wrapped up in a plush blanket by a fireplace. With each inhale, let a serene hush fill you. With each exhale, let any stresses slip quietly into the background. For now, you are safe, calm, and ready to be guided through a restful winter scene. The world can pause outside your window, and you can let your body and mind simply soften. Now close your eyes if they aren't already, or rest them gently on a spot that requires no effort. Feel the weight of your eyelids. Sense the warmth of the blankets around you. Notice how your shoulders sink just a bit closer to the bed or chair beneath you, fully supported and free of burden. Begin to picture a perfect winter's night, complete with swirling snow, twinkling lights, and the sweet aroma of pine and cinnamon drifting on a chilly breeze. Let these sensations gently dance in your awareness, without hurry, without rush, gently leading you toward the story waiting ahead. Soon, the narrative will unfold, allowing you to float deeper into relaxation, deeper into a cocoon of dreamy holiday comfort. In this moment, all you need to do is breathe, release, and let the gentle hush of Christmas night envelop you. And now, as your breathing slows and your thoughts settle, let the scene begin to unfold in your mind's eye. You are ready to drift into a calm, comforting tale of snow-dusted wonder and quiet gratitude. A soft Christmas-time tapestry that will ease you ever closer to deep, restorative sleep. Ease yourself further into tranquility, allowing each breath to cradle you, and let this gentle story begin. On a peaceful Christmas Eve, a sleepy village lay tucked beneath a vast, starlit sky. A fresh blanket of snow had draped itself softly over the rooftops, the lanes, and every skeletal branch of the towering evergreens that lined the main street. Soft lamplight glowed in each window, giving off an amber warmth that made the entire village appear as though it were curled up next to a glowing hearth. From a distance, if one listened carefully, one might hear the faint toll of a church bell, signaling the passing hours as Christmas crept closer. But here in the center of the village, lights shone steadily, and wreaths hung gently on every door, adorned with bright, understated bows. It was as if the world itself had hushed in anticipation of the holiday's magical arrival. Along one narrow lane, a pale glow illuminated a series of modest homes, each topped by a frosting of snow that seemed to glow under the moonlight. Inside one of these humble dwellings, a gentle quiet had settled, save for the crackling of a fireplace in the main room. A Christmas tree stood at the far end, bathed in twinkling lights and memories of loved ones woven through handmade ornaments. Softly draped tinsel shimmered whenever the flames in the hearth reached just a bit higher, sending sparks of light dancing across the room. A plate of cookies waited on a wooden table, filling the space with the comforting aroma of ginger and cinnamon. In the hushed atmosphere, one could sense the warmth of years gone by, a tenderness that bloomed in the glow of the Christmas tree and the flicker of the lanterns. The evening outside was still, but every so often a gentle gust of wind coaxed a tiny flurry of snowflakes to swirl across the path that led to the door. The quiet shimmer of starlight lent the world a magical quality, making each small drift of snow look like a dusting of diamonds. There was no rush in the air, only a collective sigh as the village prepared itself for the celebration, each soul wrapped in the promise of a peaceful holiday. In that snug home, a single candle stood on the windowsill, its flame steady and bright. It was tradition, one candle for warmth and welcome, a symbol to any traveler that they could find safety and shelter there. Although the village seldom saw unfamiliar faces on Christmas Eve, the tradition continued year after year, as unwavering as the love that shaped each family's holiday. And so, the candlelight glowed through the frosty glass, a quiet invitation to the calm wonder that dwelled within. As the hours ambled by, the fireplace's glow grew softer, and the warmth in the home felt even more enveloping. The snow outside continued its silent descent, blanketing the ground in a pure white hush. No footprints marked the fresh snow, and no hurried footsteps disturbed the dusting of flurries. The hush was soothing, like a lullaby orchestrated by nature herself, urging all who witnessed it to ease into a more restful pace. In the corner of the cozy sitting room, a rocking chair gently creaked every so often, as if stirring with its own quiet anticipation of the day ahead. A soft quilt was draped over its back, and on the nearby mantel, evergreen garlands and holly berries offered subtle hints of their forest fragrance. The few gifts that sat under the Christmas tree were wrapped in simple, rustic paper, tied with twine and sprigs of pine. Each package gleamed under the tender glow of colored bulbs, promising warm and heartfelt moments when the morning came. Morning felt like an eternity away yet, but there was comfort in the waiting. Outside the house, the moon rose high and full, illuminating the entire hamlet in a gentle, silvery gleam. Icicles hanging from eaves and window ledges sparkled like spun crystal, The breeze carried a slight hush, barely more than a whisper, and yet one could imagine it softly chanting a lullaby. Within this lull, every part of the village seemed suspended in an unspoken gratitude for the season. Gratitude for warmth, for quiet, for the gift of a new day soon to dawn. Across the street, a little cottage was similarly aglow with holiday spirit. Inside, an older woman named Clara sat in a cozy chair by the window, gazing out at the stillness. She held in her hand a cup of warm tea, its steam drifting lazily in the dim light. Clara's eyes, shining softly with the reflections of the village's decorations, were filled with the gentle wisdom of someone who had seen many Christmases come and go. She recalled family gatherings from years past, the faces of loved ones around the table, the echoes of laughter filling these very streets. There was a comforting sweetness in these remembrances, the kind that blossoms from a life of cherished moments and quiet joys. Clara let the memories warm her heart, sipping her tea as she watched the snow gather in feathery piles atop her windowsill. She thought of the gifts she'd wrapped earlier in the evening, simple tokens of affection for neighbors and friends, a jar of homemade jam for the family next door, crocheted scarves for the ones across the way, and little knitted stockings filled with festive chocolates for her dearest companions. Even though life had slowed for Clara, Christmas had never lost its enchantment. She reveled in the sense of community that pervaded the holiday season, that gentle reminder that generosity and kindness take root in even the smallest gestures. Tomorrow, she would watch as neighbors opened her gifts, each offering crafted with love, each one embodying a quiet gratitude for the kindness she'd known in this village all her life. Outside, a pair of doves fluttered to rest under the eaves of her porch, seeking a bit of shelter from the gentle snow. They huddled together, their feathers puffed out for warmth. Clara smiled at them, finding solace in their peaceful companionship. She raised her cup of tea in a soft toast to all living things this Christmas, thankful to share in the grand hush that enveloped the world just outside her door. Down the lane, near a frozen pond, glimmering beneath the moon's silver rays, a young boy named Simon stood bundled in coat and scarf, gazing up at the stars. His breath formed delicate clouds in the cold air, and his eyes were fixed on the heavens. He liked to imagine that each star was a tiny lantern, lovingly placed in the sky to guide lost travelers. To him, Christmas Eve had always felt like a magical threshold, a doorway where hope and wonder merged. The hush of the evening filled his heart with a contentment he hardly knew how to describe, but he felt it in the gentle pressure behind his chest, a soothing presence that promised all would be well. Earlier that day, Simon had helped his parents gather evergreen boughs to decorate their home. He still smelled the lingering forest scent on his mittens, and it reminded him of the crisp hush among the pine trees on the outskirts of the village. As he stood near the pond, he could hear the faint crackle of ice expanding beneath the surface. Occasionally, the wind would brush through the tall reeds, sounding like a hushed chorus. Simon felt a touch of excitement too, thinking about the gifts that might be waiting for him at home, but more than that, he felt a deep anticipation for the simple magic of Christmas morning. He saw it as the day when love and joy became tangible, weaving families closer, shining a little brighter than on any other day of the year. Not far from Simon's vantage point was the village church. Its modest steeple rose into the crisp winter sky, a single bell set high. The church windows glowed warmly from within, and faint echoes of carols could be heard when the wind shifted just right. Quiet voices practiced hymns of hope and gratitude, enveloping the churchyard in a gentle reverence. The caretaker, Mr. Davies, walked along the path, lighting small lanterns to guide anyone attending midnight service. With each lantern he lit, the path seemed to glow a little brighter, forming a soft, golden archway through the snow. He hummed under his breath, contentment evident in his every slow step. The hush of the evening felt sacred, like a soft wrap of velvet protecting the preciousness of this night. Deeper into the heart of the village, in a warmly lit kitchen near a row of shops, a family was finishing their preparations for the next day's festivities. The father, Henry, carefully placed a large, freshly baked loaf of bread onto a cooling rack by the window. The warm, yeasty fragrance mingled with the sweet aroma of the pies and cookies that were already stacked on the counter. His children wandered in and out of the room, unable to resist peeking at the treats. Soft laughter rose each time Henry gently shooed them away, assuring them they could sample plenty in the morning. Behind him, the mother, Maria, hummed a lullaby she'd learned from her grandmother, a melody as old as the Christmas traditions in that home. On the mantel in the living room, stockings were hung with care, each sporting a distinct pattern or color, reflecting the personality of the one who'd receive it. A sprig of holly adorned each stocking, placed lovingly by Maria for a festive final touch. The quiet shuffle of slippers on a well-worn rug signaled that the children had found their way back into the living area, drawn by the comforting warmth of the fireplace. They sat close together on the floor, gazing at the flickering flames and whispering excitedly about Christmas morning. Soon, Henry joined them, a mug of hot chocolate in his hand, letting the fragrance of cocoa swirl through the room. He reminded them all that Christmas wasn't only about receiving gifts, but also about cherishing one another's company. His voice was soft, filled with the sweet patience of someone grateful for the simpler moments that define life. Outside, snow gently tapped against the window, like a polite visitor calling for attention. A few houses down, an elderly couple named Richard and Elaine prepared for a quiet Christmas Eve meal. Their table was small but laden with a simple feast: roasted vegetables, homemade sauces, and a humble bowl of hearty soup. A single candle was lit in the center, illuminating both of their faces with a warm glow that softened the lines of time. Before they began eating, Richard reached across to Elaine and gently took her hand in his. They closed their eyes for a moment, offering silent thanks for the abundance of love shared between them. After so many years together, they recognized that the profound beauty of the season was found in cherishing the quiet presence of one another. Each soft word, each gentle smile felt like a precious ornament hung on the evergreen of their lives. After supper, Elaine rose and placed a record on an old player. Soon, the soothing notes of a carol drifted through the air, its melody nestling itself in every corner of the cozy living room. They swayed slightly to the music, their souls content to simply be there, warmed by the knowledge that in this time of year, gratitude and love could find renewed expressions in the smallest acts. Perhaps tomorrow they would welcome a neighbor for tea or share a plate of cookies with the children across the way. For now, they simply let the hush of Christmas Eve fill them with contentment. Meanwhile, outside, the hush was so gentle that the sound of each flake of snow, if one truly listened, could almost be heard settling on the ground. The village appeared as if held under a glass dome, an enchanted world sealed away from worries and haste. Even the distant pine woods glowed in the moonlight, their tall silhouettes swaying gently as though exchanging quiet secrets among themselves. Overhead, the stars flickered in patterns of quiet majesty, each a point of light that had traveled across eons to shine upon this tranquil night. Past the edge of the village, a gentle slope led to a wide field, blanketed in pristine snow, unmarked by any tracks. This was a favorite spot for those who cherished a moment of reflection. From the peak of the slope, one could look out and see the village lights below shining like a strand of warm, twinkling beads. A few hardy winter birds soared across the horizon, silhouettes that glided silently under the moon's watchful eye. Sometimes deer ventured close to the outskirts, nibbling on the bits of grass that peeked through the snowy drifts. On this night, a small doe emerged from a line of evergreens, stepping ever so quietly across the field, her breath forming soft puffs in the starlight. She paused to look at the village below, ears perked, as though sensing the gentle harmony that had settled over everything this Christmas Eve. In the quaint general store on Main Street, though the door was locked for the night, a single light remained on in the back room. The store owner, Mr. Gable, was finishing a bit of bookkeeping, his pen scratching lightly across the paper. He paused to look at a photograph on his desk, an image of his family from years gone by, smiling with fresh snow in their hair and mittens on their hands. He recalled how each Christmas they would bundle up in coats and scarves, walking together through the village to admire the decorations. They'd laugh at the way their boots squeaked in the fresh snow, and they'd sing carols softly as they strolled. Mr. Gable found himself lost in the memory, warmed by it. After a few moments, he carefully closed his ledger, turned off the light, and let the store rest, just as the rest of the village was resting. Tomorrow, he would open the store for only a couple of hours, just in case someone needed a last-minute item or simply wanted a friendly conversation. But for now, the world was still, and he wanted to savor it. Midnight approached with neither rush nor urgency. The bell in the church tower chimed quietly, as though mindful of the peace it might disturb. Those who had stayed awake to greet Christmas in the hush of the early hours felt a gentle joy stirring in their hearts. In the homes along every street, heads rested on pillows. The young drifted into dreams of wonder and excitement, while older souls drifted into memories of cherished seasons past. Each was united by the warm sense of belonging that lingered in the frosty air. The soft hush of snow lulled the entire village, capturing every living thing in a cradle of peace, a cradle of Christmas hope. And so the village rested. In each warm home, a subtle gratitude flickered alongside the last embers of the fireplaces. Candles glowed faintly on windowsills, silent beacons of welcome and warmth. In that hush, the spirit of Christmas, the spirit of kindness, reflection, and gentle joy settled like a soft shawl over all. Snow drifted lightly from the sky, angels of frozen lace dancing in the lamplight. Time itself seemed to pause, allowing the tranquil wonder to deepen, to stretch, to envelop all. Now feel the hush growing deeper in your own space. Let your breathing slow just a bit more. Imagine you are part of this peaceful village, quietly sharing in its soft wonder. The snow outside your window glimmers in the moonlight. The fireplace, real or imagined, glows with comfort. Each moment feels timeless, like a lullaby extended into the still hours of the night. Let your thoughts settle, gently cradled by the calm scene. All around there is only warmth and reverence for this special night. Inhale softly, envisioning the steady rise of the moon as it bathes the rooftops in silver. Exhale even more gently, releasing any last thread of tension. Notice the steady rhythm of your own heart, the way it mirrors the slow, tranquil pulse of the sleeping village. There is no urgency here, no rush, simply a delicate pause, an interlude of peace. Let this feeling fill you, comfort you, and guide you toward rest. The story of Christmas Eve in the village lingers, but now it's like a soft backdrop, an echo in your mind. The images of glowing candles, snow-laden rooftops, and cozy firesides begin to drift into the distance, becoming a gentle blur of holiday lights and winter hush. You can hold on to them if you wish, or you can let them slip away into the soothing shadows of sleep. Either way, know you are safe, wrapped in the same quiet magic that settled over the little homes, the familiar faces, and the stillness outside. Feel the soft weight of your blankets. Notice how every muscle in your body unwinds, unraveling knots of tension you may not have even realized were there. From your toes to the top of your head, each part of you eases, relaxes, drifts. As you surrender to this calm, it becomes easier to let the comforting darkness of the night cradle you. In this moment, rest is all that is asked of you. Rest and gentle dreams. With each breath, imagine yourself breathing in a deep sense of gratitude. Gratitude for the season, for the quiet, for the warmth of body and spirit. With each slow exhalation, release any lingering worries. If thoughts arise, let them pass, as though carried off by a soft, drifting snowflake. Everything you need is already within the cozy circle of your own being. Peace, warmth, and gentle reassurance. The hush envelops you, and the hush holds you close. Let your mind meander through the gentle images of falling snow, warm fires, and loved ones gathering softly. If the scenes fade, that's perfectly fine. Let them slip into the background. Let them rock you to deeper serenity. The night grows softer still, each minute blending seamlessly into the next. The hush becomes your companion, guiding you to that restful space beyond waking thoughts. Soon, you may drift away entirely, lulled by the tranquil pulse of your own breath, by the gentle energy that has filled your surroundings. The village lights dim, the stars overhead shimmer gently, and you nestle deeper into the comfort of the present moment. There is nowhere else you need to be, nothing else you need to do. The gentle hush of a winter night on Christmas Eve has settled in your heart, reminding you that the simplest gifts are often the sweetest. Peace, warmth, unity, gratitude. In this cozy twilight between wakefulness and dreams, allow yourself to rest fully, deeply. If your mind stirs, focus again on a single slow breath. Let it cradle you, lull you. You are safe, you are calm, you are held in the gentle arms of the night. The snowfall continues outside, a whispered lullaby of nature. The glow of Christmas lights may linger gently in your mind, but they do not intrude. They are only small sparks of comfort, faint echoes guiding you toward the soft realm of slumber. So let it come. Let your eyelids grow as heavy as fresh snow on the boughs of an evergreen. Let your body sink as gently as a hush, settling on a quiet street. Let your thoughts drift like snowflakes, fluttering softly until they settle into stillness. And in the stillness find peace, the kind of peace that warms the spirit and nurtures the soul. Let this Christmas Eve hush wrap around you like a gentle blanket. Now close your eyes if they aren't already, and sink even further into this restful lull. Imagine the warm flicker of Christmas lights, no longer bright but subdued, glowing softly from somewhere beyond your field of vision. This is your cue to let the night guide you. Breathe in, breathe out, slow, gentle. The hush is complete. The hush is all around. May your dreams be filled with cozy moments by the fire, tranquil walks in the snowy village, and all the warmth of the season. There is no need to stir. Simply let the holiday spirit, the soothing hush, and the soft whisper of gratitude fill your heart and mind. You have done all you need to do. You have allowed yourself this special time of rest. Christmas warmth and wonder accompany you, lighting a gentle path through slumber. And so, as you drift off, take with you the calm serenity that has woven itself through this story. Let it be a balm for your mind and a lullaby for your body. Let the gentle weight of sleep settle on you like a slow falling snow. Let every exhale usher in deeper rest. Tonight you are at peace. Tonight you are cradled by the gentle embrace of this magical season. Good night, dear traveler. Sleep well, and may the hush of a peaceful Christmas fill your dreams with quiet joy and warmth. Rest deeply, rest softly, and when morning comes, may you awaken with a heart full of gratitude and gentle wonder. Sleep now, and may the soft spirit of this night guide you into the sweetest slumber. Welcome to Deep Sleep Stories. Take a moment now to settle into the gentle warmth of your bed or favorite place of rest. Feel your spine sink into supportive cushions and soften your shoulders until a calm heaviness spreads through you. Allow your eyes to become heavy and half-lidded so the world around you grows a little bit dimmer, a little bit gentler. In this cozy space, you can release the tensions of the day and welcome a sense of serenity that drifts in like the hush of falling snow. Tonight, you'll journey to a peaceful cottage blanketed in winter's quiet snowfall, where a velvety mug of midnight hot chocolate awaits, promising restful warmth. So breathe in softly, then breathe out, letting your exhalation carry away all lingering worries. Gently remind yourself that this is a time for deep rest and quiet comfort, for soft reflection and tender calm. Notice the subtle tingling in your hands and feet as you relax and observe the rhythm of your breath in a slow and forgiving tempo. Feel each inhale expand your lungs and each exhale release any heaviness in your body. Let go of thoughts about tomorrow or the day that's passed. Here and now, the landscape of peaceful dreams is on the horizon. In this inward journey, you become weightless and free, ready to listen with a calm, open heart. You'll soon discover the hush of a wintry night, the muffled sounds of snow, and the glow of a warm cottage light guiding you home. Now allow your mind to rest as the story begins, drifting into an enchanted place where the air is crisp and clear, and the comfort of hot chocolate and a crackling fire is all you need for gentle rest. Outside, the snow lay thick and undisturbed, softening the land with its pristine blanket. Even the tall evergreens bowed under the weight of winter's graceful gift. A single cottage stood upon a gently sloping hill, its stone walls made pale by moonlight, its shutters drawn against the chill. Through the windows, a warm amber glow flickered and danced, casting welcoming shadows onto the heavy drifts. Inside, a quiet figure moved slowly from the main room to the small kitchen alcove, arranging a few simple ingredients on a worn wooden counter. Snow whispered across the windows, and a gentle wind hummed around the eaves, but the cottage walls held firm against the cold. The occupant of this cottage was a gentle soul named Eleonora. She had come to this remote dwelling in search of a serene winter retreat. She arrived earlier in the season, just before the heaviest snows blanketed the hillsides. Each morning, she greeted the day by lighting a small lantern near the threshold, welcoming any wandering spirit of warmth and peace. Each night, she found solace in the quiet hush that only deep winter can bring. The hush reminded her of a lullaby, leading her gently toward a calm and reflective state of mind. There, in the heart of these silent nights, Eleonora discovered a kind of tranquility that settled into her very bones. On this particular evening, well past the usual hour for slumber, sleep was elusive. The air felt electric, as though the snow-laden sky held an ancient secret. The moon was nearly full, washing the silent world in blue-white light. Instead of going to bed, Eleanor decided to conjure a small, comforting ritual: midnight hot chocolate. She retrieved a favorite enamel pot from the cupboard and set it on the stovetop, carefully building a low flame beneath it. The small flicker of firelight mixed with the quiet glow of the lanterns, and for a moment, the entire cottage seemed to breathe in a comforting rhythm. She had collected the finest cocoa powder and a hint of crushed spices before arriving at the cottage. Now, under the dim golden light, she spooned the cocoa carefully, letting it drift down into the pot. The gentle hiss of the stove's flame seemed to whisper a soft lullaby of its own, mesmerizing and rhythmic. Eleanor warmed some milk, stirring in the cocoa with a wooden spoon. She added a sprinkle of nutmeg and the tiniest bit of chili for warmth. Steam curled upward, carrying a sweet, velvety aroma that wove its way through every corner of the cottage. Outside, frost lined the windows, forming whimsical shapes like lace filigree. In the main room, near the large, gently crackling fireplace, soft rugs were piled atop the wooden floor. Over these rugs, cushions and thick quilts were arranged in a cozy nest, inviting anyone who settled there to remain for hours, lulled by the glow of embers and the hush of snowy nightfall. The old bookshelf behind the armchair held countless volumes, their spines worn from years of handling. Titles about far-off lands, old folklore, and winter legends lined the shelves. Eleanor's footprints from earlier that day remained imprinted upon the rug, leading from the armchair to the hearth and back again. Each step carried with it a small swirl of warmth, leaving an invisible trail of comfort in its wake. Once the hot chocolate was ready, the kitchen filled with a gentle fragrance, reminiscent of warm, toasted spices and melted chocolate stirred by soft winter breezes. Eleonora filled a ceramic mug, one with a delicate pattern of snowflakes painted around its edges. She cupped the mug in her hands, feeling the warmth radiate into her palms. A tiny exhale of contentment escaped her lips. She made her way through the house, stepping with quiet intent, pausing to appreciate the hush that blanketed the countryside. Occasionally, she would peek outside the windows, marveling at how the moonlight sparkled upon the snow, making it shimmer like stardust scattered across the fields. In that moment, everything felt peaceful and contained, as though the entire universe had paused to sip from that same cup of cocoa. The air smelled of pine logs and melting chocolate. Each step Eleonora took was muffled by the thick woven rugs. The floorboards sighed gently but did not creak in protest. She moved slowly, no need to rush, for it was late and time had grown more fluid. The hush of night whispered that all was well. The cottage had many little pockets of coziness, but there was one seat by the fire that beckoned, especially on such a cold night. She arranged the cushions in a welcoming circle, each one thick and soft, to cradle the body with gentle support. She wrapped a woolen blanket around her shoulders, letting it drape over her lap. In her hands, the midnight chocolate beckoned with swirls of steam that rose upward, carrying a fragrant warmth. The winter wind rattled the shutters once, then receded into silence, as though offering the reminder that the storm outside only made the inside more comforting. She took her first sip of the hot chocolate, letting it coat her palate with sweetness and spice. The mix was perfect, a gentle dance of cocoa, a hint of sugar, the faintest glow of chili at the back of the throat. That warmth radiated outward, traveling through her limbs, easing her mind into the kind of tranquil quiet that makes eyelids grow heavy. Eleonora closed her eyes, aware of her own breathing, slow and even, while the fireplace crackled softly, and an occasional pop from the burning wood punctuated the hush. Flickers of light danced across her closed eyelids, painting shifting patterns of gold and orange. The snowfall outside created a subdued hush, muffling all sounds beyond the cottage walls. Sometimes in the distance there was the faint groan of a pine tree bending to the weight of the fresh snow. Other times an owl hooted softly across the valley, its call echoing in the hollows. But here, in the heart of the cottage, each subtle noise blended harmoniously with the lullaby of the quiet night. The cottage felt like a protective cocoon, woven of warm beams, thick stone, and gentle souls. Eleanor let her thoughts wander to sweet memories of home, images of starlit skies, and the comfort of quiet companionship. It was during these late, reflective hours that stories seemed to flow more freely. She found herself remembering tales she'd read in her childhood, stories of brave wanderers seeking hidden cabins in snowy woods, guided only by faint lantern lights in windows, or of travelers who found solace near a flickering hearth in the darkest winter nights. There was something about the hush of snowfall that made each story seem closer to reality, as though the boundary between dream and waking grew soft and blurred around the edges. Her gaze drifted to the shelf of old books. Many nights in this cottage she would choose a volume at random, open its pages, and read until her eyes grew too heavy to continue. But tonight, the delicious comfort of cocoa seemed enough to occupy her senses. She let her eyes rest on the dancing flames instead, listening to the wind swirl. In time, the gentle crackle of the fire became a steady companion, like the purr of a familiar cat curling up beside her. Outside, the moon rose higher, its light more brilliant than before. Through the windows, the snow glowed an otherworldly shade of silver, illuminating the orchard of fir trees, revealing each branch trimmed with delicate icicles. Occasionally, moonlight caught the glass of the window panes, reflecting the interior scene. A figure wrapped in a woolen blanket, holding a ceramic mug, face softened by the quiet comfort of the moment. As midnight deepened, the quiet magic of the hour made the cottage seem suspended in time. In days past, life might have been filled with busyness, with tasks that demanded constant attention. But now, only the gentle swirl of steam, the flicker of fire, and the hush of the night needed to be acknowledged. It was a symphony of stillness, each movement so subtle, so measured, that minutes and hours blended into a soothing lull. Eleonora stood, placing her mug on a small side table. She quietly gathered more logs from the wood basket beside the hearth, adding them to the fire with utmost care. Each log found its place, and soon the new wood joined the radiant glow. Sparks crackled, sending tiny fireworks into the flue. The heat poured out into the room, encouraging the air to drift with drowsy warmth. She returned to her nest of cushions, slipping once more beneath the thick woolen blanket, letting the atmosphere soothe her in the hush of winter's lullaby. With her eyes closed, she allowed her breath to deepen. It was a moment of pure contentment. No heavy thoughts, no pressing concerns, just a sweet surrender to comfort. Light shadows flicked across the walls, and the hush was so absolute that the faintest shifts of her clothing whispered in the silence. Outside, the snow continued to fall, each flake drifting lazily from the sky, adding layer upon layer of soft whiteness to the earth. Occasionally, she would glance at the window, spotting a gust of wind that carried powdery swirls of snow against the glass. The sight sent a gentle shiver through her, a reminder of the stark contrast between the cold outside and the warmth inside. She sipped again from the mug, feeling the soothing thickness of chocolate slip across her tongue and melt away into a gentle heat that warmed her from head to toe. The flavors were like an embrace, mild yet profound, accentuated by the hush that enveloped the cottage. Her thoughts meandered back to a simpler time, reflecting on how the most delightful moments in life can come from small comforts: a soft blanket, a glowing fire, a steaming cup of chocolate on a frosty evening. These quiet rituals formed the heart of winter, turning what could be a harsh, cold season into one of tender reflection and rest. In that sense, the snowbound cottage was not merely a shelter from the cold, but a refuge for the spirit. A place to remember that within stillness can lie profound peace. She found herself recalling a day earlier in the week when she'd ventured outside just before dusk. A gentle swirl of snow had been falling then, and she'd walked around to the back of the cottage where a small wooden bench stood beneath a cluster of pine trees. She had paused, letting snowflakes collect in her hair and on her coat, feeling both the crispness of winter air and the deep comfort of knowing there was a warm fire waiting inside. The memory of that moment with the slow drift of dusk and the pine-scented wind echoed now in the hush of the midnight hour. It brought a sense of completeness, of a season fulfilling its promise of rest and renewal. Time continued its unhurried pace. The large grandfather clock in the corner gave a soft chime, a low note that resonated through the beams and gentle shadows. It did not disrupt the quiet, but rather seemed to acknowledge it, an old friend tipping its hat to the hush. Each strike of the clock reminded her that nights like these were fleeting gifts, best savored slowly, with gratitude and openness to the gentleness they bring. The cottage, with its old stone walls and thick timbers, held memories of many winters. She often wondered who had lived here before, who might have sipped their own midnight cocoa in the flickering light of a humble lantern. Perhaps they too had listened to the wind weaving through the pines and marveled at the stillness of freshly fallen snow. In this way, even though she was alone, she felt a rich companionship with the past, with the stories woven into every corner of this place. Outside, the wind began to settle. The snowfall tapered to a delicate dusting, each flake descending as though in slow motion. The moon's light remained bright and steadfast, revealing a landscape so tranquil it might have been crafted from gentle dreams. The gentle hush spread far beyond the cottage walls, across hilltops and valleys, over frozen ponds and fields. The hush sang a lullaby that calmed every stirring creature, coaxing them into soft, restful slumber. Once more, Eleanor rose from her cushion. She wrapped the thick blanket around her shoulders and moved to the window. There she gazed upon the moonlit scene. In the milky radiance, the world sparkled in pale blues and silvers. She pressed a palm gently against the frosted glass, feeling the coolness on her skin. It was a pleasing contrast to the warmth of the fire still glowing behind her, standing there. She let herself become part of the silence, breathing in a long, slow breath, almost tasting the snow's clean scent in the air. She felt as though time had bowed to the hush, allowing her this moment of complete stillness and peace. The leftover cocoa in her mug had cooled, but the flavor remained soothing. She brought the mug to her lips for a final sip, savoring the sweetness and the hint of spice. A warmth still lingered, a reminder of the comfort that could be found in simple pleasures. She set the mug down and turned once again to the fire. Its embers glowed, quietly weaving patterns of orange and red beneath the settling ash. A log shifted, sending sparks dancing up the chimney, their light momentarily flaring before settling back into the peaceful lull. The hush both inside and out took on a deeper quality, as if the night itself was preparing to slip into dreams. This was when her eyelids grew heavier, and her breathing slowed even further, each inhale and exhale forming a gentle wave that carried her into deeper restfulness. She moved closer to the hearth, lying down on the cushions, the woolen blanket tucked around her in a tender embrace. The fire's glow painted a soft shimmer across her face, illuminating a peaceful smile that drifted into the corners of her eyes. With slow deliberation, she let her fingers relax, unfolding them against the plush fabric of the cushion. Her legs, covered by the thick blanket, sank into the softness. The hush in her mind matched the hush in the cottage. Then her thoughts grew more languid, drifting aimlessly like snowflakes, dancing before settling on the earth. Each was a faint whisper of memory or gentle daydream, floating softly in the quiet space of her imagination. As the night wore on, the cottage became even more serene. The clock ticked its steady rhythm. The fire's flames gently rose and fell, and the hush outside grew thick and substantial. as if it were a presence all its own. In that gentle darkness, Eleanor's breathing slipped into a pattern of deep rest. A comforting hush seemed to cradle her, an unspoken lullaby that spoke of safety and warmth. When she finally drifted off, her dreams carried her through winter meadows, lit by moonlight, over hills adorned with evergreen forests, and into hidden groves where crystals of frost gleamed with each breath of wind. It was as if the night itself was revealing secret wonders, showing her where the path of soft reflection and peace could lead. At times she dreamed of footprints in the snow, meandering toward a quiet cabin where a lantern glowed, but she recognized it as her own cottage, calling her home. In those dreams, the scent of chocolate and the fire's warmth lingered as comforting anchors. They were gentle reminders that not all nights were meant for restless searching. Some nights were meant to embrace the hush, to discover a quiet lull within the soul, and to remember that winter had gifts far beyond the cold. And so she slept on, the snow drifting softly beyond the windows, and the fire keeping vigil with its muted light. Dawn would come eventually, slow and gentle, coloring the sky with pale ribbons of blue and pink. The cottage in its deep winter reverie would greet the rising sun with a peaceful hush, the gentle ashes of the night's fire still warm and glowing. But that was a future hour. Here and now, the night reigned, a benevolent keeper of secrets and silent wonders. Under its sway, Eleanor's every breath deepened, each exhalation releasing the last hints of awareness, until she surrendered fully to the balm of restful sleep. Now that you have wandered alongside these moments of gentle warmth, you too can let the hush of that snowbound cottage wrap around you like a soft blanket. If you haven't already, tuck yourself deeper under the covers, ensuring your body is cradled in the coziest position possible. Let the soft darkness of your own surroundings become that tranquil space. Imagine you are nestled by the fireside, a gentle glow dancing across your resting face, while the soft hush of snowfall muffles every last bit of outside noise. Here, safe in your own cocoon of warmth, you can allow your breathing to slow and deepen, each inhale filling you with calm, each exhale a gentle wave of relaxation. Close your eyes and picture the moonlit snow spreading out across a quiet landscape. Let every worry drift away in that hushed scene, carried off by the gentle breeze that swirls snowflakes in a sleepy waltz. Feel a gentle heat blooming in your chest, like the memory of warm cocoa and a tender fire. With each breath, sink further into that soft, restful place where your mind becomes still and serene. Let the gentle hush of winter's night lull you, each moment becoming quieter, softer, and safer. If your thoughts begin to stir, gently guide them back to the warmth of the cottage, the flickering fire, and the soothing scent of hot chocolate. Let that image fill you with a peaceful glow, reminding you that everything is as it should be. The hush envelops you, and you can surrender to its gentle embrace. As your eyelids grow heavier, Know that you are guided by a comforting presence, like a soft lullaby carried on the wind. Drift and rest, dear traveler of these sleepy realms. You have felt the hush of a midnight snow, tasted the sweet warmth of chocolate on your tongue, and basked in the tender glow of firelight. Nothing more is needed of you now. It is time to let go and allow sleep to cradle you with its deepest serenity. Let the hush carry you softly into the heart of winter's dream, where you can slumber peacefully until dawn's gentle light. Good night, dear traveler. Sleep well. Welcome to Deep Sleep Stories. You have arrived at the soft twilight of your day, a tranquil moment set aside just for you. Let your breathing settle into a gentle, soothing rhythm as you close your eyes or rest them in a comfortable gaze. Feel the quiet that blooms around you, the hush that drifts in like a comforting friend. Right now, you deserve nothing but ease and calm. You have come here to experience a peaceful tale, a silent night stroll through the candy cane forest, and with each slow exhalation, you can already sense the subtle invitation of a magical, peppermint-scented breeze floating toward you. Soon you will journey into a land of towering candy canes, glittering snow, and gently humming starlight. But for this moment, take a deep, cleansing breath and allow your shoulders to relax, your eyelids to grow heavier, and your mind to settle like fine snow falling in a quiet wood. You may notice your body resting more deeply into whatever is supporting you. There is no rush, no pressure, just the soft lull of your own breath. In this calm beginning, you are simply preparing yourself for a journey of gentle wonder. Imagine a serene night, the air crisp with promise. You might picture a sky as deep as midnight velvet, where sparkling stars drift across the darkness with languid grace. In the near distance, there waits a marvelous grove, a forest of candy canes standing tall and proud, silently beckoning the curious traveler. That is the world you will soon explore, a realm glowing with the magic of warmth and quiet. Each step forward will be wrapped in the hush of snow, each breath infused with the comforting hint of mint. If a stray thought wanders into your mind, simply acknowledge it and let it float away. Tonight, all that matters is your rest, your comfort, and the gentle unfolding of this fairy tale story. Let your thoughts soften and dissolve like sugar in warm milk, allowing the hush of the evening to guide you toward a place of stillness and safety. Slowly, you drift farther from the day's cares. Let them fade into the background. Let them grow smaller and smaller until they vanish entirely. In a moment, you will step into the calm world of our story, where the rustle of peppermint-scented leaves, the shimmer of moonbeams, and the tender hush of the forest await. This is your time to be carried on a gentle wave of imaginative wonder, a place of cozy magic that exists just for you. A hush envelops the candy cane forest on this night of silent, silvery starlight. Snow blankets the ground, casting a subtle glow in the moon's gentle rays. At the forest's edge stands a solitary figure bundled in warm layers of plush fabric. By the faint flicker of lantern light, it becomes clear that this traveler has a soft, calm presence, a quiet soul seeking a small adventure under the hush of winter skies. The figure lifts a mittened hand and holds the lantern higher, letting the gentle golden circle of light illuminate the peculiar shape of enormous candy canes arching overhead. They tower like whimsical trees, striped red and white, each one bending gently toward the path. to form a canopy of sweet enchantment. Even from this distance, one can almost smell the delicate aroma of peppermint swirling through the crisp air. Snow drifts lightly across the traveler's boots as they take that first step onto the winding path. A hush of falling flakes covers the forest in an otherworldly stillness, as though even the wind has paused to admire the scene. The candy canes themselves stand gracefully, their stripes shining beneath the moonlight, creating a landscape that seems half dream and half reality. In this peaceful realm, the snow gleams like scattered starlight, and each breath of air is as cool and clear as a lullaby. From time to time, a faint tinkling sound echoes from somewhere within the forest, like delicate wind chimes swaying in the breeze. It might be snow crystals bouncing off the candy canes, or perhaps a far-off laugh from an unseen sprite. Everything here feels hushed and safe, the kind of quiet that encourages slow, thoughtful exploration. Through this space, the traveler walks at an unhurried pace, letting each step carry them deeper into the heart of the forest. The candy canes line the path in gentle rows, some curving in tidy arches overhead, others twisting around each other like braids in a child's hair. On this silent night, the frost-laden air sparkles with suspended ice crystals, each one reflecting the warm glow of the lantern. Every so often, the traveler extends a hand to the side, brushing gloved fingertips along the smooth, peppermint-striped bark of these candy cane trees, feeling the unexpected warmth that seems to live within them. It's a curious warmth, as if these magical trees generate their own gentle heat, a softness that calls to mind sweet memories of holiday evenings by a glowing fireplace. As the traveler ventures deeper, the path beneath becomes more defined, seemingly shaped by the quiet footsteps of countless wanderers over time. Now and then, the forest canopy parts slightly, allowing starlight to spill onto the ground in pale patches. Each time the traveler steps into one of these silvery pools, there is a subtle tingle in the air, as though a hidden spell is at work. The hush grows deeper. The night air becomes so soothing that it feels like the entire forest is singing a lullaby of stillness, each candy cane resonating with a faint hum. It is a place of gentle magic, where time slips by without notice. Farther along, the traveler notices that the candy canes begin to vary in color. While red and white stripes dominate, some trunks show subtle twists of pastel pink or lavender, a light dusting of shimmering sugar that gleams under the moon. One particularly tall candy cane trunk has a swirling pattern of gold inlaid with the red, reminiscent of ribbons dancing in the breeze. Where the trunk meets the ground, flecks of peppermint-scented snow catch the lantern light in bright sparks of reflection. There's a sense of wonder in every detail, as if the forest itself takes pleasure in dazzling the quiet visitor. Now and then, soft footprints appear, a delicate indentation in the snow, suggesting that gentle creatures roam here too, leaving faint traces of their own silent journeys. Curious, the traveler slows to examine a cluster of enormous candy cane stalks. Their shapes intertwine like braided vines, creating a kind of archway. From the archway dangles a collection of thin, sugar-spun bells that jingle faintly whenever a breeze passes by. The sound is so soft and tender, it almost blends into the hush of the night. As the traveler lifts a hand and nudges one of the bells, the sweet chiming melts into the quiet with the comfort of a lullaby. For a moment, the traveler stands still, letting the melody wash over them, feeling it resonate in the heart of the forest. A wave of calm blossoms in that space as though the entire realm sighs in gentle contentment. Beyond the archway, the landscape opens into a small clearing. Here, the candy canes form wide rings around a clearing softly lit by moonbeams. In the center stands a single peppermint stump, perhaps the remnant of an old candy cane tree that has given way to time and transformation. Its surface is smooth and pale, striped with faint patterns that once glowed vibrantly. Scattered around are tufts of frosty grass that peek through the snow, lending the scene a soft, textured carpet. The traveler steps closer, discovering something curious about the stump's surface, an intricate pattern etched into the peppermint. It looks like swirling vines that converge into the shape of a snowflake. As the lantern's glow plays on these carved lines, they seem to shimmer faintly, as if holding some long-forgotten enchantment. Intrigued by this hidden magic, the traveler sets the lantern gently on the stump, letting its warm light fill the clearing. For a time they simply stand there, inhaling the crisp fragrance of winter wind and candy canes. Overhead, the sky stretches endlessly, sprinkled with stars that quietly gleam. There is a sense that this space is inviting, perhaps offering a moment of rest, a place to pause and absorb the forest's gentle spirit. Feeling the hush around them, the traveler seats themselves on the stump's wide surface, grateful for a moment of stillness. And in that stillness, it almost feels like the forest breathes, a subtle, barely noticeable rhythm, akin to a slow heartbeat. The traveler's own breath begins to align with it, creating a deep sense of oneness with this magical place. All around it, the candy cane trees seem to vibrate with a gentle hum of life. Their surfaces reflect the moon's glow, each stripe gleaming as though formed of starlight. On the horizon, a cluster of pale clouds drifts by, momentarily covering the moon and painting the ground in a softer shade of dusk. A hush falls, even deeper than before. The traveler closes their eyes, letting their ears pick up the whispered lullaby of wind in the peppermint leaves. There is no hurry here, no urgency at all, just the comforting knowledge that this night is timeless. The breeze that wanders between the trees carries only warmth and soft, tinkling bells, reminding all who listen that this is a realm set aside for rest and gentle dreams. While the traveler sits, They become aware of a soft glow in the distance. It flickers behind the tall forest spires, as though beckoning quietly. Curious yet unhurried, the traveler stands once more, collecting the lantern and walking toward the glow. Each crunch of boots on snow is subdued and reassuring, weaving seamlessly into the hush that swaddles the entire landscape. As they continue, the candy canes grow closer together, forming a denser canopy overhead. The twisting stripes occasionally reveal hidden alcoves or meandering side paths where giant peppermint leaves sprout from the ground, glittering with ice crystals. Gentle wisps of sugary fragrance drift across the path, lighting the air with comforting sweetness. Even a deep inhale in this place feels restful, as though breathing in the forest's soft magic. Eventually, the traveler steps into another clearing, this one larger and more open to the moonlit sky. At its center stands a grand pale blue peppermint tree, similar in shape to the candy canes, but topped with a graceful swirl that rises into the sky like a spire. Around it, sugar-spun lanterns dangle from slender branches, each lantern glowing with a serene light that shifts gently in color, pale lavender, soft gold, then a quiet turquoise. Beneath the branches, a circle of smooth peppermint benches is arranged as if waiting for some nighttime gathering. A faint sense of companionship lingers here, even though the clearing is empty. It feels as if the forest itself is welcoming any quiet soul who passes through, offering them a place to rest and maybe share a silent moment with the stars. Drawn by this silent invitation, the traveler edges closer to the glowing tree. The lantern's own light merges with the subtle shimmer of those suspended around the clearing. In that union of soft illumination, everything is cast in dreamy hues. The snow sparkles in pastel glimmers, and the tree's striped bark looks as though brushed by silver dust. The traveler sets the lantern on one of the benches and steps beneath the tree's arching branches. Looking upward, they see ribbons of peppermint leaves, each one shaped like a graceful swirl, forming a tapestry overhead. Through the delicate lace of leaves, constellations flicker like shy lights, and the sky's quiet vigil seems to reflect the forest's gentle spirit. Taking a seat on one of the benches, the traveler notices a faint tingling sensation, as if warmth seeps from the peppermint surface, relieving any trace of cold in the night air. Perhaps it's the forest's subtle magic at work. No one here is meant to be chilled or uncomfortable. The gentle glow of the suspended lanterns dances across the traveler's face, painting it with tranquil shades of color that shift slowly, a kaleidoscope of calm. During this lull, the traveler's breath becomes slower, more measured, naturally falling into the comforting rhythm of the forest. Time stretches in a quiet hush, and the mind drifts as lightly as a snowflake. Off to one side of the clearing, a narrow path shimmers with flickers of reflected light. It seems to slope gently downward, and though the traveler is not in any rush, curiosity stirs again. guiding them to stand and gather their lantern once more. The forest, it seems, has many quiet wonders in store. A light breeze stirs, and the sugar-spun lanterns bob gently in reply, as if they're bidding a friendly farewell. Soon, the traveler sets off along this softly glittering trail, boots sinking into fluffy drifts that whisper a muted crunch with each step. As the path descends, the candy canes on either side of the traveler stretch taller, forming a graceful corridor of arching stripes. Overhead, the branches of peppermint leaves grow denser, their swirling shapes woven so intricately that the night sky peeks through in starry pinpricks. And yet, there is no suffocating darkness. The forest has its own radiance, each cane trunk seeming to glow from within like gentle nightlights placed there by caring hands. Here the air carries the faintest hint of sweet spice, something reminiscent of cloves or cinnamon, dancing in harmony with the crisp scent of peppermint. It's the sort of aroma that brings warmth to the heart, like sitting by a winter fire with a warm mug in hand. Eventually the corridor opens onto a small valley. The snow here is softer and more powdery, creating a gently rolling landscape of mounds and dips. The candy cane trees stand at the valley's edges, their tall stripes outlined against the horizon. In the center of the valley, there appears to be a frozen pond, its surface reflecting the moon in a perfect circle of glowing silver. At first, the traveler simply marvels at the sight of that mirrored moon suspended in the pond's glassy surface. It's as if the entire sky has stooped down to offer a gentle greeting. Curious about this serene place, the traveler moves closer to the pond's edge. Light from the lantern illuminates the crystal-like shimmer on the ice. Tiny fractals dance, forming star-shaped patterns that spread elegantly across the pond. The traveler kneels, peering at these frosty designs. A hush lingers, broken only by the distant tinkle of sugar bells far behind. For a moment, it's tempting to reach out and touch the ice's surface, but the traveler hesitates, some part of them sensing that touching the pond might stir a ripple of magic. Instead, they simply remain, admiring the uncanny beauty of that reflection. The moon above, the moon below, and all around them. The gentle hush of an enchanted forest. Eventually, a soft whisper of wind encourages the traveler to rise. A gentle nudge from the night itself suggests that the journey continues. Lantern in hand, the traveler skirts the pond, following its perimeter. The path here is less defined, but the candy cane trees in the distance offer subtle guidance. Their trunks gleam in stripes, a silent invitation to follow. The ground beneath is a patchwork of fresh snow and glimmering frost, each step accompanied by a quiet crunch that soothes the mind. No footsteps remain for long, though. The light snowfall covers them with a blanket of white, as if the forest prefers to keep its secrets hidden. In time, the traveler comes across a gentle slope leading up from the valley. Tall candy canes flank this upward path, creating a spiral of red and white stripes that points the way. With every step up, the air feels lighter, the hush grows even more serene, and the peppermint scent intensifies in the most comforting way. The traveler climbs slowly, pausing at intervals to look back at the valley. The frozen pond in the distance looks now like a silver coin nestled in white snow. Overhead, the stars sparkle, quietly celebrating this moment of peace. At the top of the slope, a breathtaking view unfolds, a wide panorama of the candy cane forest stretches out in every direction. The moonlight highlights the tops of the candy canes, making them glisten like giant stripes of moonlit taffy. The forest seems endless, a rolling sea of peppermint swirls. In the far distance, gentle hills lift the horizon. Between them, faintly visible, a faint glow rises, perhaps another hidden clearing, or maybe just the reflection of moonlight upon frosty ridges. Standing on this small crest, the traveler feels a sense of awe at the forest's quiet beauty. A breeze lifts, carrying a delicate swirl of snowflakes. They drift around the traveler in a slow, graceful dance, as though inviting them to join the hush of the night's dance. Following the natural contours of the land, the traveler notices a narrower path, weaving through tall candy canes that appear almost like pillars in a grand hall. The stripes at their bases are wide and thick, tapering into thinner bands higher up. With the lantern lighting the way, the traveler steps into this corridor, letting the peppermint pillars guide them. The air here is especially soft, each breath filled with a sweet chill that tingles in the lungs, yet also comforts. The hush is profound. Even the traveler's steps seem softer, as if the snow yields willingly beneath each footfall. Suddenly, there is a gentle flicker of light from behind one of the larger candy canes. It's a sparkle that gleams once, then disappears. The traveler pauses, peering into the stripes of shadow and moonlight. For a moment, the forest is entirely still. Then, with delicate caution, a small creature emerges. A tiny, luminescent, rabbit-like being with ears shaped like curled peppermint leaves. Its fur glows in the moonlight with a soft pastel shimmer. The traveler stands very still, heart-warmed by this unexpected visitor. The little creature blinks curiously, its eyes reflecting gentle kindness, as if it too wonders who might be walking through the forest at this silent hour. After a moment of shared curiosity, the creature gives a timid hop closer. Perhaps it senses the traveler's calm and gentle spirit. They regard each other in the hush, the only sound a distant breeze and the faint jingle of sugar-spun bells in the depths of the forest. Slowly, the traveler extends a mittened hand, not to touch, but simply to greet. The creature seems to accept the silent salutation, sniffing the air in a tiny gesture of trust. Then, with a graceful leap, it bounds off into the shadows, leaving behind a light swirl of sparkling snow. For a few moments, the traveler wonders if it was a figment of the forest's dreamlike enchantment. but the faint paw prints in the snow assure that it was real. Another inhabitant of this gentle night realm, crossing paths at just the right time. Moving onward, the traveler notices that the candy canes in this part of the forest are spaced more widely. The ground rises in slight ridges, lined with pastel-hued peppermints that sprout like small shrubs. Swirls of color swirl gracefully along their edges, reminiscent of delicate ribbons. The air is almost still, lulling any hint of excitement into a sweet sense of calm. It's the kind of stillness that invites thoughts to drift away, letting the mind empty itself of any worries or lingering echoes of the day. In this protected corner of the forest, every detail seems to murmur a comforting lullaby. The hush of snow, the faint tingle of mint in the breeze, and the soft glow of striped trunks all weave a tapestry of repose. Eventually, the traveler arrives at a gently rounded hill nestled among the candy canes. Its slope is covered with peppermint petals that have fallen, creating a pink and white patchwork. Soft lumps of snow gather in the spaces between petals, forming pillowy drifts. At the hill's crest stands a tall candy cane formation shaped like a graceful pavilion. The stripes twist to form columns, and a roof of delicate leaves arches overhead, forming a cozy alcove that glitters with a dusting of frost. It's as though the forest has provided a final resting place for any weary wanderer who might wander this far. Climbing the slight rise, the traveler enters the pavilion. Instantly, a balmy warmth envelops them, as if the striped columns themselves radiate gentle heat. In the center stands a small stand carved from peppermint bark, upon which rests a bowl filled with shimmering sugar crystals. They reflect the lantern's light, sending glints of color dancing across the pavilion ceiling. When the traveler breathes in, the air feels subtly sweet, almost like the comforting scent of fresh-baked cookies. With a grateful sigh, the traveler sets the lantern down and seats themselves on a smooth peppermint ledge. The hush that surrounds them now is deep and abiding, like a lull within a lull. Here, time seems to vanish. The traveler becomes aware only of the quiet, the gentle swirl of thoughts dissolving into the silent embrace of the forest. Moonlight filters through the peppermint leaves, casting pale stripes of light that shift whenever a delicate wind stirs the canopy. The warm air soothes any tension in the traveler's muscles, inviting the body to soften and grow heavy with rest. The entire forest, it seems, is breathing one last lullaby, urging all living things to enter a realm of gentle dreams. With each passing moment, the traveler's eyes grow a touch more drowsy, as though lulled by the hush of this enchanted world. A subtle sense of homecoming embraces this space, the sweet knowledge that the journey here was not just about walking through a magical forest, but also about arriving at a place of deep and nurturing calm. In the traveler's mind, images drift lazily, stripes of red and white glowing in moonlight, a tiny creature bounding away with a swirl of snow, the mirrored pond reflecting a perfect moon. All these moments coalesce into a gentle lull, softening the edges of consciousness until it feels like a tender dream. Beyond the pavilion, the candy cane forest continues to stand in silent vigil, each trunk humming with an ancient, restful magic. Somewhere deeper in the woods, sugar bells occasionally chime, carried by an almost imperceptible breeze. Their song is faint, like a memory of laughter, echoing through the hush. It's the kind of sound that reassures you that peace is always near, that wonder can be found in even the quietest corners of the world. In the quiet of this final resting place, the night settles into its deepest lull. The traveler's eyes grow heavy under the soft glow of moonlight and lantern light. Each breath is drawn in slowly, allowed to swirl gently within, and released with a sense of grateful relief. The forest pavilion offers protection from the cold, from the day's concerns, from any clamor of thought. This is a sanctuary of calm. Let this hush fill every corner of awareness, inviting all remaining tension to slip away as silently as a snowflake drifting from the sky. Within these peppermint arches, time drifts like a whisper. The traveler's heartbeat steadies, matching the forest's gentle pulse. If there are any restless stirrings in the mind, they are lulled by the soft, welcoming hush. The memory of that silent night stroll, of the candy canes shimmering in the moonlight, holds the traveler in a comforting embrace. The hush of the forest encourages drowsiness, and the traveler, content and at peace, feels each eyelid grow heavier, each breath longer and more soothing than the last. Outside, the faint jingle of sugar bells grows ever more distant, like a lullaby drifting away as sleep approaches. Snow continues to fall in light, delicate flurries, but within the pavilion, only serenity reigns. As the traveler's eyes close, the swirling patterns of the candy canes linger in the mind, a memory of gentle stripes guiding the way to restful dreams. The hush of the forest folds itself around the traveler like a soft blanket, cradling them in a promise of safety and shelter. The world beyond the candy cane forest fades into a soothing, faraway hush, leaving only the essence of moonlight and peppermint-scented air. With a final exhalation of contentment, the traveler surrenders to this place of calm, allowing deep relaxation to envelop body and mind. If the forest had words, it might whisper a tender farewell, an invitation to stay as long as needed, to find comfort in the hush, and to dream sweetly under the silent watch of moonlit arches. In this moment, the forest breathes, the traveler breathes, and all is well. Let the final echoes of that peppermint-scented realm float effortlessly into the realm of dreams. Good night, dear traveler. Sleep well. Hello, and welcome to Deep Sleep Stories. Tonight you've chosen a gentle tale designed to ease you into the quiet realm of slumber. If you close your eyes, you can almost smell the subtle hint of pine and soft candle wax. And if you listen closely, you might hear the faint crackling of a hearth's warm flame. Soon, you'll find yourself wandering the halls of an old cozy cottage, discovering a tucked-away nook beneath a sprig of mistletoe. For now, simply let these words settle around you like a gentle blanket of comfort. Take in a slow, steady breath. Inhale the calm, letting it spread through your limbs. Exhale all tension, allowing your mind to settle and find serenity. If there are any loose thoughts tugging at your attention, you can simply acknowledge them and then watch them drift off like a leaf, quietly floating downstream. Notice the supportive surface beneath you, the air resting softly against your skin, and the rhythmic beat of your heart. Let everything soften as you continue your easy breathing. Notice how your eyelids feel heavier, soothed by the promise of a tranquil story. You might imagine yourself in a cozy armchair, wrapped in a warm throw, gently watching a world of snowflakes drifting past a frosted window. Or perhaps you see yourself in a glowing lamp-lit room where the ceiling is high and old wooden beams hold stories of their own. These images are yours to shape and cradle with your imagination. This evening's tale will guide you through an intimate cottage hall, a place steeped in timeless charm where a sprig of mistletoe hovers near a secret nook of comfort. You'll slip through the stone archways, sense the gentle hush of hushed corridors, and discover the subtle fragrance of winter spice in the air. A heavy door may creak open before you, inviting you into a realm of old-world warmth. With each step, you'll feel your body relax more deeply, every muscle unfurling, ready to embrace a peaceful journey. Now breathe slowly in and slowly out. Let the warmth of your imagination blossom with each heartbeat. Let any rigid thoughts dissolve. There is nothing urgent for you to do, nowhere pressing you need to be. The landscape of your mind is your companion this evening, and it is more than ready to transport you somewhere safe and comforting. Feel the soft hush descend upon you, a quiet invitation to sink deeper into rest. Imagine a gentle hush spreading across your shoulders, coaxing them to relax. Your arms grow lighter, your hands soften. With each cycle of breath, your body feels more at ease, your mind more content. And now, let us leave behind any remnants of the busy day. We will gently transition into a story in which the world outside hushes itself for just a little while. Let the heavy wooden door of the cottage open in your mind's eye, and together we step quietly into an old, warm hall. On a frosty winter's night, a gentle hush fell across the countryside. Snow blanketed the winding lanes and fields in a thick, muffling cover of white, turning every hill and valley into a shimmering wonderland. At the far end of a winding path, an old cottage stood, with its walls made of ancient stone, softened by the glow of lantern light from within. The windows, small and frosted at the edges, revealed only a whisper of the warm world on the other side of the panes. Inside that cottage, a single hallway stretched from the front door to the heart of the home. Rustic beams, dark with age, lined the ceiling. The hallway floor, laid with uneven flagstones, carried the gentle echo of footsteps whenever someone passed. And on this quiet evening, delicate ribbons of candlelight flickered across the hall's stone walls, dancing with the shadows to create a shifting tapestry of golden light and soft darkness. At one end of the hallway sat a tall, narrow window, draped with thick, velvety curtains to keep the chill at bay. Whenever the wind rustled outside, the curtains would stir with a faint motion, sending a cool draft along the stones. But there in the center of the hall, near a small wooden bench, a comfortable aura reigned. The bench had cushions layered upon it, each one stitched with a tasteful swirl of red and green thread. A little table stood beside it, home to an antique lamp whose warm glow invited visitors to sit and rest. Up above this cozy bench, fastened to a beam with a crimson ribbon, a sprig of mistletoe hung quietly. Its small, pearly berries glistened, and the evergreen leaves gleamed in the lamplight, offering a sense of timeless cheer. There was something about the mistletoe, something inviting, something that whispered of kindly tradition. Maybe it was the subtle fragrance of greenery, the promise of goodwill, or the tender sense of connection that always finds its way under those leaves. Whatever it was, the gentle presence of the mistletoe made that small corner of the hall feel like a special nook of warmth and welcome. Soft footsteps approached from the distant end of the cottage. The caretaker of the old place, a gentle soul with a kind face and gentle hands, moved through the hallway with unhurried grace. She carried a simple tray with a teapot of spiced herbal brew and two delicate cups, each rimmed with a swirling gold design. Though the caretaker had many years behind her, she moved with the steady purpose of someone tending a sanctuary. The house was hers to watch over, and she guarded it with tenderness. Her steps slowed as she reached the bench. Carefully, she placed the tray upon the little table. The teapot released a faint curl of steam, carrying with it the scent of cinnamon, cloves, and perhaps a hint of sweet orange. The caretaker looked up at the mistletoe, a knowing smile touching her features. She remembered the countless winter nights she had spent in this place, greeting travelers from far and wide, each seeking refuge from the cold. Some arrived from nearby villages, others from distant lands, yet all found solace beneath that bough of mistletoe in that softly lit corner. Once, long ago, the caretaker herself had arrived at this cottage with weary feet and a heart in need of rest. It had been a snowy night, similar to this one, wind howling around the eaves, snowflakes swirling like tiny dancers. She had knocked on the door, shivering beneath a heavy cloak, only to be welcomed into the warmth by an older caretaker. And in that moment, standing in the lamplit corridor, she felt all the weight of her journey slip away. She had taken the caretaker's mantle after a time, ensuring that this sanctuary would endure for those in need of comfort. Tonight, the caretaker awaited another gentle soul to find the cottage. She was sure someone would soon appear, drawn by the golden glow of the windows or by the promise of a kindly welcome. Until then, the caretaker settled herself on the bench, letting her thoughts drift along the current of memory. Now and then, she gazed fondly at the mistletoe overhead. It was part of the cottage's heart, after all, always renewed each winter. As the hours passed, the caretaker half dozed with a comforting blanket wrapped around her shoulders. The quiet warmth and the rhythmic pop of the distant fireplace lulled her into a dreamy state. Outside, the snowfall softened to a powdery hush. Now and then, gusts of wind pushed through the night, rustling branches and swirling eddies of snow against the stone walls. But inside, the steady flicker of candles and the soft glow of the lamp painted the hall in gentle amber tones. Eventually, a faint scraping at the front door disturbed the hush. The caretaker lifted her head, set the teapot aside, and rose to answer. She unlatched the heavy wooden door and revealed a figure standing in the spill of golden light. This visitor was wrapped in a cloak dusted with snow, cheeks pink from the chill, eyes wide with gratitude. Without a word, the caretaker's hand beckoned the traveler in, ushering them away from the biting cold. Once inside, the visitor breathed in a relieved sigh, warm air replacing the sting of winter. The caretaker offered a smile and guided them along the hallway's stone floor. Step by step, the traveler's shoulders uncurled, the tension melting away. Here, the sense of pine, spice, and hearth smoke mingled, a comforting perfume that spoke of safety. When they reached the bench beneath the mistletoe, the caretaker gestured for the traveler to sit. The traveler, who had walked so many winding roads, sank onto the cushions with a weary, grateful nod. It felt to that traveler as if the bench had been prepared just for them. Softness enveloped them, supporting tired limbs and steadying a mind that had been buffeted by the elements. The caretaker poured a steaming cup of tea, and its aroma wrapped around the traveler like a kindly embrace. "How lovely," the traveler whispered, holding the cup close to their chest. Their eyes flickered up to the mistletoe overhead, momentarily entranced by the way it shimmered in the soft light. The caretaker offered a gentle smile. "This little nook is my favorite place in the cottage," she said, her voice hushed and fond. "Its warmth holds many happy stories." The traveler nodded in understanding, as though they could sense the echoes of all the winter evenings that had come before. They could imagine other weary souls who had sat on this bench, sipping tea, listening to the lull of the wind outside. They could almost see flickers of candlelit figures drifting through time, each soothed by the gracious welcome of this place. As minutes passed, the caretaker and traveler spoke quietly, their conversation a gentle murmur in the hush of the hall. Now and then, they fell silent, simply appreciating the comforting presence of a companion on a cold night. The caretaker's voice, low and melodic, told the story of how the cottage came to be. She spoke of its ancient stones brought over from a nearby ruin, carefully shaped and placed to create a safe haven against the storms. She described the sturdy beams overhead, hand-hewn by a meticulous craftsman who had poured heart and soul into each cut of wood. The walls, though thick and solid, had a warmth that belied their age. The traveler listened, lulled into a state of drowsy calm by the caretaker's words. Each detail, whether the swirl of the wooden grain or the slight crack in a particular flagstone, formed a tapestry of history. Eventually, the caretaker's recollections drifted to tales of the mistletoe itself, how each year a new sprig was gathered from the oldest oak in the nearby woods. The caretaker would tie it with a festive ribbon and hang it in the exact same spot, ensuring the cottage's spirit of welcome remained unbroken. Her stories carried the traveler through the soft hush of centuries gone by. They discovered that according to legend, the first caretaker had placed mistletoe in the hall to remind visitors of hope. Even in the coldest winter, the bright green leaves and pale berries symbolized life and connection, bridging distances of time and space. The traveler, filled with a quiet awe, glanced up at the little sprig overhead. The caretaker explained that whoever found themselves beneath it might also find a sense of unity with the cottage and all those who had come before. Time slipped by as gently as a snowflake falling through the night. Outside, the sky shifted, letting the moon cast a silver glow upon the fields. Occasionally, the wind raised a soft whistle around the eaves, but inside, everything remained cozy and still. The caretaker stoked a small fireplace down the hall, adding another log to ensure the warmth reached every corner of the cottage. Light from the flickering flames danced across the traveler's face, reflecting in their eyes like echoes of distant constellations. Eventually, the caretaker excused herself to ensure all was in order across the cottage's many rooms. Left alone on the bench, the traveler sipped the last of the tea and took in the gentle surroundings. The shadows had grown longer now, the lamp's flame flickering low, and the hush of the night pressed closer, like a soft quilt. Near the foot of the bench, a plush rug invited tired feet to rest. The traveler slid a hand across its thick fibers, appreciating the gentle comfort. Everything in the cottage felt thoughtfully placed, each item imbued with care. A lulling sensation draped itself over the traveler's shoulders. Their eyes felt heavy, their breaths long and slow. They leaned back against the cushions, letting the warm light play over closed eyelids. In the distance, the caretaker could be heard gently humming a lullaby tune as she walked from room to room, checking windows and shutters. Floorboards squeaked softly beneath her step. The only other sound besides the traveler's slow, rhythmic breathing Memories of the long journey flickered through the traveler's mind, like pages of a fading book. Miles upon miles of winding roads, barren fields, starlit skies, and the hush of forest trails. The memory of carrying a small pack, cold nights spent beneath starry skies, and the longing for a place to truly rest. Now all those recollections softened as though they belonged to someone else. The traveler's heartbeat steadied, their mind drifting gently on the edges of waking and dreaming. After a while, the caretaker returned and quietly placed a warm blanket across the traveler's lap. Without fully opening their eyes, the traveler smiled, grateful for that added comfort. The caretaker spoke softly. "You may rest here as long as you like," she whispered, voice scarcely louder than the gentle crackle of the distant fire. "If you grow weary, you'll find a snug bedroom just down the hall. The sheets have been warmed and the pillows fluffed." The traveler nodded, though they did not stir from the cozy bench. In that moment, they felt content to remain beneath the mistletoe, lulled by its quiet presence. The caretaker understood and retreated, respecting the traveler's state of peaceful half-slumber. She made her way to the kitchen, where an old kettle began to sing a cheerful, muted tune, preparing more tea should the traveler awaken with thirst again. In the hush that followed, the traveler opened their eyes just enough to take in the flickering play of light across the hall's stone walls. They noticed small details they hadn't before: the swirl of frost along the window glass, the carved lines in the beams overhead, the subtle aroma of beeswax candles. Each element seemed steeped in quiet magic, and the traveler felt something inside them shift, as though a deep well of peace had been uncovered. A cat, soft-footed and gray as smoke, wandered into the hall. It approached with a gentle tail flick, curious about the visitor. With light steps, it hopped onto the bench and curled up near the traveler, purring faintly. The traveler reached out to give the cat a gentle pat, feeling the soothing vibration of its purr flow through their fingertips. The presence of a friendly companion only deepened the sense of comfort, as though the cat, too, understood the old cottage's welcoming spirit. A flicker of movement drew the traveler's gaze. Outside the window, snow continued to drift in lazy spirals lit by the pale moon's soft glow. The night seemed endless, but not in a lonely way. Instead, it felt vast and embracing, as though all the world outside was wrapped in a gentle slumber. Faintly, a wreath on the cottage door made a quiet rustling sound, stirred by a passing breeze. Time felt suspended in this tranquil corridor, and the traveler let themselves be carried into that timeless hush. Thoughts came and went, each one dissolving into the warm darkness. The caretaker's lullaby, echoing faintly, mingled with the cat's gentle purr, creating a cradle of sound that rocked the traveler further toward sleep. Slowly the lamp's flame weakened, dimming to a soft glow. Shadows deepened, lengthening across the walls. For a moment, the traveler opened their eyes fully and gazed up at the mistletoe. The leaves, a deeper green in the dimness, caught the light like tiny polished stones, while the berries glowed pale and welcoming. The traveler felt as though they were gazing upon a secret treasure that held within it the promise of rest and goodwill. The hush in the hall continued, providing space for a tender, peaceful reverie. In time, the caretaker returned, moving with hushed footsteps. She saw the traveler's eyelids fluttering and placed a gentle hand on their shoulder. "Come," she whispered, "your bed awaits." The traveler allowed themselves to be lifted from the bench, legs a little stiff from the long rest. Yet there was no sense of hurry in the caretaker's motions, just patience and calm, as though guiding a loved one through a gentle ritual. They walked together down the hall, the caretaker holding a small lantern that cast a semicircle of light onto the floor. The traveler felt a quiet sense of anticipation, as though about to step into a dream. Doors lined the corridor, each leading to a cozy bedroom. The caretaker paused at one with a simple wooden plaque carved in the shape of a sprig of holly. She opened it onto a warm room where a fire danced in the hearth, reflecting on polished wood panels. Inside, a bed was turned down, crisp linens waiting, a soft duvet piled at the foot. The traveler followed the caretaker inside, shoulders sinking even further in relief. The caretaker offered a small nod and quietly slipped away, leaving the traveler to settle in. The traveler approached the bed and placed a hand on the quilt, feeling the thick, comforting warmth. A single window framed a moonlit view of snowy fields. Even in the dark, the scene outside spoke of the night's stillness and hush. The travelers shed their cloak and boots, grateful for the welcoming refuge. Sliding beneath the covers was like stepping into a cloud of gentle warmth. The bed, wide and soft, cradled every curve of tired muscles. The wind outside seemed distant now, a faint murmur at the edges of hearing, reminding the traveler of the snug comfort within these walls. For a moment, the traveler's mind drifted back to the mistletoe in the hall, that small nook of deep coziness. The memory of the caretaker's stories and the cat's peaceful purring lingered like a lullaby. Everything about this place spoke of timeless winter nights spent in gentle reflection and rest. The traveler allowed their body to grow heavy against the mattress, each limb sinking deeper into the softness. Their breathing slowed, following the gentle flicker of the hearth's glow. The nights in this cottage, so the caretaker had said, were always kind to weary souls. It was as though the walls themselves breathed a soft note of reassurance. For centuries, guests had found solace here, lulled by the harmonious union of warmth, companionship, and a subtle sprinkling of festive cheer. The traveler felt that same lull working upon them now, each breath carrying them further away from wakefulness. Eventually, the traveler's eyes drifted shut. Their mind floated through that liminal space between consciousness and dreams. The old cottage seemed to hum gently with a promise of rest, inviting them to let go entirely. sleep arrived tenderly, wrapping them in a cloak of quiet. Snow continued to fall outside, adding another layer to the world's soft hush. Sometime in the early hours, the traveler stirred, half awake. The embers in the fireplace glowed faintly. The caretaker had likely returned while the traveler slept to stir the fire to ensure it would not die entirely before morning. But the visitor took only a brief moment to notice this before succumbing again to the gentle pull of slumber. The hush of the cottage cradled their dreams, carrying them safely through the night. Come morning, a pearly light would filter through the curtains, revealing a world renewed by snowy drifts. The traveler would awaken to the promise of a new day, warmed by the lingering glow of candlelight memories. Yet for now, night retained its peaceful reign. Outside, the moon still shone upon the landscape, and within, the caretaker's watchful presence safeguarded the comfort of every soul. All was well beneath that roof, sealed with an unspoken blessing from the quiet sprig of mistletoe. With the halls steeped in calm, the cat continued its nightly wanderings, stepping lightly through shadows, occasionally finding a warm corner to curl up in. And above the silent bench, the mistletoe remained, witness to the hush of the night and the gentle sense of belonging shared by any who paused beneath its leaves. It seemed to bestow a simple message upon the entire cottage that in the darkest hours of winter, warmth and friendship still flourish. Even the caretaker found her own rest, seating herself by the dying fire in the main sitting room. She closed her eyes, thinking of the travelers who had come before and those who would still find their way. The caretaker's heart was full, satisfied with the knowledge that once again someone had found peace here. Over the centuries, the same simple kindness had continued to unfold, and so it would for centuries more, so long as the cottage stood, shining its light into the snowy dusk. Hours passed in reverent silence. Now and then, the wind would pick up, or a branch would tap against a window, but nothing could disturb the stillness within those old stone walls. The flicker of a candle, the shuffle of a blanket, the faint murmur of dreaming, these were the only sounds of the world. Any concerns from the outside seemed very far away, hushed by the gentle night and soothed by the unwavering sense of safety within the cottage. And so the traveler slept on, wrapped in the enduring promise of that cozy mistletoe nook in the old cottage hall. It was a promise of belonging, of respite from any storm, internal or external, that might weigh a person down. Before long, winter's dawn would cast the first pale rays across frosty fields, but here, in the heart of the cottage, there would always be room for deeper rest, for slow breaths, and for softly stirring dreams. Now let the final notes of this gentle story guide you into an even quieter place. Let your breathing become slower, gentler. Inhale softly and exhale fully, allowing every muscle to release. Picture the snowy world outside growing still, hush settling on every surface. The stones of the cottage hold you in their tranquil embrace, protective and warm. You may sense the caretaker's soothing presence nearby, the cat purring faintly in the distance. Let those gentle images help you drift deeper. There's no need to think or plan. All that matters is this moment of peace. Feel the blanket of calm wrapping around your shoulders. The night is patient, the hush unbroken. As you lie here, your eyelids grow heavier. Let your thoughts float like snowflakes on a breeze, drifting away until there's only the soft glow of candlelight and the gentle hum of a contented home. Soon you slip into a place where dreams gather like drifting clouds, safe and serene. Let the warmth and comfort of that old cottage hall seep into your bones. Let the restful quiet fill every breath, every heartbeat. Good night, dear traveler. May the hush of this story stay with you as you journey into the deepest layers of slumber. Sleep well, warmed by the memory of a gentle mistletoe nook and the promise of a new dawn's tender light. Rest now and drift deeper into the soft embrace of night. Welcome to Deep Sleep Stories, a warm and gentle place where you can set aside the cares of the day and settle into the soft comfort of the evening. In tonight's story, you'll be invited to follow a gentle snowfall onto a cozy porch inhabited by a serene nutcracker, a silent guardian of winter wonder. Take a moment to rest your head, ease your shoulders, and draw in a deep, calming breath. As you exhale, notice how the weight of your worries begins to melt away, leaving you just a bit lighter. The hush of the room, the softness of your blanket, and the slow expansion of your lungs welcome you to a quiet realm of relaxation. In your mind, you might already begin to picture a small lamp glowing in the distance, an invitation to step closer, step slower, and experience the enchantment of a peaceful winter's night. Feel the cool tingle of air against your cheeks as you breathe in, and let your breath spill out like the faintest of clouds drifting through the cold twilight. Imagine each exhale as a gentle breeze, carrying away all the lingering thoughts and to-do lists of the day. You are free now, free to let the soothing stillness guide you deeper into comfort. Allow the hush to spread through your limbs. Notice your hands settling softly by your sides. Notice your legs releasing any tension, falling into a restful place. Soon, you will float along in a story that asks nothing from you but a willingness to receive calm and ease. Let these words be a lulling guide, drawing your attention away from the chatter of the mind and toward the simple beauty of a softly falling snow. Now let yourself drift as your perspective shifts, like stepping onto a quiet stage where a tale unfolds at its own gentle pace. The story begins in a tucked-away part of the countryside, on a small porch where a wooden nutcracker stands, ever watchful, while silent flakes of snow dance in the air around him. On the outskirts of a little town with a steepled church and winding lanes sits a snug cottage that has seen many winters and many joys. Each holiday season, its porch is home to a proud nutcracker, carved from stout wood and painted with rich hues of red and green. He stands at attention by the sturdy door, one hand on a carved staff, the other curled in a friendly greeting. Although he never moves, there is a hint of a smile beneath his painted mustache, a subtle sign that he invites all who pass to enjoy the simple wonders of the moment. The porch is swept clean each morning by a kind-hearted caretaker who lives inside the cottage. She makes sure that the nutcracker stands securely, even when winds push through the evergreen branches and send snow swirling in delicate flurries around him. Tall pines shade the cottage from harsh winds, their boughs laden with a dusting of fresh powder. Icicles dangle from the edge of the roof like small crystal blades, shining when moonlight or lamplight touches them. It's the quiet season here, when the earth curls up under a blanket of white and the hush of the world extends into every corner of this little home. The caretaker inside the cottage is older, her hair silvered by many winters, her heart filled with many stories. Each evening she lights a lantern on the porch, so a gentle glow falls across the nutcracker's steadfast figure. She takes comfort in his presence, grateful for his silent companionship. When the afternoon sky begins to pale, she steps outside with a warm shawl around her shoulders to tend to the lantern's gentle flame, watching as that familiar, comforting light settles over the patch of ground around the porch. The warmth of the lantern glows on the nutcracker's painted cheeks, giving him a kindly appearance that welcomes the approach of night. In the still air of dusk, when the world turns quiet, a faint hush settles upon the land. Some nights, the caretaker stands for a few moments beside the nutcracker, listening to the wind weave through the branches and the far-off call of a bird seeking shelter. She remembers times long past when her children, now grown, would dart out the door in search of the season's first snowdrifts or gather around to admire the nutcracker, imagining him coming alive to join them on twinkling December nights. Now all that remains is the memory of their laughter, echoing sweetly in her mind as she returns inside. When darkness drapes itself softly over the scene, the sky often sends down a gentle flurry of snow. Tonight, the flakes begin almost imperceptibly, drifting on the faintest sigh of wind. Within minutes, the air is alive with a soft swirl of white, tiny crystals dancing downward, each one a delicate masterpiece. They swirl around the nutcracker's hat, settle onto the brim, then slide off onto the porch. He stands as he always does, a guardian of the hush, unflinching and content to welcome whatever the sky chooses to bring. Inside the cottage, there is a single window near the porch, and through that window, a warm glow emerges. Beyond that glass, a soft fire flickers in the stone hearth. A cradle of embers, softly crackling, diffuses gentle warmth. The caretaker sits there, cup of tea in her hands, in a rocking chair, handed down through generations. She muses on the stories this house has known. Sometimes she imagines them floating through the air like motes of dust in the lamplight. The whispers of old recollections, drifting and settling wherever they find a quiet corner. But outside, the scene is simpler, free from the flicker of memory. Only the nutcracker remains, tall and still. His polished eyes reflect the subtle patterns of falling snow. Time passes slowly as the night deepens and the hush becomes so profound that even the smallest shift of wind can be heard. The snow piles up around the porch, covering the footprints of daytime visitors and smoothing away any rough edges. This is a place where the world is renewed each evening, a chance to let go of everything that has come before and simply rest in the present. Not far from the cottage, a gentle slope leads down to a cluster of pines. Beneath their branches, small woodland creatures gather, their tracks crisscrossing in the snow. A curious fox steps quietly through the moonlit trees, Pausing now and then to test the air, its breath rises like a wisp before the fox disappears behind a trunk, leaving only a faint trail of paw prints. Somewhere else, a family of rabbits nestles in a hollow, lulled by the tranquil hush. And in that hush, the caretaker occasionally hears the hush of tiny footprints skittering across her yard, though she rarely tries to catch a glimpse, preferring to let nature thrive in its silent domain. As the evening advances, the caretaker sets down her teacup, stands, and makes her way to the door. She opens it just a crack, mindful not to let too much chill creep in. The Nutcracker greets her with the same gentle confidence as always. She steps outside carefully in woolen slippers that leave a delicate imprint on the dusting of snow across the porch. Up close, she marvels again at the flurries drifting from the sky. She places a hand on the Nutcracker's wooden shoulder, perhaps as a silent good night or a tender gesture of gratitude. With a soft sigh, she returns indoors, her shawl trailing behind, and shuts the door on the crisp air. Left alone once more, the Nutcracker stands in regal silence, wearing his dusting of snow like a quiet honor. Hours pass, and the night grows still deeper. It's the in-between time when the last of the day's bustle finally settles into dreams, and the new day has yet to awaken. The porch light flickers softly on the icicles, their surfaces shimmering in an otherwise dark world. Snow drifts in gentle slopes around the porch rails, forming little peaks and valleys. The hush intensifies like a comforting blanket drawn over everything in sight. In the faint glow, it's almost possible to imagine the Nutcracker breathing slowly, in tune with the night. There's a subtle magic to it, a sense that old stories and timeless guardians carry their own measure of life, even in the stillness. Perhaps he too remembers children's laughter or the echoes of carols drifting through crisp air. Or maybe he exists simply for this moment, to remind passers-by of calm and watchfulness, to remind them that life's simplest acts, like breathing, like observing, are small wonders in themselves. Across the lane, a neighbor's lantern flickers through a frosted window. There, a family settles in for the night, reading a few pages of a favorite tale before letting their eyes rest. The gentle glow from their home reaches out across the snow, merging with the moonlight in one harmonious shimmer. The caretaker's cottage is not alone here. There are others tucked behind snow-laden hedges, each with its own quiet life. But no lights shine quite as serenely on their porches as the one that glows upon the painted face of the wooden Nutcracker. From time to time, small gusts of wind send flurries dancing in spirals around the yard. A swirl of flakes might rise, drift near the Nutcracker's boots, then disperse into the air. It's a graceful ballet performed for no audience but the silent figure on the porch and the occasional watchful night owl perched on a distant branch. The swirling snow glistens as if illuminated from within, each flake catching a hint of lamplight. The porch steps remain free of heavy drifts, thanks to the roof's gentle slope. But a thin layer of powdered snow glistens on the steps, reflecting that quiet moonbeam from above. Over time, even the fox, the rabbits, and the other nocturnal wanderers decide to seek their dens, lulled by the peaceful hush. Clouds drift across the moon, and the wind hushes. One might think time itself has paused, allowing everything to rest. This is a night that invites the gentle unwinding of body and mind. Even the caretaker stirs less frequently within the cottage. Her gentle snores, perhaps a chorus to the hush outdoors, the hush that covers the fields, the hush that covers the porch. Yet the snow continues, a steady, tender drift, a winter lullaby that covers the nutcracker's shoulders, forms a soft cap on his wooden hat, and gradually blankets the entire yard in layers of pure white. In the lantern's glow, it's as if the porch stands at the threshold of a world spun from frost and starlight. In some quiet corner of imagination, one might envision that wooden figure leaning forward just a bit, as though bowing in gratitude to the night, the same way the caretaker would greet a dear friend at the door. Before dawn begins to stretch across the sky, a profound stillness sets in. The air seems to take one long, slow breath, gathering itself for the moment when the first color of morning will appear. At this hour, a single star may be visible, hanging low and bright near the horizon. The nutcracker appears to watch it attentively. If a distant traveler happened along the lane, they would see a warm glow spilling from the cottage window, a statue standing guard on the porch, and snow swirling so gently that each flake appears to hang in the air before it reaches the earth. Little by little, the dark sky begins to show the faintest hint of dawn. It's not a bold sunrise, but rather a gentle lifting of night's veil. The once hidden shapes of tree branches now stand out against the sky in pale silhouettes. The caretaker, sensing the approach of day, stirs in her bed. Soon she will rise to greet the new morning, stepping carefully across the wooden floor, her slippers padding softly. Outside, the nutcracker looks much the same as ever, but there is a fresh layer of snow at his base, a testament to the night's slow, persistent offering. By the time the caretaker opens the front door again, the sky is brushed with pearly shades of dawn. She steps onto the porch, blinking at the crisp morning light. The air is cold, but not harsh, and her first breath of it awakens something in her, an old feeling of wonder, perhaps, that she has never quite lost. She brushes a small gathering of snow off the nutcracker's shoulder and smiles. Maybe she mutters something like, "Good morning, old friend," though no one is around to hear but him. In the stillness, the caretaker's voice seems both small and tender, like a whisper between longtime companions. She picks up a small broom and sweeps the porch, moving slowly so as not to disturb the hush. too abruptly. The bristles make faint whispers against the wooden boards, leaving delicate lines in the thin layer of snow. She takes her time breathing in the crisp air, watching each exhale drift away like a gentle cloud. The act of clearing the snow feels meditative, a small ritual that honors the changing seasons and the passage of time. Although her broom sweeps the snow from the porch boards, it can't sweep away that quiet magic that has settled overnight. Instead, the magic seems to cling to the edges, drifting in the corners, dancing on the rails, and shimmering in the caretaker's kindly eyes. When she finishes, she leans the broom gently against the wall and takes one more moment to admire the scene. The Nutcracker stands free of his snowy mantle now, though a trace of white still lingers around his hat. The caretaker steps to the edge of the porch, gazing out at the landscape. The pines stand tall and serene, branches curved under the graceful weight of new snow. Each twig and needle glimmers with frost. There is a hush in the distance, a hush that belongs to that fleeting time just after dawn, when not everything has awakened yet. Birds are beginning to ruffle their feathers, offering the faintest chirps. Somewhere a rooster crows, though it is far enough away not to break the stillness. She lifts the lantern from its hook, careful not to shake out the flame. The soft light flickers against the morning's fresh glow, a little beacon of warmth in the winter air. Soon, she'll bring it inside, let it rest until dusk comes again, and then place it back out for another night's vigil. It's this routine, this gentle daily rhythm, that brings a sense of comfort to all who pass. Those routines, so small and seemingly simple, are often the quiet pillars that hold a life together. With the porch swept and the lantern in hand, the caretaker heads back inside to start her day. The kettle will soon sing on the stove. A bit of breakfast will warm the old kitchen. But the image of the soft snowfall remains, lingering in the caretaker's mind. She looks through the window every now and then, making sure the Nutcracker stands tall and that the snow, ever so delicate, continues to caress the land beyond her home. In this way, the small wonders of each day and each night weave themselves into her life, a tapestry of quiet joys and gentle observations. That morning, the sunlight grows a little stronger, revealing the sparkle of tiny crystals embedded in the fresh layer of snow. The rest of the town begins to stir. Chimneys release thin trails of smoke into the crisp air. Mail carriers head out on their routes, and children might stand at windows, enthralled by the beauty of a new snowfall. But in the caretaker's cottage, there is a contentment that invites unhurried movement. Breakfast is not rushed. The caretaker takes slow sips of her tea, savoring the warmth. Hours drift by, the sun climbing a wintry arc across the sky. Eventually, faint shadows stretch from the fence posts, marking the slow crawl of afternoon. The temperature remains cold but not biting. In the caretaker's yard, little footprints of squirrels zigzag around the base of the pines, looking for seeds or hidden treasures. The Nutcracker, of course, says nothing, but he's there to witness it all. If the small creatures are startled by his presence, they soon realize he poses no threat. He merely gazes forward, unwavering, as though safeguarding the hush of the moment. There's an ageless serenity in the Nutcracker's gaze. Perhaps it's just the way his painted eyes reflect the light. But those who pause to look often find themselves lulled into a sense of calm. It's as though he stands at the boundary between the cottage's cozy warmth and the winter's gentle expanse, offering a reminder that there is peace in both. He doesn't judge the swirling snow, nor does he seek to escape it. He simply exists as part of the scene. A steadfast figure that has witnessed countless nights, just like the one that passed. Late in the afternoon, clouds begin to gather again. The caretaker, as is her habit, steps onto the porch to gather a bit of firewood. She glances at the sky, noting the gently shifting patterns. It seems there might be more snow coming. She smiles, thinking of how the Nutcracker never complains, never grows weary of the cold. In a sense, that wooden figure mirrors her own approach to life. Observe what comes, cherish what you can, and let each day unfold without rushing. The caretaker arranges a new set of logs by the fireplace and stokes the embers until the hearth crackles with renewed warmth. As the room begins to glow, she once again prepares her evening meal. Tonight, a simple soup steams in a pot. The windows fog slightly from the gentle warmth of the stove. Outside, the light dims, and a delicate swirl of snow resumes. The caretaker can see it through the window, small flakes dancing in the lamplight she left on the porch. The Nutcracker catches the glow, just as he does each night, reminding anyone who sees him that the season's magic is as real as their breath in the frosty air. Dusk returns, folding itself gently over the cottage, the yard, and the tall pines. The caretaker finishes her supper and rinses her dish. She stands near the window a while, gazing out with a soft smile. There is a timeless quality to the scene, the hush, the snow, the gentle watchman on the porch. Night after night, winter spreads its peaceful essence here, and each time feels both new and comforting. The caretaker dims the lights inside, leaving only the flicker of firelight dancing across the walls. Soon she will settle into her chair, perhaps read a page or two from a beloved book, and then let her eyelids grow heavy. Outside, the Nutcracker remains in his silent vigil. The wind may brush a few stray flakes along his coat, or swirl them around the porch. He stands, as always, untroubled by the chill. Overhead, the clouds drift, occasionally revealing glimpses of a silver moon. Each time the moonlight falls upon the cottage, it transforms the snow into a field of shimmering possibility. And in the caretaker's mind, a gentle gratitude blooms. Gratitude for another day, another silent, peaceful night. When the hour grows late, the caretaker decides it's time for rest. She wraps her shawl around her shoulders and steps onto the porch for a moment, taking in the hush one last time before bed. The wooden boards are colder now, and her breath mingles with the falling snow. She runs her hand softly over the nutcracker's arm, as if to say goodnight. When she looks around, she marvels again at how the snow smooths every surface, how it hushes every echo, how it invites the whole world to slow down, even for just one night. With a final glance, she steps inside, closes the door, and drapes the shawl over a chair. Now the cottage is truly still, except for the quiet murmur of embers in the hearth. In the hush, she brushes her hair, sets down her brush, and slips beneath a thick quilt that holds the warmth of many memories. Her eyes fall shut, her breathing deepens, and her thoughts drift into the welcoming realm of dreams. Outside, the nutcracker stands with the snow lightly falling against his boots. The lanterns glow still steady, a gentle beacon to guide wandering thoughts to rest. Night embraces the land with its customary tenderness. The snow continues to gather in soft drifts and frosted tufts across the shrubs. Stars emerge when the clouds part, distant and twinkling in a dome of quiet midnight. The nutcracker's gaze remains steady on the horizon, as though waiting for dawn to paint the sky once more. But there is no rush, for all that matters is this moment of calm, a space in time where stillness is the rule and peace is the promise. In the hours that follow, the hush grows deeper. Wind hushes, and even the distant pines seem to stand in silent communion. The caretaker sleeps, drifting through soft dreams of children's laughter, of gentle flurries, of kind voices that once filled the cottage with life and music. The old rocking chair near the hearth stands motionless, though it too carries echoes of a family that once gathered around, listening to stories and nibbling on fresh-baked cookies. Each memory threads through the night, weaving a tapestry of quiet affection. Outside, the world is blanketed in white and silver. The nutcracker's presence on the porch is a comforting reminder that everything is just as it should be. Snow arrives, as it often does in winter, a gift of rest and renewal. The caretaker's breath, steady in her sleep, mingles with the rhythms of the silent hours. All that is not needed melts away, leaving only a core of tranquility. In this space, the world seems to speak in whispers. The rustle of tree branches, the nearly inaudible sound of snow meeting snow, the hush of dreams carried on the still air. As the final stretch of night approaches, there is a gentle descending of time and awareness, as though the entire world is exhaling a soft, contented sigh. Even if one were awake, there would be nothing to do but watch the snow fall and listen to the quiet. This is the hour when rest is at its deepest, when hearts and minds can truly let go, if only for a while. And so it remains, until the faintest edge of dawn begins to glow behind the distant line of pines, promising another day of gentle wonder. Now let the scene settle around you like a comforting blanket. In the hush of this winter night, All that matters is the calmness in your breath and the gentle ease in your body. The falling snow brings quiet to every thought, every worry, until they dissolve into soft flakes drifting through the air. There is nothing to do but rest, nothing to solve, nothing to fix. Just a moment of stillness at the end of the day. Let your muscles loosen. Let your eyes become heavy. You've traveled through this gentle tale, drifting alongside the snow, standing with the watchful nutcracker, and feeling the warmth of the caretaker's home. You can let those images linger in your mind, or you can allow them to fade. Either way, you are safe in the softness of this moment. The hush is yours to keep. The quiet is your companion. Let your breathing grow slow and steady, like the gentle swirl of flurries drifting across a porch. As you inhale, imagine drawing in the crisp purity of a winter breeze. As you exhale, let any lingering tension slip away, sinking into the calm of the night. You are at the threshold of peaceful slumber, where your dreams can unfold with ease. Let your thoughts become light, like snowflakes gently floating on the wind. You are free to rest. In the stillness, allow yourself the gift of comfort and ease. Picture the lantern's glow fading to a soft flicker, guiding your mind toward gentle darkness and warmth. Outside, the world can continue its slow dance of snow and silence. Inside, you are held in softness, cradled by the calm you have invited. The nutcracker stands guard at the threshold of your dreams, keeping watch so you can drift deeper and deeper into restful sleep. Sink further. Feel the night wrap around you like a cozy quilt. Any sound that comes to you blends with the hush, creating a gentle lullaby that tugs at your eyelids. The moment is here. No past or future calls. Only the comforting quiet, guiding you deeper into slumber's embrace. Good night, dear traveler of dreams. May your rest be long and peaceful. May you find warmth in the hush of falling snow. Sleep well. Welcome to Deep Sleep Stories. You've arrived at a warm and welcoming space where you can set aside all the cares of the day. Tonight, you're invited to journey into a serene winter landscape, a place where the hush of the season and the brilliance of the northern lights weave together in a tapestry of deep stillness and cozy comfort. Allow your shoulders to soften as you breathe in and exhale anything that might weigh you down. Here, in this gentle pause between wakefulness and rest, you can sink into the calm that awaits. Settle into your favorite position, letting your eyes grow heavy if they wish. As you listen, let the soft images of a quiet Yuletide cabin glow in your mind, calling you toward a deep, peaceful sleep. Feel the cool air against your cheeks, and notice how it contrasts with the soft warmth that envelops your body. Each breath you take guides you deeper into comfort, helping tensions drift away. In your mind's eye, picture a snowy evening, far in the north, where evergreen branches bow under a blanket of freshly fallen snow, and tiny crystals of frost glimmer under starlight. The northern lights swirl overhead, ribbons of green and purple dancing across the velvet sky. Soon you will be gently immersed in this quiet realm, letting every muscle in your body relax one by one. For now, focus on the gentle rhythm of your breath, filling your lungs with soothing air, then releasing any tightness or worry on the exhale. You might sense a soft glow in your thoughts, a hint of flickering firelight reflecting off snowbanks, drawing you in. Listen for the near silent hush of a winter's night. This is your invitation to step into the story and find rest. Let this be a moment of stillness, a refuge from all that has come before. You are safe, calm, and free to let the soft edges of the story envelop you like a warm blanket. Soon, the scene will unfold before you. Let yourself drift closer. In a peaceful corner of the northern countryside, where tall fir and spruce trees line rolling hills, a modest wooden cabin nestled quietly beneath the gentle glow of the Yuletide moon. Snow covered the roof in a perfect, glistening layer, and the eaves drooped ever so slightly from the weight of icicles that refracted the flicker of an interior lantern's light. Outside, no footprints marked the white expanse that stretched from the threshold of the cabin's front door to the edge of a frozen river, waiting just beyond a row of sleeping pines. The wilderness around this snug dwelling seemed hushed in the heart of winter, and even the sharp cry of the wind had gentled into a soft sigh. Inside the cabin, a cozy warmth emanated from a stone fireplace built by careful hands many years ago. Each stone was smooth and round, selected for its ability to hold and radiate heat through the cold season. The hearth's crackling fire spread a soft golden glow across the walls. A plush rug lay upon the wooden floor, its fibers thick and inviting beneath woolen socks. A single wooden rocking chair, its seat draped with a patchwork quilt, rocked slowly beside the fire's steady light, as if moving on its own in a graceful, rhythmic dance. The cabin was furnished simply, a sturdy pine table with a single candle at its center, some wooden shelves displaying handmade pottery, and a small bed dressed in soft linens and a fluffy blanket. Everything here felt deliberate, crafted for comfort. Beyond the cabin's one window, the winter scene was illuminated by the moon and stars, with the heavens providing a subtle luminescence that played upon the snow like shimmering threads of silver. On this night, the sky displayed a breathtaking spectacle, the northern lights. Their presence graced the horizon in graceful waves, arcs of color that ebbed and flowed. Hues of green, sometimes tinged with pink and purple, danced in a slow, ethereal waltz across the cosmic stage. It was as though the sky itself had chosen this time to celebrate, weaving patterns so soft and magical that one could only stop and watch in awe. The forest below remained silent, as if honoring this nightly display, every pine and fir standing in quiet stillness. On a nearby hill not far from the river, a small figure walked, bundled in layers of warm wool. A traveler approached the cabin under the moonlit night. Snow crunched underfoot with each soft step, and a gentle gust of wind carried snowflakes across the figure's shoulders. A hood covered most of the traveler's face, but the eyes peering out sparkled with wonder as they caught sight of the luminous ribbons rippling across the dark expanse above. Tiny puffs of breath lingered in the air, like silver clouds that rose and vanished into the hush. The traveler had come seeking a moment of stillness, a chance to pause and reflect in the heart of winter's tranquility. There was no rush, no urgency, only an invitation from the season itself to slow down and rest under the dancing lights. The cabin, though small, looked more inviting than any grand hall could ever be. Its windows glowed with the promise of warmth, the flickering interior candlelight, an unspoken welcome. Carefully descending the slope, each step sinking gently into powdery drifts, the traveler drew closer to the cabin's sturdy wooden door. Though the structure was centuries old, it remained faithful against the elements, unwavering in storms or sunshine. Snow piled up against the threshold, and the traveler brushed it aside before lifting the metal latch, which gave a small creak of protest. As the door swung open, a puff of warm air greeted the chilled face. The soft glow of the lanterns and fireplace inside enveloped the traveler's senses, replacing the bracing cold with a comforting embrace. Removing the snow-dusted hood, the traveler surveyed the little space, noting the gentle light dancing on the rafters and the delicate swirl of smoke rising from the logs in the hearth. The flicker of the flames cast amber patterns across every surface, illuminating the quiet corners and revealing the cabin's humble details. A sense of contentment settled over the traveler like a well-worn cloak. Here, in this silent Yuletide retreat, time seemed to slow, granting permission to rest and savor the hush. Without hurry, the traveler removed boots, allowing warmth to reach chilled toes. The thick rug brushed softly against stocking feet, massaging away the lingering cool. From a small hook on the wall, a spare robe of soft flannel awaited, offering a gentle invitation. Slipping it on, the traveler felt the threads cradle tired shoulders, as if the fabric itself understood that this moment was meant for peace. A single window framed the captivating sky, the aurora borealis painting shimmering arcs upon the dark canvas. The traveler paused at the window to witness the dance of color. It seemed so delicate, almost shy in its approach, yet steadily it blossomed into radiant waves that draped across the horizon. Now and then, a gentle ripple turned vibrant, sending pulses of light that illuminated the tops of the trees, setting the frosty forest aglow. The stillness of the moment filled the traveler's heart with a serene wonder, a quiet gratitude for nature's artistry. In a corner by the hearth, a kettle stood on a metal stand, water slowly coming to a simmer. Soft wisps of steam began to curl into the air, signaling that it would soon be time for a soothing cup of tea. The traveler gently opened a small cupboard near the fireplace, revealing jars of dried herbs and fragrant leaves, chamomile, peppermint, lavender, and a special blend of winter spices, cinnamon and clove, prepared for the season. Selecting a simple porcelain mug, the traveler chose to steep a spoonful of the comforting winter spice mix, the faint aroma of cinnamon drifting out the moment the jar was opened. A steady hand poured hot water over the herbs, releasing a fragrant, soothing steam into the cabin's air. The traveler inhaled deeply, letting the comforting warmth enter tired lungs, and then exhaled, allowing the tension of the journey to melt away. Outside, the faint howl of a distant wind played across the snowy landscape, but inside there was only tranquility. The flames in the fireplace crackled softly, occasionally sending a glowing ember dancing upward, only to fade before it reached the chimney's peak. The traveler settled into the rocking chair, legs drawn up beneath a cozy blanket, the steaming mug cradled gently between two palms. The slow movement of the chair, forward and backward, matched a heartbeat-like rhythm, lulling body and mind into deeper ease. In this space there was no schedule, no pressing thought that needed resolving. Each breath mingled with the warmth from the fireplace, each sip of tea bringing further calm. And so the hours of night passed, unhurried and restful. The aurora continued its quiet show overhead, painting the sky with changing patterns of luminescence. The traveler's eyelids grew heavy, lulled by the fire's low rhythmic crackle. Even the forest outside rested, each branch cloaked in silent drifts of snow. In this secluded haven, the rustle of everyday life felt far away, replaced by a rich sense of timelessness. The logs on the fire burned down slowly, offering only the faintest glow now, an ember that pulsed like the heart of the hearth. When the traveler finally stood, it was to place another small piece of wood onto the fire, coaxing it to keep the chill away through the rest of the evening. Sparks flitted up like tiny fireflies and fell back into the ember-laced logs. The traveler then moved toward the window once more, gazing at the snow-laden world. The sweeping lights had mellowed into a gentle green glow, accenting the vast stars that shimmered in the cold. Every so often a stray gust of wind carried the scent of pine and fresh snow, a crisp perfume of winter that seeped through tiny gaps in the wooden walls, mingling with the inviting fragrance of the tea. In the woods beyond, the silhouette of a deer meandered through the trees. Its steps were tentative, testing the ground where the snow was high. It paused now and then to nuzzle at a patch of frozen grass peeking through. The traveler, mesmerized by the animal's graceful form, watched in silence. Here, nature offered a gentle reminder of life moving quietly alongside stillness. Moments like these felt like whispered gifts, reminding anyone who observed them that wonder often lives in quiet corners, away from the clamor of bustling days. Inside, the traveler turned toward a small shelf lined with simple, hand-carved decorations. There were pine cones dusted with glitter, tiny wooden reindeer figurines, and a softly glowing lantern with a star-shaped cutout. These Yuletide adornments were humble but full of meaning. They spoke of tradition, of winter's festivities celebrated in harmony with the silent majesty of the snowy wilderness. Each piece told a story of patient, careful craftsmanship, of an artist who took time to shape and smooth every edge. Setting the tea aside, the traveler picked up a small ornament depicting a cabin beneath swirling lights. It looked quite like this very place, a keepsake that seemed to echo the traveler's own moment in time. Feeling the quiet lure of rest, the traveler approached the cabin's bed. It was neatly made, layered with soft blankets and topped with a plump pillow. The sheets smelled faintly of cedar and lavender, perhaps from sachets tucked away in the linen chest. The bed seemed to beckon, offering gentle solace for weary limbs. As the traveler slipped under the blankets, the night's calmness felt like a loving embrace. The plush bedding enveloped the traveler, cradling every muscle with warm reassurance. In the corner, the rocking chair sat empty now, swaying ever so slightly on the creaking floorboards as if continuing its lullaby. The fire in the hearth glowed softly, no longer roaring, but still bright enough to keep darkness at bay. Shadows of dancing flames wavered upon the walls, creating shifting patterns that soothed rather than startled. There was a sense of comfort in the interplay of light and shadow, a reminder of how gentle life can be when given space to breathe. Outside, the night pressed on, colder yet no less magical. The aurora ribbons swirled, their colors morphing gently in the star-studded sky. It was a slow and patient dance observed by the silent pines and the drowsy forest creatures who occasionally ventured out for a glimpse. The hush of falling snow was the only sound, a near imperceptible whisper as flakes tumbled from the clouds, layering over the cabin's slanted roof. It was the perfect lullaby for a Yuletide slumber, Time flowed in slow motion, an unmeasured current guiding the traveler's mind into a dreamlike realm. The crackle of the fire, the hush of snow, the distant murmur of wind, together they formed a tender chorus, each note a quiet invitation to drift further from thoughts of the outside world. In this cocoon of stillness, the traveler's breathing steadied, the exhalations deep and unhurried. Images of evergreen boughs, dusted with starlight, or of the deer grazing by the woods, drifted across drowsy thoughts. At the edge of the frozen river, tiny fragments of ice began to break and refreeze, creating a gentle tinkling that only the keenest ears would notice. It was as though winter itself composed a soft melody, a lullaby woven into the land's hush. The night creatures, snug in their dens or huddled in hollowed logs, slept beneath blankets of frost. Even the owls, typically watchful, hooted in softer tones if they called at all, as though paying respect to this hallowed quiet. In the cabin, warmth and peacefulness reigned, the traveler's eyes closed, thoughts drifting between wakeful awareness and the beginnings of a dreamscape. The boundary between the two softened like watercolor paints, gently blending. Perhaps in the liminal space, the traveler wandered through memories of warm holiday gatherings or the sweetness of fresh pastries baking in a distant kitchen. Maybe the mind conjured a phantom sense of pine branches crackling in a hearth, or the taste of a sugary treat shared under twinkling lights. It was a realm of gentle nostalgia woven from real experiences and the impressions of serene winter nights. Now and then, the traveler stirred, shifting beneath the comforting weight of the blankets. A faint smile curved on the face at the sensation of utter safety. Here, no storm could rattle the windows. No urgent call would interrupt the night's reprieve. The only calling was that of the snow-covered land, urging everything to rest and renew, to gather strength for the brighter days of spring. From time to time, a log split in the fireplace, releasing a soft pop and briefly brightening the cabin with renewed flame. Much later in the night, the fire burned low, leaving a gentle glow that barely lit the walls. The traveler's breathing had settled into a deep, calm rhythm, barely moving the blankets. A half-finished mug of tea stood on the small side table, its steam long gone, but the faint fragrance of cinnamon still lingering in the air. Outside, the aurora had grown faint, a tender reminder of its earlier dance. The stars, however, shone with quiet brilliance, unobscured by any brightness. They looked down upon the cabin like guardians, twinkling in a cosmic vigil. Morning would bring the soft light of a winter sun, filtering through the trees. The traveler would awaken to snow-laden branches and the hush of a new day. But for now, in the depth of the long northern night, all was still. The logs in the hearth gave off occasional sparks as they settled into ash, and the last ribbons of the northern lights waved delicately across the firmament, giving their final performance before the dawn. Sleep's gentle power filled the cabin. Though the traveler rested peacefully, the feeling in the cabin itself seemed alive with comfort and history. Wood grain in the walls spoke of countless winter nights past, each year layering on another memory of warmth shared against the chill. Generations of travelers, perhaps, had come to this place, each leaving a subtle presence behind. The memory of voices by the fire, the echo of laughter on a snowy evening, or the hush of cherished solitude. Each new visitor contributed to the cabin's invisible tapestry, weaving stories that spanned decades or maybe centuries, all converging in the silent magic of a Yuletide night. Outside, a gentle snowfall continued, soon covering the traveler's footprints. As the flakes settled, the surrounding landscape became pristine once more, every path an unmarked canvas. In such winter magic, there was a comforting sense that every new day offered a fresh beginning, the old tracks lost under a shimmering new snowfall. Perhaps it was a gesture from nature, inviting those who ventured here to release what had passed and embrace the hush of the present moment. The wind, in no hurry, drifted through the fir boughs like a lullaby, carrying a crisp fragrance of pine resin and distant mountain air. When it occasionally stirred the snow on the cabin's roof, a small puff fell softly to the ground below. Even these little movements were subtle, sound dampened by the plush whiteness that covered everything. Silence reigned, yet it was a rich, layered silence, one that warmed the heart like a comforting hand laid gently over your own. Hours slipped by, and the sliver of moon that once graced the sky moved steadily across the canopy of stars, disappearing behind the horizon. In its absence, the starlight prevailed, shimmering in droplets of frost on every surface. The forest stood watch, silent in its winter vigil, tall trunks forming dark pillars under the star-flecked night. Occasionally, a branch gave a light crack, shedding its heavy load of snow. But the sound was absorbed into the great hush, swallowed up by the stillness of the land. In the small bed, the traveler seemed to drift in an ocean of deep rest, lulled by the gentle atmosphere. Outside, the deer might have found a hidden hollow to curl up in, and the night's other creatures, too, found refuge in the comforting darkness. The sky's luminous colors gradually faded, leaving only the faintest mist of green near the horizon, a farewell from the aurora. Soon, dawn would hint at its approach, softening the edges of the sky, painting the world in shades of pearl and pastel rose. But even that change would be a gentle one, stirring only a mild awareness in the slumbering traveler. Slowly, the night moves toward its quiet conclusion, urging all who dwell in this winter landscape to follow nature's example. One by one, the stars blink into the lightening sky, and the silence becomes even more tender. The final flickers of the dying fire cast only small pulses of warmth, dimming until the cabin is enveloped in a calm half-light. Now let these images soften around you like a gentle fog, rolling in on a mild morning. In your own space, your breathing may be slower and calmer, your mind drifting towards sleep's embrace. Feel how your body has grown heavier against the surface beneath you, how each exhalation releases you further from the day's troubles. There is nothing you need to do now except rest, gently carried by the hush of this winter night. Every muscle is settling, easing into serenity. Your thoughts can slip into stillness, warmed by the glow of that distant hearth. As the sky begins its faint transition toward dawn, the cabin and the traveler sleep on, enveloped in Yuletide peace. Imagine the hush that surrounds every corner of that quiet world, and let that hush be yours. If any last remnants of tension linger, release them now. Feel the gentle weight of the blankets, the softness of the pillow, the lullaby of your own steady breath. You are free to drift, free to dream in the serene hush of a world bathed in pale starlight. Let each slow breath guide you deeper, and with each breath, let the soothing darkness wrap you in kindness. It is safe here. It is calm. It is a place designed for rest and healing. In this shared silence, you can imagine the faint glow of the aurora fading away, leaving behind a memory of dancing lights. Let that memory cradle you, swaying gently as your consciousness drifts further from waking. It's all right to let go. Feel the warmth linger even as the fire burns down. See how the traveler remains tucked under the blankets, a tranquil figure in the gentle gloom. The bed is soft, the night is hushed, and outside the snow continues to fall. Soon a new day will dawn, but for now, let peace prevail. Let the softness of the moment enfold you. And now, dear traveler of these words, slip deeper into your own slumber. Let your breathing become the quiet melody, guiding you toward profound rest. May your dreams be gentle and kind, as comforting as the glow of a Yuletide hearth in the still winter night. May you find solace in the silence, drifting without worry. Sleep now in that cozy cabin beneath the northern lights, safe in the knowledge that a soft dawn will come when you are ready. Good night, dear traveler. Sleep well. welcome to Deep Sleep Stories. Take a moment to rest here, where we gently guide you into a realm of soft, comforting imagery and gentle peace. This evening you're invited to drift into a calm New Year's Eve tale, set in an old harbor town where fireworks shimmer across the horizon at midnight, reflected over the rippling sea. But for now, as you listen, simply settle in. Allow your eyelids to grow heavy while your breath finds its own measured rhythm. Inhale slowly, feeling your lungs expand with warmth, and exhale with a steady release that carries away any cares lingering from the day. This is your quiet moment, a moment to drift, a moment to relax deeply with each slow inhale and exhale. Let go of everything that happened before this point, so that only the softness of this moment remains. Feel the comforting support beneath you, whether it is a bed, a chair, or a cushion, and let its stability cradle your weight. Notice your forehead ease as it unfurls from any tension, and your shoulders slowly descend as though surrendering to some gentle current, guiding you ever closer to rest. Envision a cozy glow somewhere beyond closed eyelids, a distant lantern light that beckons you to follow. You sense the hush of a seaside breeze, the smell of salt lingering in the air. Perhaps in the distance you hear a muffled call of the sea itself, rolling in languid waves. In this mellow, drifting space, you are completely safe and calm. You sense that you are about to enter a haven, somewhere nostalgic, where the end of one year and the beginning of another become wrapped in a tender embrace. And now, let your thoughts recede, like the evening tide withdrawing from the shore. Release them, watching them trail away on quiet ripples. Soon, you'll step into a realm of soft lights and glimmering reflections, where fireworks bloom in hushed, distant sparks upon a sleeping sea. Sink deeper into that comforting hush, and when you are ready, follow the gentle path that leads you into this old harbor town, content to float through its silent streets at twilight. Let each word guide you deeper into rest. And now let the story begin. On the edge of the coast, there was an ancient harbor town, situated at the meeting point of weathered cliffs and tranquil waters. Centuries ago, fishermen once guided their boats onto the pebbly beaches, building humble wooden piers that jutted out into the shimmering ocean. Over time, the population grew. Sturdy, time-worn cottages assembled themselves like patient spectators along the waterfront, their windows looking across the rolling waves. The harbor itself was shaped like an embrace, curving arms of land that reached into the sea, offering the water a place to shelter from the fiercer gusts of wind. By day, small vessels bobbed quietly, their faded paint and time-tested sails telling stories of many a voyage. By night, lanterns glowed along the docks, casting dancing reflections across the ripples of the tide. It was New Year's Eve, and the locals awoke that morning to a certain hush in the air, a quiet that felt like an expectancy, a breath poised between the old year and the new. clouds drifted low and mild, brushed in pastel blues and grays, promising a gentle day. Seagulls circled overhead, their calls subdued, as if even they could sense the subdued magic quietly growing in the harbor. Young children peered out of frosted window panes, already excited to watch the fireworks later that evening, though no one in the old town seemed eager to shatter the perfect calm with any hurried preparations. A hush of anticipation was part of the town's charm, that dreamy, measured approach to each passing moment. Down by the water's edge, small groups gathered for morning tea or coffee, wrapped snugly in thick coats, hats, and scarves. Steam curled from their mugs, drifting upward where the salt air mingled with the fragrance of warm bread from nearby bakeries. Along narrow streets of cobblestone, the day gently unfolded. The shops and cottages stood side by side in a patchwork of faded hues. Pastel pinks, subdued yellows, soft mint greens, and quiet blues. Their shutters, often painted in contrasting colors, gave each facade a sense of whimsical individuality. Yet in the soft, overcast daylight, everything took on a muted sheen, as if the entire town were quietly napping, waiting for the night's celebration to come alive. Inside cozy parlors, families polished small pieces of maritime memorabilia, tiny anchors and seashell sculptures, preparing them to adorn fireplace mantels or side tables. There was no rush. It was a day for unhurried reflection, a day to tie a ribbon on the memories of the year passing away, and to make space in one's heart for the approaching year. At midday, the sky opened slightly, allowing a golden hush of sunlight to pass through. It illuminated the harbor waters, turning their grayish surface into a gentle mosaic of silver ripples. The mild warmth encouraged a few townspeople to venture out onto the docks. They lingered by the sides of weathered wooden boats, their footsteps echoing softly on the planks, taking in the subtle glimmer of the sea. Shopkeepers appeared in the doorways of their quaint businesses, leaning on old wooden frames, exchanging friendly nods with neighbors. Everyone in town shared the same awareness. Tonight, fireworks would appear across the dark horizon of the sea, blossoming in silent arcs of color and light. And they would all gather in quiet companionship to welcome another year with hope. Throughout the afternoon, the scent of homemade pastries and simmering broths wafted from the kitchens along the waterfront. Many households prepared special dishes, warm spiced tarts, sweet rolls with drizzled icing, and aromatic soups featuring morsels of fresh fish from the day's catch. The entire town seemed to move with a gentle synergy, an unspoken agreement that whatever needed to be done could happen at its own unhurried pace. Children strolled the paths along the harbor with their parents, sometimes pausing to point toward distant gulls gliding through a pale sky. Occasionally, a soft breeze carried echoes of the ocean's voice, a mild hush that spoke of timeless rhythms, of daily tides rising and retreating, of chapters, folding gently into new beginnings. By the time evening arrived, shadows elongated across the water, and the color of the sky gradually shifted to a dusky lavender. The last traces of daylight lingered at the horizon like a ribbon of soft rose gold. Lamps began twinkling from the windows of each home, little beacons glowing warmly through the cool twilight. The townspeople gathered in living rooms or stood along the piers, conversing in hushed tones. Their words were punctuated by occasional laughter, though it was laughter that felt subdued and comforting rather than loud. Above them, the first stars timidly shimmered, as though encouraging the fireworks that would come later. In one particular cottage that overlooked the harbor, a couple sat sipping hot spiced tea, their chairs angled toward a wide bay window. They gazed out upon the peaceful scene, silhouettes of distant fishing boats bobbing in the water, the faint flicker of lanterns along the docks, and the gentle hush of waves brushing the shoreline. The couple had spent many New Years here, year after year, and each time they found new wonders in the simplest details. The interplay of light on water, the cozy hush of the old cobblestone lanes, the nostalgic feeling of community that united everyone in the little town. They spoke quietly of past memories, of how the children had grown, of how many changes had come and gone. Yet the harbor, in its timeless charm, remained a steadfast companion. In another part of town, a small inn welcomed visitors who were passing through, travelers seeking a respite from the bustling world. Its stone facade was draped in ivy, and inside the corridors glowed with the flicker of candlelit sconces. An older innkeeper moved gracefully through the hall, checking on guests, offering extra blankets, and mentioning that fireworks could be seen best from the cliff path behind the inn. Some guests, wrapped in warm cloaks, made their way outdoors to witness the harbor's evening transformation. There was a sense of quiet camaraderie, as though everyone understood that on this special night, under the watchful presence of the sea and sky, all hearts carried a gentle longing for renewal. As hours wore on, a soft mist began to gather at the edges of the harbor. It wasn't thick, just a gentle veil that smoothed the outlines of the world. Buildings and boats seemed a little more dreamlike, like watercolor paintings still in progress. A faint hush cloaked the town, muffling footsteps and voices. If one stood near the beach's edge, they could hear the faint lapping of waves against the rocky shore. Sea foam collected in delicate clusters, glinting in the subdued glow of a street lamp. The cold air tingled softly on exposed skin, yet it wasn't an uncomfortable chill. Rather, it was the crisp edge of winter that heightened the senses and made each breath feel purifying. In the heart of the town was a small square, paved in stone, where an ancient well stood at its center. Around this well, a handful of townspeople gathered for warmth, sipping cider or tea from steaming cups. They swapped stories of past New Year's Eves, each memory entwined with the steady lull of the sea. Overhead the moon rose, a gentle silver disk, that reflected upon the water, each face turned toward that soft, lunar glow, calm and content to wait. Time itself felt fluid, flowing like a slow-moving tide. For once, no one hurried to chase the clock. They simply allowed the evening to unfold, aware that midnight would come in its own quiet way, bridging the past year with the next. Down along the lower docks, where the water gently rocked smaller skiffs, an older fisherman and his granddaughter sat side by side, feet dangling over the edge. The man's face was weathered by years of sun, salt, and wind, yet his eyes shone with a youthful spark. The granddaughter rested her head on his shoulder. Neither said much, but each moment felt infinitely peaceful. They watched the subtle shift of moonlight on the water, waiting for the faint booms of fireworks that, at the moment, seemed as far away as a half-remembered dream. The fisherman recalled times when he was young, out at sea, traveling to different ports, how each new year was welcomed with a quiet hope for fair weather and good fortune. Now nestled in the comfort of the harbor, he felt that same gentle hope stirring in the air around them. As the evening deepened, more people migrated to favorite viewing spots. Some chose the soft slopes of a nearby hill overlooking the entire harbor. Others remained on the stone jetties, arms around each other, small groups forming circles of warmth against the sea breeze. In the hush, the far-off chime of a bell tower rang softly in the distance. It was not midnight yet, but a reminder that the hour was drawing near. From inside cottages, one could glimpse small gatherings, lamplight washing across tables adorned with winter flowers and teapots, the rustle of blankets and the gentle hum of conversation in the background. Everywhere the hush carried a note of expectancy. The ocean tide, ever so faithful, pressed forward, sending wavelets gliding gently over the pebbled shore. On the horizon, the black sky stretched across the water, an immense tapestry dotted with glinting stars. Now and then, a wisp of cloud drifted across the moon, temporarily dimming its glow. Lanterns on the dock wavered, their light captured and mirrored by the shifting tides. The harbor was cradled in a tender lull, an exhale that seemed to expand over the entire settlement. Overhead, the night soared high and serene, waiting with the patience of centuries. Not far from the main wharf, a small bakery had its light still shining in the back kitchen. The baker, a kindly figure with flour-dusted hands, was preparing a final batch of warm, sweet rolls. Outside, a timid knock alerted her to the presence of a neighbor, a young man who needed just a little something comforting before heading out to watch the fireworks. She offered him a roll fresh from the oven, its buttery dough still steaming. The young man thanked her with a smile, and she replied with a gentle blessing for the coming year. The hush between them was more expressive than words, a sense of shared reverence for this special night when past and future softly overlapped, painting the present moment with wonder. Through the winding lanes, families and friends meandered beneath the warm glow of street lamps. Occasionally, a child's excited laugh would ripple out, quickly hushed by the mesmerizing quiet of the harbor. Some visitors had never experienced such a tranquil approach to a New Year's Eve. They were accustomed to bustling parties and flashing lights, the frantic countdowns that seemed to overshadow reflection. But in this harbor town, there was room for stillness. One could sense how every house, every dock, every glimmering wave carried the memory of countless years, passing like gentle tides, each one cherished for its fleeting beauty. At last, a subtle shift in the air signaled that midnight was near. The townspeople found their chosen places, some high on the cliffs, others along the water's edge, still others on balconies or rooftops that peered over the harbor. All eyes turned outward toward the open sea. The hush grew deeper, almost tangible in its softness, as though the entire world had taken one collective breath and paused. A hush that made hearts slow down to match the softened pulse of the ocean. Then very softly at first, far off in the distance, the first firework ascended into the sky. It traced a brief arc of light before opening in a quiet burst of color. Reds, greens, and golds reflected upon the surface of the water, dancing in iridescent ripples that spread gently into the night. Soon, another spark shot upward, blossoming into a violet starburst. The town watched with quiet awe, marveling at how these momentary blooms of light seem to mirror the bright, hopeful sparks that stir within a person at the dawn of a new year. Despite the slight crackle and pops, the fireworks seemed muffled, their echoes softened by the wide sea, as if the ocean was cradling the sound in her watery arms. Families gathered close, drawn nearer by the spectacle. Light flickered across their faces, illuminating soft smiles, shimmering in the eyes of children, and reflecting in the grateful gaze of grandparents. Each firework was a reminder. New beginnings can carry color and wonder, but also a gentle hush. As one spark of light faded, another rose to take its place, a procession of radiant blooms. The entire sky above the horizon lit up, streaked with fleeting glimmers, while the harbor itself remained calm, an unbroken mirror for the dancing lights. For a few glorious minutes, the fireworks continued, lighting the night in playful bursts. The deep sea responded with its shimmering reflection, doubling the beauty. The centuries-old cottages, with their time-worn shutters and painted walls, glowed in the rainbow illuminations. Even the gulls, perched on rooftops and riggings, seemed entranced by the gentle show. This was not the kind of celebration marked by loud fanfare or raucous cries. Rather, it was an intimate salute to the passage of time, a quiet acceptance of all that had been and all that would come. When the last spark faded and the harbor returned to its serene twilight, a soft contentment filled the air. People remained where they stood, gazing at the faint, trailing wisps of smoke across the sky. The moon had shifted overhead, now casting its silvery path along the water once more. In that lingering hush, hearts brimmed with warm gratitude. Some lifted small glasses of spiced cider or mulled wine in a humble toast to the new year. Others simply stood in reverent silence, letting the waves' gentle lapping speak the words they could not. Eventually, the townspeople began to drift away, shuffling quietly along cobblestone walkways, returning home for a final cup of tea or nestling into bed. The fisherman helped his granddaughter to her feet, smiling as she rubbed sleepy eyes. He pointed to the stars, whispering a gentle blessing for her dreams. The couple in the cottage high above the harbor closed the curtains with a satisfied nod, cherishing how the fireworks had cast those vibrant colors across their familiar view. And along the docks, a few travelers from the inn, still carried by wonder, lingered to watch the moonlight dance on the water. Their hushed conversation played like a lullaby across the placid sea. By and by, the mist settled more heavily, wrapping the rooftops and street lamps in a cocoon of silver haze. The temperature dipped, and a calm hush, even more profound than before, sank into every crevice of the town. Small puffs of breath hovered before lips, and windows grew frosty at the edges. Yet inside each home and inn room, the warmth of soft blankets and gentle fireplaces provided a quiet sanctuary. Beds were turned down, pillows fluffed, candles snuffed out, until only embers glowed in the hearth. The old year was gently laid to rest, and the new one had arrived like a tender breeze, whispering of new possibilities, yet without disturbing the comforting cloak of night. Now, as the clock in the bell tower gently chimed the first hour past midnight, the harbor settled into a sweet, profound slumber. Sleepy footsteps dissolved into stillness. Lamps behind curtains grew dark, one by one, until all that remained were the faint glimmers on the docks, shining for the occasional night fisherman or the solitary soul who might choose to wander. The sea, too, continued its rhythmic lull, neither fully awake nor truly asleep, always present in its gentle motion, as though guarding the secrets of those who sought rest near its shores. Outside, the hush cradled the small harbor town, enveloping it in a peaceful tapestry of new beginnings. Within the houses, quiet breathing deepened as townspeople and visitors alike relaxed into their beds, letting the softness of the night carry them away. Overhead, the stars gleamed faintly, as if winking in satisfaction at the display they had witnessed. Beyond the horizon, far out at sea, the tides continued their secret work, guided by moon and wind, weaving a lullaby for all who slumbered in that sheltered bay. In the earliest hours of the new year, the harbor was an oasis of rest, a place where old and new intertwined gently, forging a moment outside of time. Those who slept in the ancient houses dreamed of calm waters and quiet roads, of fireworks shimmering silently over dark seas, and of the soft hush that wrapped everything in comfort. That night, if one listened very closely, the wind itself might sound like a lullaby, an endless refrain that began centuries before and would continue for centuries to come, echoing through the windows and chimneys, through the cobblestones and moored boats, resonating in the hearts of all who found their way to the harbor. Allow this comforting image to settle in your mind as though you too are there in a snug room overlooking the moonlit sea. Your senses become soothed by the whisper of gentle waves and the memory of fireworks arching across the sky. Take a slow breath in, letting your body soften, then exhale, feeling your muscles loosen and your thoughts begin to float away. There is a sense of serenity filling you from head to toe, a weightless calm that quietly tugs you deeper into rest. Your eyelids grow heavier, your breathing gentler. In the silent hush that follows the festivities, imagine stepping inside one of those cozy cottages. The walls are thick, the floor old wood polished smooth by countless footsteps. A small bed tucked in a corner beckons, enveloped in a warm quilt. You slip beneath that quilt. Your head melts into the pillow, sinking into softness. The murmuring sea just beyond the window assures you that all is well. The old harbor rests beneath a sky full of silent stars, and you rest with it, letting the rhythms of your breath align with the steady pulse of the water. With each beat of your heart, feel the embrace of the new year's gentle promise. Any lingering thoughts drift into the background, soothed by the peaceful images of that old harbor town. No more waves of worry, only the slow rolling tide of dreamlike contentment. Outside it is dark and still, but you are safe inside these walls, safe to surrender, to close your eyes, and to let sleep guide you into deeper realms of restoration. Let your heartbeat become slower, your breathing lighter, your mind a tranquil sea. Soon all thoughts disappear into a warm, expansive hush. The quiet envelops you the same way the harbor is enveloped by the misty night. Know that beyond the threshold of waking, comforting dreams await, dreams that sparkle softly like distant fireworks on a calm sea. Give yourself permission to dissolve into that slumber, to let every muscle yield to rest. This is your time to be at peace, to gently cross into the soothing darkness that welcomes you. Feel your pulse slow, your eyes softly closing, your entire being subsiding into exquisite stillness. Good night, dear traveler, wherever you are. May you find the same serene comfort that dwells in that old harbor, touched by the glow of gently fading fireworks and carried by the lull of the sea. Sleep well, and let the promise of the new year weave a gentle hope through your dreams. Drift away now into the softness of this night, cradled by the tender hush that holds you. Let the waves of sleep envelop you, calm and steady, guiding you into the deepest, sweetest rest. Good night and pleasant dreams.